everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Naruto Building Insect Kingdom. Chapter 145 to 200, as expected, being sane for too long made everyone forget he is actually a lunatic. He simply had not anticipated that certain individuals could be so repulsive, devoid of any baseline standards, to the point of actually daring to target civilians. Naruto clenched both hands into fists, veins bulging violently. He knew perfectly well who had done it, but he still asked, who did it? No identification was left behind. However, someone witnessed the skills of those individuals. They were absolutely shinobi. Furthermore, hidden stone forehead protectors were discovered at the scene. The hidden stone. Naruto was nearly driven to a cynical laugh by such a simplistic attempt at framing. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Following that, he rapidly selected a detachment of shinobi and headed directly for the Konoha camp. How could he have anticipated that upon his arrival there, he would find the camp already deserted? It turned out the Konoha shinobi had already accompanied Danzo, returning together to Konoha village to vie for power and authority. For the first time, Naruto felt the true meaning of rage, yet he was completely powerless. If it were possible, if there were zero complications, he would intensely desire to lead men to charge into Konoha right now and execute a massive slaughter. At worst, they would wage another major war against them, but at present it was impossible. The elite forces of Konoha had returned, and having just won a victorious campaign, they were arguably at their absolute peak. If a rash attack were launched, it would highly likely trigger a great war once more. The hidden waterfall could not endure such devastation. Naruto stood before the vacant camp in silence for a long duration, merely clenching his fists mutely. Lord Naruto, what should we do? Dispatch personnel to requisition grain from the land of waterfalls side, requisition as much as possible. Consolidate the daily survival resources first, prioritizing the supply to the land of rain. But my lord, our reserves. Naruto interrupted him. The land of rain requires it far more than we do, but currently, they cannot acquire it themselves. The land of waterfalls possess deep resource pools. Although prices would skyrocket over the subsequent months, the citizens of the land of waterfalls could still afford to consume. At worst, they would eat a bit less and purchase a bit less. The land of rain was different. Without this batch of resources, many civilians would have no choice but to wait for death. Endure until this year's autumn. Let us hope the land of rain experiences a harvest year, Naruto muttered internally, lifting his gaze toward the east, his expression complex. Konoha, so this is the so-called tolerance of a great nation. We small nations have truly felt it. That very day, Heiji, the daimyo of the land of waterfalls, issued a public statement of condemnation, his wording fierce, pointing squarely at Konoha's root. However, Danzo's reaction was faster and more shameless than he had anticipated. Shimura Danzo responded publicly, I evacuated the border several days ago to return to Konoha for counsel. This matter bears no relation to Konoha, and no relation to me. Those atrocities were clearly perpetrated by marauding bandits and rogue shinobi. If the land of waterfalls cannot produce definitive evidence, it is nothing but slander and framing. More venomously, he delivered a supplementary blow. Citizens brought up by bandits will eternally remain bandits. Hanzo of the Salamander's annexation of the land of grass makes his ambition transparent. If he dares to swallow the land of grass today, he will dare to swallow the land of waterfalls tomorrow. Rather than clamoring here, the daimyo of the land of waterfalls had better reflect deeply on when the blade of your ally will fall upon your own necks. This maneuver could not be described as anything less than malicious. Although anyone could discern that these words were meant to sow discord, certain statements, once uttered, would always find believers. Particularly those small nation daimyos who already harbored internal doubts regarding the three-nation alliance. They engaged in widespread discussion. There is logic to it. Hanzo of the Salamander did indeed swallow the land of grass. The land of grass was an ally nation, yet it was swallowed just like that. Who will be next? The land of waterfalls is walking so closely with him. They must be careful not to be backbitten one day. Rumors spread everywhere and public confidence wavered. Hanzo of the Salamander maintained absolute silence from beginning to end. It was not that he was ignorant of the destructive power of these words, but he understood even more clearly that now was not the hour to speak. The land of rain required rest and recuperation. Grain, population, economy, not a single one could withstand another war. He could only swallow this grievance for the time being. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Originally, this matter should have concluded just like this. The three-nation alliance suffered a silent loss, Konoha gained the advantage while maintaining a righteous facade, and Shimura Danzo returned to Konoha to vie for power with absolute satisfaction. Everything appeared to have settled down. That was until a letter was carried to the extreme northern snow country by an inconspicuous minor merchant, and matters began to shift. The land of snow, deep within the subterranean insect hive. Aburaim Shursui was leaning over a microscope, clutching a test tube in his hand. The liquid within the test tube emitted a faint fluorescence. This was his latest cultivated strain, its primary function being to breed a batch of high-protein carnivorous insects. It was something he did during his leisure time, to provide nutritional support for the shinobi children under his command. Interesting. He murmured, the survival rate has scaled to 3%. If I adjust the concentration of chakra further. A slight buzzing of wings sounded behind him. A communication insect landed upon his shoulder, its antennae twitching slightly, transmitting the information directly into his consciousness. Aburaim Shursui's movements froze. He set down the test tube, slowly straightened his frame, and removed his rubber gloves. Good, very good. Would it not have been better to obediently conclude this conflict according to the script I drafted? Why must some individuals execute such disgusting and thankless actions? Since you do not wish to play properly, then I shall play along with you. Flipping the table is an action anyone is capable of. Aburaim Shursui closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. When he opened them once more, a flash of unprecedented coldness flitted through his compound eyes. Shimura Danzo, he uttered the name, his tone as calm as though he were discussing today's weather. Yet beneath that calm, something was slowly awakening. He turned, looking at the insects currently undergoing cultivation upon the laboratory bench. Ancient viruses, genetic samples, senjutsu research, at this moment, none of it remained important. Originally, I intended to remain here quietly for a few years, he soliloquized. It appears someone does not particularly wish for me to have peace. He lifted his hand, and a rustling resonance emanated from the depths of the hive. Countless insects surged from all directions, converging into a black torrent, awaiting his command. I know you have all been starving. Rest assured, I will allow you to feast to satiety immediately. Aburaim Shursui placated the insect swarm, gathering them all into his sleeves. With another turn, he had already changed into black attire, his hair instantly shifted to black, and those long-absent dark sunglasses were donned upon his face once more. Several days later, within the capital of the Land of Fire, overnight, the residences of all nobles, merchants, and wealthy households became completely vacant. Regardless of whether it was people or property, they were entirely plundered. It was as if a deity had deployed a supreme supernatural ability, causing them to vanish instantaneously. Furthermore, during that night, not a single soul discovered any abnormal phenomenon. The singular variation was that during that night, many individuals felt they slept deeply and soundly. The daimyo and nobles of the most powerful nation had all vanished, throwing the shinobi world into instantaneous uproar. When the intelligence reached Konoha, only a single line of script remained within the daimyo's estate. It is best not to abandon your baseline, nor to make me abandon mine. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 146, Terrified Nobles, Chaotic Land of Fire. 1467 words. Overnight, within the capital of the Land of Fire, all the wealthy people, including the servants and slaves of their households, vanished completely. This matter very quickly spread. When the news leaked, the ones to respond were the capitals of the other four great nations. Inside the daimyo mansion of the Land of Wind, late at night. Assemble all guardian ninjas, immediately. The daimyo of the Land of Wind held the secret intelligence report he had just received, his fingers trembling slightly. Tell the third Kazekage that from this day onward, he must personally sit in garrison at the daimyo mansion. Double the funding, no, triple it. Similar scenes played out successively at the same moment within the daimyo mansions of the Land of Lightning, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Water. Over these years, have we relied a bit too heavily on ninjas? The daimyo of the Land of Earth muttered to himself, facing the empty palace. If that mysterious person wants to make a move against us. He did not dare to continue thinking down that line. Early the next morning, a transfer order for reinforcing ninjas was dispatched to Iwagakure, with attached conditions. The funding would be doubled and resources would be supplied with absolute priority. Meanwhile, within the Land of Fire, panic spread in a completely different form. Outside the capital, in the major cities, those nobles who were fortunate enough to escape the disaster ultimately fell into a state of self-panic and doubt after their initial shock. They wondered if some powerful ninja was deliberately targeting their Land of Fire daimyo lineage, because every clan present was more or less related to the daimyo mansion by blood. No, it's not safe here. Quick, pack up our things, we are going to Konoha. Only there is safe. But our properties and businesses. If our lives are gone, what do we want properties for? Consequently, the various roads leading toward Konoha village suddenly became jammed with magnificent carriages. Dragging along their families while bringing all the wealth they could carry, the nobles surged toward that ninja village they rarely set foot in during normal times. The front gates of Konoha village became busier than ever before. Looking at the long, dragon-like queue of carriages before him, the expressions on the guarding Chunin's face shifted from astonishment to absolute numbness. He had never imagined that a day would come when those noble lords, who usually held themselves high and mighty, would use such a humble posture to beg for entry into the village. Please let me in, I have money. I am the nephew of the daimyo's distant cousin. I demand to see the third Hokage. I beg of you, my son is only 3 years old, he's still just a child. The guards looked at each other in mutual dismay. The orders they had received were to settle people as much as possible, but no one had told them how to settle things when the entire nobility of the Land of Fire came pouring in. 3 days later, not a single empty room could be found within Konoha village. Temporary tents were pitched along both sides of the streets, and even though the prices of inns had skyrocketed tenfold, a single room remained entirely impossible to find. Those nobles who were usually pampered and lived in luxury had no choice but to squeeze into narrow, cramped spaces, living as neighbors to commoners. This is simply a disaster. Kohari Yuditane looked at the report in her hands, her brows locked in a tight frown. Public security issues, resource supply issues, sanitation issues, if this keeps up, our own village will spiral into chaos before an enemy even makes a move. Dispatch ninjas, Hiruzen Sarutobi said in a deep voice. Using the village as the center, establish temporary settlement points outward. Tell them that Konoha will protect their safety, but they must obey management. But Hamura Mitokado hesitated to speak. Among these people, there are quite a few who are of the daimyo's direct bloodline. In case Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a sigh. He knew what his old friend was worried about. Those nobles normally wouldn't even look a ninja straight in the eye, yet now they had to rely on the protection of ninjas. This kind of shift would inevitably be accompanied by a redistribution of power. But at this moment, he had no peace of mind to consider such things. Execute it. The chaos persisted for a whole month. During this month, because various places in the Land of Fire had lost their administrators, riots of varying degrees erupted. Bandits ran rampant, and scrupulous merchants hoarded goods to corner the market, and the common people overflowed with grievances. It was only when Konoha's ninja squads arrived in various areas and suppressed the most severe riots with thunderous methods that the situation gradually stabilized. Fortunately, within this 1-month timeframe, no similar incidents occurred anywhere else in the ninja world, and people finally snapped back to reality. Perhaps this strike was merely a warning directed at Konoha. At this point, the tightly strung nerves of the various national daimyos relaxed slightly. However, after suppressing all their fear, what turned around from inside them was an ultimate, burning rage. The next day, the daimyos of the 4 great nations jointly issued a document, bitterly denouncing Konoha's Danzo Shimura for acting recklessly and breaking the boundary between ninjas and ordinary people, which had ultimately triggered the punishment of the heavenly god, plunging the land of fire into chaos and disaster. They began to point fingers and strongly demanded that the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, rapidly punish the lawbreaker. That's right, they demanded that Hiruzen Sarutobi punish Danzo Shimura. As for who exactly had made the move, they didn't mention it at all, and there weren't even any tracking orders or bounties regarding the mysterious person on the black market. It was mainly because he was too mysterious. His strike left absolutely no traces, naturally giving people the impression of being untouchable and unprovocable. Therefore, they could only redirect their anger and the terror in their hearts onto the person who could be seen and touched, the one who had ultimately triggered the disaster. Facing the pressure from all sides, Hiruzen Sarutobi could only lower his head in the end. Still following his usual routine, he stripped Danzo Shimura of all his official positions, confined him to his home, and responded to the outside world, stating that he had already given Danzo Shimura his deserved punishment and that this incident was concluded. The tone of the written response was exceedingly humble. The daimyos of various countries originally wanted to continue their condemnation, even thinking about forcing him to execute Danzo Shimura. Fortunately, however, their aid mansions and think tanks were still present, and coupled with the fact that they weren't high officials or daimyos within the land of fire to begin with, their previous condemnation was already an overstepping of boundaries. Now that Hiruzen Sarutobi had acted sufficiently humble, if they continued to force his hand, it would very likely cause negative consequences. Yet the vigilance of all the nobles and officials toward ninjas never truly vanished. After Konoha's ninjas went to various places in the land of fire to suppress the rebellions, the minor nobles and local officials in various areas actually entered a state of slight slacking and striking. They gathered a messy jumble of trivial, feather-brained matters together with urgent, major affairs that required immediate handling, dumping them all onto the ninjas who came to execute the missions. A small portion of these ninjas possessed the capability to handle these matters, but the vast majority of ninjas were driven to annoyance and headaches by these thick files and chaotic issues. In fact, over 90% of the ninjas couldn't do the job well at all. In the end, they could only relinquish power, handing the administrative affairs back to the officials while they themselves only remained responsible for suppressing rebellions. Many ninjas scratched their heads and wondered when they could return to Konoha. And this was precisely the method of the nobility. They wanted to establish an absolute authority for themselves, that they were irreplaceable, that they could not be superseded, and that without them, the world of ordinary people would be entirely unable to function. In fact, after they took back the reins, these minor officials maintained a tacit understanding, handling affairs even better, more fairly, and more justly than they ever had in the past. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 147, Danzo's Great Ambition. 1,303 words. Previous chapter has been fixed. At the same time, a strange phenomenon appeared across the country. For the first time, local grassroots officials collectively began doing real work for the civilians. Various facility upgrades and pro-people policies were rapidly carried out. The efficiency was more than 10 times higher than before. Of course, over the past month, various taxes collected also fell into these people's pockets. However, they did not embezzle the money, instead, they used it for local construction. A few days later, they only relaxed once some of the shinobi began to withdraw. Konoha Village, Hokage's office. For 2 months, the lights in this office had never gone out before midnight. Currently, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the primary seat, with Konoha's Jonin representatives sitting on both sides. Everyone's face was filled with exhaustion, but the seriousness in their eyes was even greater than their fatigue. I have summoned you all today for 3 matters. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was hoarse, yet he maintained the steadiness expected of a Hokage. First, how to settle those nobles, second, how to restore order to the land of fire, and third, who exactly was it that acted that night? Silence. No one could answer the third question. That mysterious person was like a ghost, coming and going without a trace, leaving no clues behind. The only clue was the line of text left in the empty daimyo's estate: "It is best not to abandon your baseline, nor to make me abandon mine." Everyone had read this sentence countless times, yet they still could not determine who it pointed to. Could it be the land of rain? A Jonin spoke tentatively. After all, the incident at the border earlier. Impossible, another person immediately countered. If Hanzo of the Salamander had this kind of strength, the result of the ninja war back then would not have been what it was. Moreover, he has always worked alone. He can't mobilize such a massive force to make an entire capital disappear overnight. Then the land of waterfalls. It is said their leader, Naruto, was extremely angry at the time. Having strength and acting secretly are 2 different things. We know the strength of Takigakure very well. The discussion fell into a deadlock. They guessed every great expert in the shinobi world, but no one thought of rogue ninjas, and no one thought of Aburame Shursui. Because he acted too secretly, up until now, no one knew his true strength. In fact, aside from Orochimaru seeing him act once 2 years ago, no other outsider had seen him take action since. Even his own people had never seen what it looked like when Aburame Shursui went all out. At that moment, the meeting room door was roughly pushed open. Shimura Danzo strode in, with root ninjas following closely behind, confronting the umbu guarding the door. "Danzo, this is not a place you should be," Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up and scolded in a low voice. Shimura Danzo did not care about the expression on his old friend's face at all. Instead, he said with great excitement, "Hiruzen, can't you see? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." He walked to the center of the conference table, and looked around at the Jonin present. Over these past months, Konoha has sent ninjas to comfort the people and restore order, winning widespread support. Those nobles are now squeezed into our village, relying on our protection. The land of fire has no daimyo. Without a daimyo, there is Northwest Imperial Court and no managers. We can completely choose a puppet from among the survivors to take the throne. From then on, the resources of the land of fire will be controlled by us. Konoha will never have to worry about funding again. Shimura Danzo spoke very bluntly. There was no respect in his eyes, only a burning desire for the profits to be seized after making the daimyo a figurehead. How could the other Jonin not understand? But not one person reacted. Their silence was, in fact, a silent agreement. "Danzo, do you know how much energy Konoha would have to spend to do this? Setting aside how many people are needed to manage a country, and whether Konoha can handle it, the most important thing is that wealth is in the hands of nobles and big merchants, and running a country requires continuous resources." Shimura Danzo was not polite, hiding none of his ambition, then establish taxes. What the daimyo can do, we can also do, and even do better. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. No one will agree, and no one will be willing to pay taxes to ninjas. This has been the consensus of the shinobi world for thousands of years. Besides, we are just ninjas. Performing missions, earning commissions, and protecting the country when necessary, that is our duty. Pedantic. Hiruzen, you are too pedantic. A great opportunity is right in front of you, yet you don't know how to take it. Since you won't do it, then let me do it. Sighed Danzo, do you still not admit your mistake? It was you who broke the boundary between ordinary people and ninjas in the first place, bringing about this disaster and causing such a big mess. Now you still want to bring this fire onto Konoha. It seems you are no longer fit to serve as the Hokage's assistant. Take Danzo away and keep him under strict watch. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of Umbu ninjas appeared from the shadows. They had been lying in wait. They swarmed forward and immediately restrained Danzo. Even the root ninjas behind him, who tried to resist, were instantly injured and taken down. These Umbu were elites among the Jonin, and their strength far exceeded the ordinary. Danzo stopped arguing with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and could only be taken away to be locked in the prison directly under the Hokage. Before leaving, he did not forget to look back and say, "You will regret this, Hiruzen." Sarutobi Hiruzen, I am the Hokage. Danzo, I cannot let you keep making mistakes. Facing such a huge profit, how could Sarutobi Hiruzen not know it was there? But some things cannot be touched or done. Once done publicly, Konoha would become the enemy of the entire shinobi world and a target for everyone. Moreover, the Konoha ninjas, would become the blades in the hands of that mysterious ninja. Hiruzen knew clearly, since the opponent could easily slaughter the daimyo and nobles, he had no respect for them, nor for the traditions of the shinobi world. That person could do it, but Konoha could not. Otherwise, there would be no difference between them. Once ninjas lose their principles, the world will become hell. In the end, they would find that their power could easily enslave ordinary people. Everything they wanted, money, power, beauty, could be obtained through the power in their hands. That would be the most terrifying disaster. With Shimura Danzo removed from office and investigated, within just a few days, congratulatory letters from the daimyos of the other four great nations arrived at Konoha one after another. They stated, "The third Hokage has handled this appropriately, it is truly a wise move. This person broke the rules of the shinobi world and deserves strict punishment. We hope the Hokage will select a new daimyo for the Land of Fire as soon as possible. The candidate must be fair and show no favoritism." In fact, the praise in the beginning was useless, the last point was the real focus. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 148, The Selection of the Daimyo finalized. 1402 words. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the letters before him, his face filled with a bitter smile. Every single one of those daimyos was reminding him to show no favoritism. In truth, who among them was not secretly pushing for their own preferred candidate? Among the so-called surviving heirs of the daimyo, very few actually possessed direct royal blood. Most were merely lateral branches of previous daimyos, or even distant relatives with barely any connection. Standing behind them were the daimyos of the Land of Wind, the Land of Earth, the Land of Lightning, and the Land of Water, alongside several powerful clans within the Land of Fire itself. "Hokage-sama, what should we do?" Nara Lui asked. He was the newly appointed acting clan head. He was not strong, and his intellect was relatively average within his clan. In truth, he had been pushed forward by his family to take the heat. "We do nothing," Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. "It is not wise for us to get involved in this matter. Let them compete and strive for it using their own abilities." "But, Louis, we are just ninjas, we only need to do our duty well. Notify the ninjas across the country to return as soon as possible if they haven't already. Dealing with the tedious matters of politics will only dull our resolve. We are ninjas, we must still focus on missions and prioritize strength." He paused before continuing, "Our primary mission is to protect the country and prevent massive chaos. That is all. Now, we will show them through our actions." Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice carried exhaustion. "Before the new daimyo is chosen, we will completely withdraw. This is the rule and it is the baseline." The selection of the new daimyo lasted for over a month. Various factions fought openly and secretly, forming alliances and rivalries, putting on massive dramas right under Konoha's nose. The only saving grace was that everyone adhered to an unwritten rule: no utilizing ninjas for assassinations. The reasoning provided was that ninjas must not interfere in mortal affairs, or they will invite the condemnation of the heavens. Indeed, the collective disappearance of the daimyo's estate, the nobility, and the wealthy merchants had already been branded as divine retribution. It was viewed as a punishment sent down by the gods because ninjas had interfered in the daimyo's affairs. As for the actual truth, everyone knew it, yet the baseline civilians believed it without a doubt. Even some nobles and merchants who believed firmly in the gods fell for it. The daimyo and the nobility were descendants of the gods, the spokespersons of the heavens in the mortal world. Mortals should revere them, and ninjas should not touch them. Some among the civilians asked, why did the heavens punish the daimyo instead of ordinary people, let alone ninjas? Did such an argument not contradict itself? However, the civilians who raised such questions quickly vanished without a trace. The struggle among the Land of Fire's daimyo candidates was actually no less brutal than the conflicts between ninjas. In fact, it was even more ruthless. A single mistake meant the execution of one's entire clan and estate, leaving not even a child behind. Each candidate constantly worked tirelessly within their respective jurisdictions, doing everything possible to prove their legitimacy. They even cast aside their pride to grow close to, care for, and win over the ordinary people they had previously disdained, all to secure greater support. The true chaos of the Land of Fire officially commenced from this very moment. As for the so-called Konoha funding, that would have to wait until the daimyo was completely confirmed before it could be dispersed. Meanwhile, the other great nations and great ninja villages merely sat quietly on the sidelines watching the show, while each ninja village secretly accelerated its own development. They seized the opportunity to snatch a massive volume of missions that originally belonged to Konoha. They understood clearly that such opportunities were rare. Once the Land of Fire's daimyo was confirmed and local chaos was restored, Konoha village would return to its dominant position. For a time, the entire shinobi world, both ninjas and nobles alike, fell into a state of near-frenzied internal competition. While the various candidates in the Land of Fire fought for power and profit, Ida-Ruji, located far away, sent a letter to Aburame Shursui. The content of the letter stated that the 6 great families of the Bounty Exchange wished to establish a partnership with them to back a candidate of their choice for the Land of Fire's daimyo. Ida-Ruji inquired whether they needed to make a move and work with the 6 great families to push their own daimyo into power. Shursui, who had been continuously conducting his experiments, shook his head upon reading the letter and replied, "No need to pay it any mind." The relationship between the nobility of the Land of Fire and the ninjas was intricately intertwined. The reason the 6 great families could endure for thousands of years was that they sat in the shadows. The moment they tried to step into the light, what awaited them would be absolute destruction. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, Shursui actually wanted to see what it would look like if ninjas took control of political power. Unfortunately, it was fundamentally impossible to realize, especially in the Land of Fire. Even if the ninjas of Konoha wanted to, the other great nations would never permit it. Furthermore, if Sarutobi Hiruzen truly possessed that kind of resolve, he would not have relied so heavily on the shinobi clans in the first place. The daimyos of the great nations would also certainly keep a strict watch on Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time, never allowing him to meddle in any political affairs or taxation. This was the tacit understanding among the daimyos, and the shared consensus of the aristocratic class in the shinobi world. In their eyes, ninjas were only fit to serve as muscle, tools to be manipulated in their hands. They must never be allowed to realize that there were things they could actually control, or tasks they were equally capable of managing. The daimyo and the nobility were supreme. Governing a country's political power required far too many variables to consider, whereas ninjas only needed to cultivate their ninjutsu and elevate their strength. That was the righteous path. Several months later, the turmoil in the Land of Fire finally came to an end. Ultimately, a remote noble with almost no backing or background was pushed forward as the new daimyo. His singular advantage was that he was acceptable to all factions. In other words, no faction was fully satisfied, but none strongly opposed him either. Of course, this daimyo was not entirely without a background. He possessed the bloodline of previous daimyos, and was simultaneously a descendant trained by the civilian, merchant, and political branches of the Senju clan. With the blessing of these two noble bloodlines, alongside the backing of the non-shinobi Senju population, the new daimyo's position was completely secure. He was not a puppet of any faction, nor did he allow the Konoha ninjas to touch their political authority. The daimyos of the other nations were highly satisfied with this outcome. That was enough. Once the news spread, congratulatory letters from the daimyos of the four great nations arrived once more, highly praising Sarutobi Hiruzen's fairness in their wording. But anyone could see that those were merely superficial pleasantries. What truly mattered was that Konoha had once again been marginalized in the political affairs of the Land of Fire. Inside the dungeon, Shimura Danzo sat rigidly in his cell. He watched as the door swung wide open and Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly walked inside. Sarutobi, you were the one in the wrong this time. You missed the only true, great opportunity. Danzo, your ambition is too grand. You never considered what kind of consequences your actions would bring upon Konoha. Heh, I don't know about that. I only know that doing so would have made Konoha stronger. Hiruzen, what exactly was it that ground away the courage inside you? The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 149, since that is the case, let us redefine shinobi clans. 1,399 words. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not reply. He merely looked at him quietly and finally informed him, I have temporarily handed over management of Root's authority to Orochimaru. Reflect on your actions properly here. After saying this, he turned and left. Perhaps years later, he would come here again to release Shimura Danzo from his confinement, but in any case, it would not be now. As for the position of Hokage, he admitted that he was indeed not a qualified leader. Perhaps his great ambition had already ground away ever since he realized he was not as powerful as the first Hokage, nor did he possess the unyielding methods of the second. Hiruzen, you cannot treat me like this. You will definitely regret this. Realizing that his power had been completely stripped away, Shimura Danzo could no longer control himself, and began to pound violently on the prison door. Yet the only response he received was the heavy thud of a closing door, followed by an empty cell. After Danzo was locked away, Konoha temporarily regained its calm, and Root ninjas were rarely seen. As for the authority to manage Root, it was temporarily taken over by Orochimaru. Unfortunately, as Danzo remained alive, Orochimaru's management would only remain superficial. He could never touch the core control parameters. However, Orochimaru did not care. He was already deeply immersed in his own research, doing nothing but experiments day after day. In particular, his study of wood style and Hashirama's cells had gradually entered a state of frenzy. A few days prior, he had also heard about the overnight disappearance of the daimyo's estate. However, he quickly figured out who had taken action. Who else in this world besides Aburame Shursui could use such a unique hypnotic genjutsu to quietly carry away a city of nobles and empty their entire family fortunes? Power is truly ridiculous, and the lives of ordinary people are truly fragile and brief. Shursui-kun, have you, like me, already set foot on the path to exploring the true meaning of life? Orochimaru licked his lips, muttered to himself, and continued to busy himself in the Root laboratory. Now he was no longer restricted by resources, at least on the surface. He had seized control of Root's finances. On the other side is the Hokage office building. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat alone in his office. On the scroll before him was a draft he had drawn up for the establishment of the Elder Council. 6 elders, 3 to be selected from among the established shinobi clans, and 3 to be chosen from among the civilian-born ninjas. This was his attempt to build a new balance in the post-Danzo era. It would both absorb the strength of the shinobi clans and open an upward pathway for civilian ninjas, thereby diluting the overly concentrated power of the old advisors and making decision-making more diverse. Although the original intention was good, execution was exceptionally difficult, getting completely stuck on the very first step. There were plenty of distinguished individuals among the civilian ninjas, but when it came to seniority, reputation, and the political mind and skill required to sit as equals with representatives of veteran shinobi clans, it was surprisingly difficult to gather 3 people. If he selected candidates with insufficient seniority and strength, they would easily be suppressed by the shinobi clans, which left him in a dilemma. At that moment, a knock sounded on the office door. Yuditane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura, the 2 advisors, entered side by side, both looking rather displeased. Hiruzen, was the handling of Danzo's matter a bit too harsh? Yuditane Koharu spoke first, her tone carrying reproach. Even if he had 1,000 faults, his original intention was for the sake of Konoha. Having been confined for these days, the purpose of punishment has been achieved. Right now, the village is in a turbulent period and in need of personnel. Shouldn't you consider? Koharu is right, Mitokado Hamura chimed in, clearing his throat. We have worked together for decades, weathering all kinds of storms. Danzo may be radical, but like us, he is a comrade who watched Konoha be built and grow. We also share responsibility for failing to supervise his mistakes properly. But continuous confinement is not the solution. Releasing him under constraints to let him make amends for his errors would be more beneficial to the village. They spoke with earnest words, even bringing up their old wartime camaraderie. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened in silence, his fingertips lightly tapping the desk. He understood that the request to release Danzo was merely a surface pretext. The true core issue was that his decision to form the Elder Council and abolish the old Hokage advisor system had substantially touched their core authority. In the past, the 3 of them formed the highest decision-making circle. Now it was to be expanded to 6 people, with no mention of their positions, and half might even come from civilian backgrounds. This meant their political weight would be heavily diluted. Without Danzo constantly opposing them and drawing fire, they only now realized how powerless they were when facing the 3rd Hokage alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes sweeping over his 2 old friends and colleagues. My mind is made up regarding Danzo's matter. What he touched was not just a rule but a baseline. As for the establishment of the Elder Council, it is for the future of Konoha, so that more voices can be heard and decisions can be more thorough. This matter will not be changed. Hearing this, Yuditane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura's hearts instantly sank. They had not expected Sarutobi Hiruzen to show so little regard for their feelings. The atmosphere in the office dropped to a freezing point. The 2 advisors finally left with ash-pale faces. They knew that conventional opposition was no longer effective, and they had to find another way. After they departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long sigh. My 2 old friends, so even you cannot let go of power. This thing truly can corrode human hearts. However, the game of power never ceased. A few days later, the 2 advisors requested an audience once more, this time bringing a carefully prepared scroll. Hiruzen, regarding the concept of selecting Elder Council members from shinobi clans and civilians, we have reflected on it deeply and believe that the definition of a shinobi clan may need to be clarified anew. The definition of a shinobi clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. This brand new terminology actually made him question his reality. How else could a shinobi clan be defined? Mitokado Hamura unrolled the scroll and adjusted his glasses with the scrutiny of a scholar. The composition of Konoha's so-called shinobi clans today is quite complex. Many are family groups that gradually formed over the recent decades simply because their members possessed ninja talent, learned ninjutsu, and passed it down. This type of shinobi clan is replicable. Strictly speaking, they are more like ninja families rather than authentic shinobi clans with long histories and unique foundations. Yuditane Koharu continued, we believe that a true shinobi clan should possess core traits that are impossible or extremely difficult to replicate. Therefore, we have drafted 3 criteria. A family must meet at least one to be recognized as a shinobi clan. After they finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked down at the document. Written on the scroll was the draft proposal for Konoha Shinobi Clan Recognition Standards. Bloodline Limit Inheritance. The family must possess a stably inherited bloodline limit, which must be jointly verified and confirmed by the medical department and the sealing corps for its inheritance stability. Unique Secret Technique Inheritance. The family must possess a unique family secret technique that cannot be replicated or widely learned by outsiders. Comprehensive Strength Baseline. If neither of the above is met, the family must simultaneously satisfy two conditions: possessing 2 or more active jonin, and maintaining no fewer than 50 family ninjas registered on active duty in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the scroll for a long time. It was a novel definition, yet it was entirely within the bounds of reason. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 150, Konoha's 9 clans and class solidification. 1,551 words. This might actually resolve the current dilemma. In a certain sense, Konoha did not require too many shinobi clans. The second Hokage had once advocated for the vigorous development of civilian ninjas to concentrate power more effectively, benefiting Konoha's future. Redefining the shinobi clans was precisely a disguised way to increase the number of civilian ninjas, and the puzzle that had troubled him for several days could perhaps be solved along with it. After pondering for a short moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately nodded and said, "The standards can be discussed. In the names of you two, first distribute this draft proposal to the various clan representatives and the Jonin Council to seek their opinions." He did not fully agree, but permitting it to enter the discussion process was already a form of silent approval in itself. The two advisors exchanged a glance, knowing inside that the matter had taken a turn for the better. As for their own two families, their active ninjas were fewer than 50, and the only authentic Jonin were the two of them, with the rest being merely Tokubetsu Jonin, who did not count toward the total. Therefore, the Mitokado clan was not a shinobi clan, nor was the Yutane clan a shinobi clan. They were merely ninja families among the civilians. To ensure absolute certainty, they would also surrender a portion of their family inheritance techniques, for example, the Mitokado clan's ninja tool sealing, and a portion of the Yutane clan's sealing and medical ninjutsu. The power of these formulas had already fallen behind the times, so surrendering them, or not, bore little impact on their families. What they wanted, precisely, was to secure the title of civilian ninja, to make it convenient to compete for the positions of the new elders. Not long after, this draft proposal for the new definition of shinobi clans circulated within a small circle in the name of the advisor office, quickly causing a massive uproar. Those small and medium-sized shinobi clans who were blocked outside the gates by the new standards were the first to explode with rage. Inside the meeting room, the clan representatives were absolutely furious. What is the meaning of this? Our Kurama clan has been passed down for centuries, yet we don't count as a shinobi clan. Kohara stepped forward in a hurry to placate them. Clan head Kurama, please calm down. First, your bloodline limit inheritance is not stable. Second, your clan's genjutsu is not entirely impossible to replicate. Of course, if your clan can cultivate 2 jonin within the designated timeframe, and have over 50 ninjas serving in Konoha, you can still be counted as a shinobi clan. The old Kurama clan head was driven to a cynical laugh. It was not that becoming a civilian ninja was inherently bad, on the contrary, one could even receive a portion of the benefits allotted to civilian ninjas. But a shinobi clan could not be insulted, and family glory could not be insulted. He would not permit anyone to define the Kurama clan. I see no purpose in continuing this meeting. Clan head Kurama was the first to stand up, slamming the door as he departed, failing to give the third Hokage a shred of face. As for surrendering 50 family ninjas, among whom 2 must pass the Jonin assessment, this was also nothing less than Konoha's disguised method of forcing the shinobi clans to contribute their strength. The crowd had also not expected the current head of the Kurama family to be so courageous. This was clearly a good event on paper, as long as one cast aside their pride. there was an opportunity to compete for the remaining 3 elder positions. Thus, sometimes they forgot that for certain families, glory was more vital than life itself. So-called rights and so-called benefits could not match the pride held in their hearts. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not display much reaction, merely letting out a slight sigh. In terms of strength, the current elder of the Kurama family was qualified to hold an elder position, but unfortunately, he had abandoned it. The Kurama clan head's departure did not hinder the progress of the meeting. Those large clans whose metrics met the criteria across all aspects kept themselves completely detached from the issue. After all, this initiative was targeted precisely at those families stuck in the middle. To Jonin, 50 active ninjas. What a joke. Our family's population is not flourishing, but every generation produces elite Jonin, and our mission completion rate is among the top of the village. This doesn't count as a shinobi clan. The head of the Gecko clan also laughed, but it was more out of a chilling sensation in his heart. He looked at the third Hokage, and then at the 4 elders who had already been predetermined, the young Uchiha Fugaku, the young Hyuga Hayashi, and Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu, who had been redefined as civilians. One could only say, the Konoha higher-ups, you have played your cards beautifully. The promises to reward people according to their merits had turned out to be entirely empty words by now. I never expected that a day would come when we too would be reduced to civilians. Since that is the case, we have no qualifications to participate in this meeting either. Hokage-sama, I am old and can no longer fight. I return this Konoha forehead protector to you. This old man is retiring to go back and raise his grandson. Jonin Gecko. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, still wishing to urge him to stay. In truth, you still have an opportunity to compete. There is no need. The old Gecko Jonin waved his hand, his expression tranquil. Let us preserve a bit of dignity, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The reaction of the civilian ninjas was even more complex. A portion of them saw through the inner mechanisms of the maneuver, and their hearts grew increasingly sorrowful. They discovered that their prior efforts seemed to have entirely become a joke. Ultimately, the other 2 elders were also selected. The Akimichi clan, who had originally been predetermined, was replaced by the Nara clan, with a very senior elder from the clan assuming the position. However, this bore no major consequence. The Ino Shikacho were originally of one family, so it mattered little who took the position. Yet the selection for the final civilian ninja position was rather intriguing, Mitarashi Shinji. Mentioning his name might mean no one recognized him, but he had a granddaughter named Mitarashi Anko. The Mitarashi family was currently also counted as civilian ninjas, because they did not match a single one of the 3 criteria mentioned above. Coupled with the fact that they were a family that had risen during the late Warring States period, it was entirely reasonable for them to be defined as a ninja family. With the elder positions finalized, the various civilian jonin endured their tempers as they left the venue. They had promised to give opportunities to civilians, yet the result was using a single rule to block the upward path of the true bottom layer even more tightly. In the future, if all family secret techniques were thoroughly researched and understood, would those families also no longer count as shinobi clans? Then what exactly was a shinobi clan? There was no alternative, for they were the ones who held the right to speak, and the right to define. Accompanying the finalization of the Elder Council candidates, the new shinobi clans were also redefined. A new shift occurred in the structure of Konoha, mapping out the Konoha shinobi clans. The 2 noble houses, Hyuga, Uchiha. The 5 secret techniques, Ino Shikacho, Aburame, Inazuka. The quantitative baseline clans, the Shimura clan and the Sarutobi clan, whose status was determined by ninja numbers. A total of 9 clans. In truth, there was an invisible 10th clan, which was the Kurama clan, that consistently refused to recognize this division. Their family crest still hung high, but the family ninjas and the family residential compounds were kicked out of the core circle together. Far away in the land of snow, Aburame Shursui was inside his laboratory. When he learned of this piece of intelligence, he was also startled by Konoha's absurd operational maneuvers. He had not anticipated that after Shimura Danzo was locked away, Konoha still possessed this kind of expert in political manipulation. Continue the research, he soliloquized, donning his rubber gloves once more. Senjutsu, genetics, ancient viruses, these are the real matters at hand. In truth, once a person's strength scaled to a certain degree, they would think of another matter, which was to extend the duration of their own existence, meaning their lifespan, as much as possible. Inside Konoha village, the clamor gradually settled down. The new daimyo had already succeeded to the throne, and the order of the Land of Fire was recovering. Everything appeared to return to the correct track. But everyone knew that certain things had been completely changed. The baseline, what exactly was it? Perhaps no one could truly state it clearly. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 151, The Calm Shinobi World and the Recent Status of the Sannin. 1,411 words. Year 40, Root Base. The pathways that were once perfectly orderly now drifted with an air of decay. Half of the torches along the walls had burnt out, and suppressed, low growls emanated from the depths of the corridors. 2 masked Root members hurried past. One of them paused his steps marginally, tilting his head to listen. Another test subject. Leave it. Lord Orochimaru issued orders that no one is to approach Sector B7 without a direct summons. The first Root ninja's voice was calm, yet a flash of unease flitted through his eyes beneath his mask. He was a newly joined member, selected with absolute care according to the orders of the Shimura clan before entering Root. Their directive was to assist Elder Danzo in maintaining stability within Root, and to prevent Orochimaru from usurping power. Yet across these past months, aside from demanding resources from them, Orochimaru had never meddled in Root's internal affairs. They were highly surprised, and the elders of the Shimura family were even more startled and suspicious, unable to divine what Orochimaru was planning. Aside from that, the original ninjas of Root possessed almost zero fear. These external newcomers remained completely incompatible with the environment, feeling nothing but a suffocating pressure. If possible, I truly do not wish to execute this type of surveillance mission, the young ninja complained internally, his body shivering slightly. The two left with hurried steps, their footfalls echoing through the vacant corridors. Sector B7, the deepest laboratory. Orochimaru stood before a cultivation pod, his golden snake-like pupils fixed upon an infant floating inside the tank. The child was roughly 3 to 4 months old, its skin pale, with faint wood-like patterns visibly spreading along its blood vessels near the chest. Inside the cultivation fluid, a few slender saplings were slowly growing from the infant's fingertips, only to slowly wither and regenerate under the soaking of the nutrient solution. The vitality is still declining, Orochimaru soliloquized, his voice raspy. The rejection reaction of Hashirama's cells is more intense than anticipated. On the laboratory bench behind him, dozens of experimental logs lay scattered. From the beginning of this year, Orochimaru had set to work researching the wood-style cell experiments. Across a 1-year window, over 70% of Root's resources had been funneled here by Orochimaru under the pretext of urgent research. Cell samples of the first Hokage, Uchiha Sharingan recovered from the battlefield, and corpses of bloodline limit users collected from various nations, everything was poured into this bottomless pit. The wood-style experiment was merely a cover on the surface, the authentic core lay elsewhere. At that moment, a Root ninja walked in and stated, "Lord Orochimaru. This is the 3rd financial spreadsheet of this month, alongside petition letters from several Root cadres." Lord Orochimaru. "Leave it there," Orochimaru replied without turning his head, failing to mention Danzo in the slightest. The researcher placed a scroll upon a shelf near the door. The shelf already held a pile of scrolls reaching half a man's height, all filled with interrogations, commands, and ultimatums sent by Shimura Danzo from his place of house arrest. Orochimaru had not replied to a single one. In name, Root still operated as Danzo's faction, however, using the pretext of temporary management, Orochimaru had refashioned Root into a pure research facility. The intelligence network was paralyzed, assassination missions were backlogged, and external communications were almost entirely severed. The root of Konoha, which had once caused the shinobi world to tremble at its name, was currently nothing but an empty shell. The root ninja hesitated for a brief moment. In addition, the Hokage sent someone to inquire regarding the progress report of the wood-style experiment. Tell him everything is proceeding smoothly. Orochimaru finally turned around, the corners of his mouth arching into a cold curve. The fusion rate between the first cells and the test subject is exceptionally high. It is estimated that real combat testing can be conducted next year. Yes. The researcher bowed his head and withdrew. After the door closed, Orochimaru walked to the wall on the other side of the laboratory, forming hand signs to unravel a triple layer of seals. The wall slid open to both flanks, exposing a hidden secret chamber. The secret chamber contained no experimental equipment, holding only a stone platform. Upon the stone platform lay a pale physical frame. Orochimaru had deployed every single method known to the shinobi world, repeated blood transfusions and cell replacements, yet he had failed to make the lifespan of this frame scale to the baseline he desired. The limit of cells. Orochimaru caressed the cheek of that frame, his pupils filled with disappointment. A physical body will ultimately age and decay. The vitality provided by Hashirama's cells is nothing more than a postponement of this process. Precisely so, what Orochimaru valued had never been the practicality of wood style, but its massive, unyielding vitality. He had theorized that extracting this vitality would allow him to extend his lifespan, yet the facts proved this was not the case. Between vitality and lifespan, there existed zero intrinsic connection. He let out a sigh and activated the incineration furnace, destroying this test subject. Following that, he walked over to another bookshelf, where an ancient bamboo scroll rested, Ryuchi Cave Inheritance, 8 Branches Technique. 3 months prior, he had knelt for 7 days and 7 nights before the altar in the deepest sector of Ryuchi Cave, finally securing this forbidden technique from the White Snake Sage. It was not the complete version, as the White Snake Sage had withheld certain parts, but possessing the core principles was sufficient. Discarding the human form, shaping the soul into the 8-headed serpent to endure, no, this technique itself might be flawed. However, the soul is a domain I have yet to set foot in. It appears a massive volume of materials will be required again. Ordinary materials are fundamentally insufficient. Orochimaru's pupils flickered. At that moment, the crying of an infant suddenly echoed from outside the door. Orochimaru frowned, returning to the primary laboratory. Inside the cultivation pod, the infant designated as Kino was struggling violently, the wood-like patterns on its chest spreading rapidly, nearly covering half its body. The cultivation fluid began to boil, and dense root systems grew frantically from inside the infant's body, instantly filling the entire cultivation tank. Has it lost control? Orochimaru formed hand signs expressionlessly, depressing a button on the control console. Beneath the cultivation pod, dozens of conduits simultaneously sprayed a pale green fluid. It was an inhibitor formulated using a diluted solution of Hashirama's cells. The growth rate of the roots slowed down, and the infant's struggles gradually grew faint, ultimately sinking to the bottom of the tank, leaving only a weak rising and falling of its chest. He had originally theorized that this would be another deformed corpse overgrown with roots. He had not expected that wood-style test subject Kino would actually survive. The wood-style experiment was a success. But Orochimaru no longer cared. Wood-style was merely a process, not the destination. What he required was not recreating the power of the first Hokage, but understanding the true essence of life. The child was still crying, making him somewhat annoyed. However, the moment he walked up to the infant, the crying suddenly halted, and the child even flashed a smile at him. Orochimaru's body froze. His face remained cold, yet the expression in his eyes softened considerably. Child, life. He carefully reached out a hand to touch the infant and subsequently lifted the baby out of the cultivation capsule. A smile emerged on his face. Since you like me this much, from this day forward, you shall be my disciple. Speaking of which, after the clan recognition concluded, the old man also asked me to select a disciple. Supposedly, she is the granddaughter of a certain elder and is only a child. Orochimaru set the child down, slowly walking out of the laboratory. He reined in the aura surrounding his body, shifting his face to another expression. Since he was to take on a student, he had to match the aura expected of a descendant of the Hokage's lineage. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 152, The Sanin's Recent Status, Jiraiya Takes a Disciple. 1,352 words. On the training field, Namikaze Minato retrieved his kunai and wiped the sweat from his forehead. For 3 continuous hours, he had been practicing the foundational hand seals of the Flying Thunder God technique repeatedly all by himself. The flow of chakra, the coordinate positioning of space, and the simplification of the hand seals. Minato sat down cross-legged, pulling out a notebook to rapidly log his inspiration. If I can preset a coordinate onto a kunai, can instantaneous movement be realized? He was deeply immersed in his writing, failing to notice entirely that inside the woods at the edge of the training ground, 2 pairs of eyes were currently watching him. That's him. Jiraiya squatted on a tree branch, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood beside him and stated, Namikaze Minato, 14 years of age this year, graduated 1 year ago. Mission log, 47 D rank, 19 C rank, 3 B rank, all perfectly completed. Specializes in wind style, and possesses unique talent in sealing formulas and time-space theories. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. He had actually returned to Konoha several months ago, but had been hiding out in a hot spring inn without showing his face. The Konoha higher-ups had been arguing relentlessly over the interests of the shinobi clans and the candidate pool for the elders, and he had zero desire to get involved in the slightest. Until this morning, when the old man personally came knocking on his door and dragged him here by force. On the training field, Minato had already stood up again. He formed hand seals and his figure suddenly blurred. That was absolute, extreme speed. It's pure speed. He is attaching wind attribute chakra to the soles of his feet, securing ultra-high-speed movement through a burst of instantaneous acceleration. Although it hasn't reached the degree of the body flicker technique yet, considering his age. Jiraiya muttered. Before his words could finish, Minato's figure suddenly manifested on the other side of the training field. He did not run over, it was an authentic manifestation. 1 second he was at his original spot, and the next second he was standing 30 meters away. He merely stumbled a bit upon landing, nearly falling over. A failure. Jiraiya frowned. No, he succeeded. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. Although the distance is very short, during that exact moment just now, I truly sensed a fluctuation in space. Minato was considered the most exceptional disciple he had discovered for Jiraiya, and was simultaneously a rope to tie down this wandering student. In particular, Namikaze Minato, his talent was supreme, he highly identified with the will of fire, and he possessed a naturally radiating affinity. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen did not know what a child of prophecy was, he felt the youth before him fit the profile perfectly. Minato steadied himself, a brilliant smile breaking across his face. He tried one more time, and this time he was more stable, instantaneously moving about 10 meters. Jiraiya fell into silence. He watched the blonde youth continuously try, fall, climb back up, and try again on the training ground. The sunlight fell upon him, his deep blue eyes shining remarkably bright, and his smile was as clean as if it had never been tainted by the darkness of the shinobi world. In a daze, Jiraiya recalled the 3 children in the land of rain, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. They also possessed clear eyes and believed firmly in an illusory dream. But Minato was different. This youth grew up under the sunshine, raised within the structural system of Konoha. He had comrades, teachers, and the will of fire to guide the path ahead. He did not bear the suffering of a nation like Yahiko, nor did he possess eyes granted by the gods like Nagato without knowing how to utilize them. He was like a child of prophecy exactly as it was meant to be. Jiraiya, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, suddenly spoke. Tell me, will the child of prophecy truly be born in a place like the land of rain? Can a sapling that saves the world truly be nourished by war, poverty, and hatred? Jiraiya did not answer immediately. He remained silent for a long time before stating, the great Toad Sage's prophecies have never been wrong. But the prophecy also never said that the child of prophecy must come from outside Konoha. A kind smile emerged on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, speaking currently as a benevolent master offering earnest guidance to his student. When I was young, I witnessed too many children destroyed by war. What was planted in their hearts were seeds of hatred, even if they sprout, what grows may be thorns of revenge. Jiraiya, barren soil cannot grow healthy flowers, a poisonous swamp only blooms poisonous flowers. In truth, he had always held this expectation in his heart. He highly desired that the child of prophecy would similarly come from Konoha, and that the person who brought peace to the shinobi world would also stem from Konoha. It was only that the Konoha of the past made him feel it was obsolete, decaying, and lacking in vitality. It was not until the appearance of Minato before him that he felt perhaps his own vision had been too narrow. He stepped forward toward the training field. Minato noticed someone approaching, immediately halting his practice and turning to bow. Third Hokage-sama. This person is Jiraiya, one of Konoha's Sannin. Your future teacher. Minato's eyes lit up. Lord Jiraiya. Will you be my future sensei? Jiraiya let out a cough, adopting a profound and unfathomable posture. Kid, I won't necessarily acknowledge you just like that. You must pass a test of mine and meet my requirements first. He formed hand seals and took a deep breath. Fire style, flame bullet. A blazing fireball roared out, instantly engulfing a target located in the distance of the training field. After the flames dissipated, the target turned to ash, yet the surrounding grass was completely unharmed. Did you see clearly? If you learn it and execute it without a single error, I will consider taking you as a disciple. Jiraiya stated. This was absolutely an intentional lowering of the bar, because he did not believe the old man had taught Minato the flame bullet before. But the facts proved that Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't taught him at all. He had thought Jiraiya would just come over and take him as a student directly. Minato's eyes widened, rapidly analyzing. The seal sequence is snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger, the direction of the chakra, internal control. His eyes grew brighter and brighter as he continuously calculated in his mind. Subsequently, he began to slowly form hand seals with his hands. A tiny fireball was spat from his mouth, striking a target. The scattered flames instantly vanished, failing to affect the surrounding grass and trees at all. He lifted his head, his deep blue eyes sparkling bright. Sensei, I did it. Am I your disciple now? Jiraiya was truly startled this time. Such a high learning capacity indeed made him an exceptional prospect. He rubbed his chin, suddenly laughing. Kid, there is one final test. As long as you help me collect a piece of material, from now on, you are my disciple. Minato was taken aback, and subsequently an unhidden joy blossomed across his face. Is that truly allowed? Of course. But let me lay down the harsh truth first, my training is exceptionally grueling. And I frequently have to go out to research material. I mean, collect writing material. Can you accept that? Minato gripped his hand firmly. I will work hard, Jiraiya-sensei. In the distant woods, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the two high-fiving under the sunshine, a gratified curve appearing at the corners of his mouth. He softly recited, wherever the leaves flutter, the fire shall burn. Perhaps Konoha truly would become better and better. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 153, Tsunade takes a disciple, Kakashi completes his training. 1228 words. Konoha Hospital. Blood pressure is continuing to drop. Blood bags. Get another 2 bags of type O. Internal organ rupture, we must operate immediately. Lord Tsunade. Everyone, move aside. Tsunade kicked open the door to the emergency room, her surgical scrubs already splattered with blood. She rushed to the operating table, her hands instantly glowing with the brilliant white light of medical chakra, as she pressed them firmly against the patient's chest. The patient was a boy, no older than 13, who had graduated from the academy just 3 months ago. Today, while performing a D-rank mission, searching for a villager's lost pet, he had run into a wandering rogue ninja in the back hills. His abdomen had been pierced by a kunai, and a section of his intestine had been forced out of his body. Anesthesia complete, a young female ninja reported quickly. Good. I'm beginning the repair. You are responsible for maintaining vital signs. Everyone else, follow the workflow from last week's training, and prepare the organ reconstruction formulas. Inside the operating room, every medical ninja immediately entered a state of high focus. This was the brand new medical system Tsunade had spent 2 years building, standardized emergency procedures, tiered surgical authorizations, and a multi-person collaborative rescue model. In the past, the mortality rate at Konoha Hospital was as high as 37%, now, it had been suppressed to 11%. This was not just progress in medical ninjutsu, but a revolution in philosophy, that every ninja, even a freshly graduated genin, had the right to live. Hemostat. Suction. Size 3 chakra thread. Tsunade's voice was cold and steady. Her hands moved with surgical precision over the boy's wounds. Severed blood vessels were reconnected one by one, damaged organs were slowly repaired, and contaminated necrotic tissue was cleanly excised. 3 hours later. Heartbeat restored. Blood pressure stable. Breathing steady. Tsunade finally straightened her back and peeled off her blood-stained gloves. The boy on the table was still pale, but his chest was finally rising and falling with a steady rhythm. Move him to the ICU. Constant monitoring for the next 24 hours, Tsunade ordered in a deep voice, her tone weary but hiding a trace of relief. Outside the operating room door, Kato-dan handed her a towel, his voice gentle. You've worked hard, Tsunade. I'm fine. Tsunade leaned slightly toward him. That boy just now had reminded her of her younger brother, equally passionate about becoming a ninja, yet unaware of how cruel the reality of the shinobi world truly was. Outside the window, the lights of Konoha flickered on one by one. Toward the training grounds, the faint flashes of ninjutsu could be seen. She didn't know what was happening there, nor did she care to ask. She only wanted to guard this operating table, and protect every life brought to her. Dan, go tend to your own business, Tsunade said, gently nudging him away. She turned to the female ninja who was hurrying over, her voice resolute, convene a meeting of all medical jonin tomorrow. I want to implement the frontline medical outpost system. From now on, every foreman squad performing B-rank missions or higher must be equipped with a medical ninja. The female ninja was startled. But Lord Tsunade, we are severely short on medical personnel. Then we train them. Tsunade turned around, her gaze sharp and persistent. If 1 year isn't enough, we take 2. If 2 isn't enough, we take 5. I want the phrase "a Konoha ninja shall not die of a treatable wound" to be more than just a slogan. As she walked out of the emergency wing, family members waiting in the hallway swarmed her, weeping and offering thanks. Tsunade merely nodded curtly and headed straight for the next ward. Sunshine fell on the training grounds where hope took root. Shadows lingered in the operating room where life fought to endure. This was Konoha. Watching the driven Tsunade, Kato-dan felt not just affection but profound respect. In this hospital, she was the most radiant presence, truly the pearl of the land of fire. It seems I'll have to work twice as hard, Dan thought. Otherwise, I won't be worthy of our princess. Tsunade, Dan called out softly before leaving. What is it? Tsunade looked back. Would you consider taking a disciple? My niece, Shizune, has always admired you. Dan recalled that Orochimaru and Jiraiya had recently taken disciples. Tsunade should also have one to pass on her medical skills and will. Coupled with his niece's constant pleading, he finally voiced the suggestion. Admiring me is useless. Even with her lover's niece, Tsunade showed no mercy and offered no favoritism. She must truly love medical ninjutsu and sincerely want to save lives. Understood, Dan nodded. I'll bring her tomorrow. If it's truly not a fit, I won't press you again. Tsunade's tone softened slightly. Fine. Even if she isn't suited for the path of medicine, I'll help find her a proper teacher. On the training field, Hitaki Kakashi stood silently. The short sword in his hand had not yet been sheathed, the faint light of lightning still fading from the blade. Baiyun Shanjian looked at his empty right sleeve, then used his remaining left sleeve to carefully wipe the longsword that had accompanied him for many years. His movements were slow, carried out with a solemnity that felt almost ritualistic. You have completed your training, he said, looking up. There was a touch of loneliness in his eyes, but far more pride. I have nothing left to teach you. This was the truth. In terms of pure strength, the 5-year-old Kakashi was already on par with his teacher in swordsmanship and lightning-style mastery. Even the Chidori, the A-rank ninjutsu the boy had self-created by highly compressing lightning chakra, had a sharpness and potential that startled even Shanjian. To keep such a genius by his side any longer would be to stifle him. Shanjian-sensei, Kakashi said, lowering his head slightly, his eyes clear beneath his white bangs. You will always be my teacher. Froze for a moment, then stood up and used his left hand to vigorously rub Kakashi's silver hair. He let out a hearty laugh that seemed to suppress a deeper emotion. Good, good. Good lad. As his laughter subsided, he patted Kakashi's shoulder, his voice becoming steady and powerful. Go. Take the graduation exam. It's what you've been dreaming of, and I won't stop you anymore. Teacher. Kakashi was stunned. He had expressed his desire to graduate early many times, but his teacher had always refused, citing his young age and unsettled temperament. This sudden permission left him momentarily at a loss. He saw the encouragement in his teacher's eyes and ultimately condensed 1,000 words into a deep nod. Yes. As the setting sun stretched Kakashi's shadow long across the training ground, his smile faded, replaced by a gaze of steely resolve. The night wind grew cool, swirling a few fallen leaves around the field. Baiyun Shanjian whispered to the wind, Brother Hitaki. It's been nearly 2 years. It is finally time to settle the business from back then. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 154, The Death of Baiyun Shanjian, Kakashi is reduced to a true orphan. 1,545 words. That night, a solitary figure quietly crossed the threshold of Konoha's sensory barrier. He used only a single arm to form hand seals, his movements concise and highly efficient. He melted into the night with remarkable speed, looking as though he were an intrinsic part of the darkness itself. The ninjas on watch duty seemed to sense something, but the chakra fluctuation they perceived was familiar and fleeting. Assuming it was merely a colleague departing for a routine external mission, they did not investigate further. A few days later, the border of the land of vegetables. Here, mountains stacked upon one another, the roar of waterfalls thundered, and mist lingered all year round. The figure of Baiyun Shanjian manifested upon a vast wilderness, though by now, the distant landscape had already been converted into agricultural estates. He was travel-worn, his right sleeve empty, and his left hand firmly gripping the hilt of his sword. He lifted his head, gazing into the depths of the white mist. Hidden beyond it were the culprits who, 2 years ago, had caused that great tragedy, the ones who drove Hatake Tsukumo to bear unjust infamy and ultimately perish. Yes, he blamed all the sins of the past on Takegakure, or more accurately, on the rogue ninja hidden behind Takegakure's shadow, Aburame Shursui. Now that he had no lingering attachments left in the world, it was time to sever the shackles within his heart and fulfill his shinobi way. However, just as he stepped into a relatively open clearing in the wilderness, a figure stood leaning against a tree ahead, as if he had been waiting there for a very long time. It was a man similarly dressed in simple samurai attire, with a long sword slung at his waist. His expression was serene, and his eyes were tightly shut. It was Minamichi. As expected, it is you. Minamichi's voice was flat, devoid of surprise or pleasantries. Baiyun Shanjian halted his steps, his empty right sleeve swaying slightly in the damp mountain wind. He looked directly at the other man, cutting straight to the point. I have come for an old grudge. Where is Aburame Shursui? Are you people sheltering him? Hearing this, Minamichi merely felt that the man before him was somewhat pitiable, and even more so, entirely unaware of his own limitations. You cannot even ensure you can pass me, yet you still delusionally wish to challenge the master. But he did not voice it. He merely straightened his body slowly, his right hand resting loosely on the hilt of his sword. Defeat me, and you will naturally know what you wish to know. Exactly what I want. With a shift of Shanjian's left arm, his long sword slid half an inch from its sheath. Minamichi, however, did not draw his blade immediately. Instead, he shook his head. In truth, the one who truly drove Hatake Tsukumo to a dead end was your own Konoha. Because you dare not and refuse to acknowledge the rot inside, you habitually divert your hatred outward. Shanjian, you are unwilling to see clearly even the root source of this hatred within your heart. With such a blade, can you truly sever your shackles? Shut up. Baiyun Shanjian growled, blood vessels faintly surfacing in his eyes. No more words are needed. If not for you people, Brother Hatake would never have been coerced by those rumors. Though his words fiercely denied it internally, he was paralyzing and hypnotizing himself over and over again. Minamichi spoke no further. He saw at a single glance that the other man's mind was already in chaos. If the heart is in chaos, how can the blade be steady? The instant Minamichi's blade bared from its sheath, Baiyun Shanjian moved. His remaining left arm erupted with astonishing power, thrusting his sword straight toward Minamichi's throat. This single strike was fast, fierce, and accurate, carrying all the absolute desperation and bitter cultivation from his days and nights of torment over the past 2 years. Yet Minamichi seemed to have anticipated it entirely. His feet did not budge, he merely flicked his wrist. His long sword shifted from stillness to motion, striking later but arriving first. The tip of his blade tapped with absolute precision against the spine of Baiyun Shanjian's sword. Clang! Baiyun Shanjian felt a bizarre vibration travel up the length of his blade. Not only was his momentum deflected, but even his sword's trajectory was momentarily paralyzed. With a chill in his heart, he immediately altered his move, letting the blade glide downward to transition into a horizontal slash aimed at his opponent's waist and abdomen. Simultaneously, he pivoted his body, attempting to use footwork to compensate for any defensive openings caused by having only one arm. Minamichi shifted his steps slightly, his frame perfectly evading the horizontal slash. At the same time, his long sword swept upward in a reverse slash. This seemingly unhurried strike blocked almost all avenues of subsequent variation for Shanjian, forcing him to bring his sword back to parry. Gashing his teeth, Baiyun Shanjian spun his left wrist rapidly, his long sword weaving a curtain of light before him. Clang! 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 A succession of rapid clashes rang out, sparks bursting amidst the mist. With every single collision, Shanjian felt his arm grow numb. Minamichi's blade force was incomparably fierce, and possessed a boundless, lingering reserve that continuously eroded his strength and rhythm. Your mind is not tranquil, and your blade is impure. Minamichi offered his critique, the speed of his hands growing faster and faster. Shanjian strained to twist his body side to side, bringing his sword back to block. Rip! The tip of the blade grazed past his left shoulder, drawing a spray of fresh blood and tearing his garment. The sharp pain surged, yet it only provoked the innate ferocity and paranoia deep within his bones. He let out a furious roar, disregarding his injury, and frantically poured all his chakra into the sword. The blade actually erupted with a dazzling flash of lightning. This was a technique he had stealthily learned from his disciple, modifying it to become his own ultimate killing move, the lightning blade. However, facing this strike that put a life on the line, Minamichi's eyes held only pity. A sword is a sword and ninjutsu is ninjutsu. Melding the two into one only rendered the intent even more impure. The Baiyun Shanjian of the past had a chance to comprehend the way of the blade, but now, it was meaningless. Minamichi chambered his sword. Before the other man's lightning blade could arrive, he executed a lightning-fast draw and resheathed, subsequently turning around to walk away. Behind him, Baiyun Shanjian's charging frame suddenly froze in place. The lightning-sheathed longsword in his hand hung arrested in midair. In the next second, his head tumbled to the ground and fresh blood spurted forth. A few days later, a cold corpse was delivered back to Konoha. Hatake Kakashi knelt before the body. Already a boy of few words, he became even more taciturn because the final shred of light from his childhood had been extinguished. Following this, he refused any squad formations, beginning to frantically take on missions by himself. As the volume of his mission log multiplied, his ninja rank continuously climbed. Until one day, while he was executing a routine mission to capture a stray wild cat, 3 clamorous voices suddenly barged into his world. "You damn old pervert. And you, Namikaze Minato. Of all the things you could learn, why did you have to learn how to peep on girls in the bath from this old pervert?" The volatile Kushina was wrapped tightly in a bath towel, her hair flying wildly as she sent someone flying with a fierce kick. Not far from her, the golden-haired Namikaze Minato scratched his head with an entirely innocent expression. "Kushina, you've misunderstood me. I was only fulfilling the mission my teacher gave me, so he would hurry up and take me as his disciple. I just didn't expect that what he meant by collecting research material would be this kind of thing. My, so you two know each other. It seems your relationship is quite good." Jiraiya spoke with righteous gravity, yet his eyes were continuously darting towards other girls. Right at that moment, a golden chakra chain swung out from midair, transforming into a long whip that lashed toward the two of them. "Shameless. Keep making excuses." Namikaze Minato felt utterly helpless. He only felt that he had been terribly sabotaged by his own teacher. How was he supposed to hang out properly with the Kushina after this? "Why are you freezing there? Do you want to get beaten up? Hurry up and run." Jiraiya grabbed Minato and fled at top speed. Right at that moment, the long whip slammed down heavily, precisely startling the cat that Kakashi was about to capture. Kakashi muttered to himself, "The cat got away. These people seem a bit too noisy." The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 155, Triple Underground Palace, Energy Exhausted, Experiment Suspended. 1532 words. Year 42, Land of Snow, Underground Insect Hive. Aburaim Shirsway stood in the center of the laboratory. The area where he was located was a circular atrium that connected the upper, middle, and lower floors of the triple underground palace. This triple palace structure had taken 4 years to construct. The first palace was the Ice Underground Palace. Its main body was composed of solid ice and frozen soil. Cold-resistant insect types lived here, frost moths, ice fleas, and permafrost ants. They fed on the microorganisms within the underground ice layers, and could remain active even in temperatures of -70 or 80 degrees. The second palace was a normal soil underground palace. This was the core of the insect hive. The temperature was kept constant at 15 degrees Celsius, the air was dry, and the walls were made of a specialized sound-absorbing material. Billions of soil insects crawled through the pipelines, responsible for decomposing, transporting, and restructuring. Their secretions served as a natural adhesive, which was also the reason why the insect hive could repair itself. At the center of this constant temperature layer was a circular space 30 meters in diameter, where the treasure of the six paths, the box of ultimate bliss, floated. 4 years ago, Aburame Shursui had secretly transported this box from Hozuki Castle, using hundreds of billions of erosion insects to gnaw at it day and night. However, progress was slow. The material of the box of ultimate bliss exceeded all imagination, and the volume the erosion insects had managed to chew away over more than 4 years was less than 1/10 of the whole. As expected, it's not that simple. But it's getting close. Aburame Shursui placed his hand against the surface of the box, able to feel the terrifying chakra fluctuations within it. He left the center and walked toward the surrounding laboratories. The gene editing room, the insect hybridization zone, the Senjutsu analysis platform, 12 laboratories were distributed in a circular arrangement. On the door of the deepest room among them, the word taboo was carved. Pushing the door open to enter, there was only a single stone platform inside the room, with a physical frame lying flat upon it. To be precise, it was an aggregation of insects. Its outer appearance approximated a human form, but what composed it was not flesh and blood, but countless minute, semi-transparent insects. They squirmed slowly, maintaining the basic shape, while a fist-sized crystal rested at the chest cavity, radiating a pale green light. Insect clone No. 0. This was a project Aburame Shursui had begun researching 3 years ago, using insects as a foundation to manufacture clones capable of independent action. In theory, the clone would share all memories of the original body, and could naturally count as a backup resurrection and life-extending tool. In reality, however, he had encountered a very thorny problem, which was the transfer of the soul, and its compatibility with the body. Exactly so, Aburame Shursui had run into the same problem as Orochimaru, which was that he was not very proficient in soul-related ninjutsu, and could even be said to know absolutely nothing about it. It seems the future focus must be on collecting soul ninjutsu. He remained silent for a moment, then turned and left. In truth, transferring bodily consciousness was merely a backup plan. He still favored his original body. After being modified by Senjutsu energy, the lifespan of this body had already been greatly extended. Unfortunately, the wind attribute natural energy could no longer increase the body's lifespan or enhance its strength. It seemed his cultivation had reached its peak. Therefore, he had to refine the next type of immortal insect as quickly as possible to accept the next type of natural attribute. Furthermore, he discovered that the senjutsu he had mastered appeared somewhat different from the senjutsu of other people in the shinobi world. Currently, he no longer possesses a so-called transformation state. This meant that as long as he did not fuse with the immortal insects, any release of his style techniques would carry a portion of wind attribute natural energy, and it appeared his 5 elements had also been partially completed, allowing him to display wind style senjutsu. Aburame Shursui placed this physical frame away securely, and headed toward the final palace. The third palace was the lava-fire underground palace. At its core, the temperature surged abruptly to over 300 degrees. The walls here were made of a specialized heat-resistant aluminum steel alloy, but even so, the surface was still burned to a glowing red. Aburame Shursui only stayed at the entrance, not venturing any further down. The magma layer was currently only developed to 3 levels. It was not that he did not want to continue, but rather that there were no suitable tool insects. Most insect types could not withstand high temperatures. The erosion insects would die at 200 degrees, and the frost moths would melt at 10 degrees above zero. The only ones able to survive were the ice silkworms. These insects, which lived in the extremely cold regions of the land of snow, could generate a fat liquid on their body surfaces similar to antifreeze that achieved absolute zero after receiving modification from their primordial energy and chakra. Through this stroke of luck, they were able to survive longer amidst the magma. It seems I can only rely on the ice silkworms, but unfortunately, there is not enough energy now, Aburame Shursway murmured, retreating back to the constant temperature layer. Over the past 2 years or more, because the shinobi world had been developing in peace with very few wars, very few ninjas had died. Coupled with the fact that within the 3 countries he controlled, very few people underwent insect burials after death, the energy his cheat could acquire grew less and less. By the beginning of this year, it had been completely exhausted, leaving only 3 months of energy. The lack of primordial energy caused almost all of his experiments to come to a halt. It was not that he could not continue his research, but rather that the time and cost required would increase tenfold or 100-fold. He now had no choice but to consider where to obtain additional energy from. Aburame Shursway pressed his hand against his chest, and following a wave of warmth, a petri dish-shaped circular box manifested in his hand. Contained inside were all the insects he had cultivated and collected over these years. First were the Aburame series that had already been phased out long ago, the parasitic destruction insects, the corpse destruction insects, the extinguishing destruction insects, the phosphorus destruction insects, and the giant parasitic insects. These insects could only be used for genetic breeding or to serve as materials for the reproduction and evolution of other insects, possessing no other uses thereafter. The next group consisted of those he had cultivated and used in his early years, which remained durable even now, though they were no longer his frontline insects in warfare. They were the odor destruction insects, the erosion destruction insects, the audio recording reconnaissance insects, the mimicry insects, the floating insects, the airborne insects, and the mimicry surveillance insects. Among these, the odor destruction insects and erosion destruction insects could be rated as models of hard work. The former was the foundation of his genjutsu system, while the erosion insects were virtually the cornerstone of the genetics for all insects in his possession, with their genetic proportion reaching as high as 80%. The third group comprised the construction-type insects and resource-type insects, the civil engineering insects, the aluminum iron insects, the carpet mycelium insects, the fluorescent insects, and the ice field insects. That his insect hive could be built so large and in such numbers was a credit that belonged first and foremost to the civil engineering insects. As for the carpet, mycelium insects and fluorescent insects, they provided a favorable living environment for the underground palaces. Although they possessed zero combat power, their contribution was still not small. As for the ice field insects, though they were latecomers, they had still been exerting their strength over these past few years, even integrating into the schools and combining with the students to give birth to a brand new ninjutsu system. That is to say, with the ice field insects and ice silkworms present, the students of the land of snow could similarly display ice style even after leaving the environment of the frozen lands, though the power and range were much smaller. Finally, the obscure aluminum iron insects had to be mentioned. They counted as the earliest to differentiate completely, but currently, 90% of the aluminum iron alloy in the shinobi world came from their hands. Exactly so, ordinary steel was outdated and had been completely replaced by it. Shuriken and kunai crafted from the aluminum iron alloy were lighter in texture, could be thrown further distances, and were more solid and wear-resistant. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 156, Insect Summary, New Target, New Beginning. 1,458 words. The fourth type consisted of the special supply insects, medicinal insects, specifically, the penicillin-extracting insects, the mental excitation adrenaline-extracting insects, the human hormone-extracting insects, the high-energy, high-protein, high-satiety carnivorous insects, and the soft, slimy slugs that served as raw material for insect soup. Although these insects possessed singular functions, they were indispensable within the laboratory. In particular, the carnivorous insects had directly replaced the old-style military rations pills, completely phasing out that backward product and achieving extremely wide sales across the major ninja villages of the shinobi world. They replaced nearly 80% of the secret medicines and all military rations pills in the world. It was not that the ninjas of other nations had not researched them, but without exception, they were unable to crack them, solely because they lacked the critical raw materials. Furthermore, the price of this category of insect-produced supplies was so low that even if they wished to abandon their use and refine military rations pills themselves, the loss would outweigh the gain. As for the medicinal aspect, the effects of the human hormone-extracting insects were exceptionally comprehensive. As long as they were present, all categories of medical products could emerge in an endless stream, such as the anti-aging medicines that were highly friendly to women, testosterone medicines with significant effects for men, and stem cell medicines that were extremely useful for injury recovery, flowing almost continuously. For nobles and ninjas, these medicines were lifesavers, whether for bodily maintenance or recovering physical stamina, the effects were outstanding. These medicines were not only low in price, but possessed almost zero side effects on the human body, since they were, after all, taken from humans and used for humans. The emergence of these medicines also threw medical research in the shinobi world into intense competition. No matter how much they studied, they would ultimately discover that the core of these medicines appeared to originate from the human body itself. This was like telling all the medical ninjas in the shinobi world that every person was a massive treasure trove. Next was the fifth category of insects, a type named special virus insects. His included the gene-editing virus insects, the ancient primordial virus insects, the chakra-modified version of the ancient primordial virus insects, and the evolutionary branches of the genetic base-cutting insects, virus number 1 and virus number 8. Aside from these, there were also the byproducts they yielded, pseudo-Otsutsuki cells and white zetsu refining nutrient solution. There were also the emotion manipulation insects, alternatively known as family harmony insects, and the second-generation grafted product, the emotion amplification insects. The second-generation emotion amplification insects belonged to a one-time failed product with limited cultivation potential. Aburame Shursui merely contained them, and did not plan to continue breeding them in the future. The final group, which was also the seventh group, consisted of the highest combat power insects currently mastered by Aburame Shursui. First were the dragonflies from the summoning sacred ground. That sacred ground grew a divine tree that generated heroes' water at all times. Although the concentration of natural energy was inferior to that of the three great sacred grounds, hundreds of dragonflies had already completed gigantification, and could display wind-style ninjutsu containing wind attribute natural energy. The number one immortal insect that was fused with Aburame Shursui, even with zero assistance, its individual combat power could be rated as Kage level. Coupled with its flight capability, the vast majority of Kage level experts were no match for it. Second was the Seven Tails. Currently, its physical size is more than 4 times larger than in the past, its intelligence has grown higher and higher, its mind has become increasingly flexible, and the ninjutsu it can display has multiplied. It was only that it no longer took action frequently, truly viewing itself as the ancestor of the sacred ground. Third was the giant rhinoceros beetle. Up to this day, it still ignores Aburame Shursui completely. However, Aburame Shursui's analysis concluded that it should belong to the yang release category. Because as long as it was present, even without releasing ninjutsu, the surroundings would be full of vitality, and all things would grow. Furthermore, this insect possessed extremely high intelligence. Even if benefits were placed right before its eyes, it remained virtually unmoved, merely occupying a corner of the crate all along. Finally, there was the invisible scorpion Lai. Exactly so, Lai was the name Aburame Shursui had chosen for it. As its intelligence was continuously upgraded, and its physical form grew larger day by day, it actively begged Aburame Shursui to grant it a name. He pondered for several days and ultimately named it Lai at random. This was purely because in the past, whenever he called out, "Come, Lai," this invisible scorpion would actively approach. For the sake of convenience, he simply called it Lai. By now, Lai's strength was not far behind. Although it still had not integrated natural energy to transform into an insect capable of senjutsu modification, after a period of training, it could now barely speak human language. Its invisibility capability was stronger, its armor's defensive power was greater, and its toxicity was also more potent. In terms of individual strength, it was not inferior to Hanzo's salamander. Facing a true Kage-level powerhouse, it might still be slightly weaker, but dragging out a fight was absolutely doable. Aside from these, there were also some insects still under development that had not yet succeeded, such as the ice silkworms and ice moths, which were currently still half-finished products in an intermediate stage, alongside those insects that had been continuously gnawing at the box of ultimate bliss, preparing to mutate. Ultimately stuck on the primordial energy of the cheat, there was no time to conduct catalysis. The evolution of these insects would turn into a matter of decades or even centuries. Aburame Shursui had no time to wait slowly like that. I must find a new source of energy, Aburame Shursui thought, rubbing his chin. But where to go? Aburame Shursui began to recall places from the original work where it was possible to rapidly generate a large amount of energy. The star meteorite of Hoshigakure, that item was indeed viable, but it was not suited to provide energy, only suitable to become a material. Perhaps, given an opportunity in the future, he would incorporate it, establishing an insect hive there to conduct research. The Tsuchigumo clan of the Land of Fire, the inheritance behind them should be more suitable for acquiring natural energy, which would be good for transforming immortal insects. However, he did not wish to go to the Land of Fire right now. Right at that moment, Aburame Shursui thought of an energy stone from a movie version, but unfortunately, this kind of thing was overseas. It would likely take a long time to search for it. Just as Aburame Shursui was hesitating over whether to head overseas to search, he suddenly recalled a piece of intelligence received previously. 3 months ago, a spy lurking in the Land of Hot Water sent back news. An internal coup had occurred within Yugakure, a conflict had erupted between two factions of ninjas, and casualties exceeded 100 people. After the coup was suppressed, the remnant forces of the losing side fled into the deep mountains, and it was said that people went missing every day. The Land of Hot Water connected to that place is the Jashin cult. Perhaps a portion of corpses can be acquired, but that can only temporarily resolve the energy crisis. However, it was a good choice. The Land of Hot Water was at peace with the world, far away from the site of the 5 great nations. Even if some commotion was made, it would not attract too much attention. What exactly was the entity known as Jashin? How those Jashin cultists made people immortal and indestructible was also a matter worthy of research. 3 hours later, the exit of the insect hive. Aburame Shursui wore a long white robe, his emerald green hair tied up from the middle, and hanging obliquely across his chest. For this journey, the number 1 immortal insect still rested upon his shoulder, while the remaining civil engineering insects, erosion destruction insects, odor destruction insects, floating insects, mimicry information insects, and other commonly used insects were collected by him into petri dishes. Subsequently, he took 1 step out into the wind and snow. Behind him, 2 gusts of clear wind condensed into wings, carrying him as he flew into the sky. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 157, First Entry into the Land of Hot Water. 1,453 words. A few days later, Aburame Shursui stepped across the border into the Land of Hot Water. The environment here was a stark contrast to the bitter cold of the Land of Snow. The air was thick with a faint scent of sulfur, damp and comfortably warm. Looking out into the distance, curling plumes of white mist rose continuously among the mountain ridges, the unmistakable signature of natural hot springs. Yugakure was nestled precisely within this paradise of hot springs. The village itself was not large, yet every corner of it exuded tranquility. Wooden hot spring inns were constructed along the streets, and the cobblestone paths were slick and glossy from the ambient moisture. Occasionally, villagers clad in yukata walked past at a leisurely pace. Aburame Shursui had changed into a simple kimono, overlaid with a dark-colored haori. Yet even so, his transcendent, ethereal appearance remained exceptionally eye-catching. His current identity was still that of a herbal medicine merchant specializing in medicinal ingredients and local specialties, an identity that offered the greatest convenience when traveling through various nations. Arriving in the land of hot water, his primary objective was to collect energy and look into what exactly the entity known as Jashin truly was along the way. However, having spent consecutive years confined to his laboratory, his rare ventures outside had been restricted to the familiar territory of the Land of Snow's royal capital. This journey counted as his first long-distance expedition in many years. Therefore, there was no need to rush. He intended to wander around first to experience the local customs and culture of the Land of Hot Water. He headed to the commercial district first to sample the local specialty delicacies. Vendors swarmed both sides of the streets, displaying a dazzling array of diverse regional specialties. Naturally, even here, he spotted merchant shops operating under the name of Ida Ruji, though the shop manager did not appear to recognize him. It seemed Ida Ruji was managing affairs quite well, failing to leak Shirsue's identity to the lower-level personnel. Aburaim Shirsue entered, consumed, and paid exactly like an ordinary customer. His exceptional aura consistently brought him preferential treatment. Many shops actively offered discounts, and some young women were even willing to waive his bill entirely. However, Aburaim Shirsue shook his head and declined them all. By afternoon, as dusk approached, the pedestrians on the street gradually thinned out. Aburaim Shirsue decided to experience the hot springs for himself. He arrived at an inn named Unoya, which appeared to be the most antique. Its wooden signboard had been blackened by the constant steam, yet the door curtains were a brand new shade of indigo. Welcome. The proprietress was a middle-aged woman with a gentle smile. Seeing him enter, she greeted him warmly. Is this the guest's first time in the Land of Hot Water? Our cloud spring is the absolute best. The spring water is drawn directly down from the back mountain, and it is exceptionally effective at relieving fatigue. Aburaim Shirsue nodded, paid his fee, and took the yukata and wooden token. He walked down the wooden corridor toward the deeper parts of the inn. On either side of the corridor were small courtyards enclosed by bamboo fences. Green moss grew luxuriantly beside stone lanterns, and an occasional water-filled bamboo tube struck against a rock, producing a crisp, rhythmic tapping sound. The changing room was spacious and orderly. He folded his garments neatly, placed them into a storage locker, and deposited several insects adept at mimicry and transformation inside as well. Pushing open the wooden door leading to the bathhouse, a dense wave of steam rushed over his face. Before him lay an open-air hot spring pool built from natural rocks. The spring water possessed a faint milky white hue, and fine white mist swirled continuously across its surface. A few red maples were planted by the edge of the pool. Despite it being early spring, their branches and leaves remained lush, undoubtedly nourished by the geothermal heat of the hot spring. In the distance, continuous green mountains were visible, their peaks shrouded in clouds that merged seamlessly with the steam from the pool. Aburaim Shirsue sat down on a wooden stool by the side first, using a wooden bucket to scoop up warm water and pour it over his feet, allowing his body to gradually adjust to the temperature. The water temperature was just right, neither biting cold nor scalding hot, carrying a subtle hint of sulfur. After rinsing his entire body, he slowly stepped into the pool. Whew! As the warm water submerged his waist, he could not help but let out a long breath. The fatigue of consecutive days of travel seemed to dissolve instantly into the spring water. The water temperature was roughly 42 degrees Celsius, slightly higher than body temperature, yet not stifling. He slowly lowered his frame, letting the spring water submerge his shoulders, exposing only his head and neck. The bottom of the pool was lined with smooth pebbles, providing a comfortable massaging sensation when stepped upon. The spring water appeared to contain unique minerals, making his skin feel exceptionally smooth to the touch. The stiff muscles around his neck and shoulders from prolonged flying gradually relaxed, and the pathways that were frequently taut from chakra circulation within his chest uncoiled completely. He closed his eyes, able to sense the warm energy permeating his body through every pore, flowing smoothly. The insect swarms scattered in his surroundings seemed to grow tranquil within this warmth. He soaked like this for about a quarter of an hour until his entire body was thoroughly warmed, and fine beads of sweat surfaced on his forehead. Just as he intended to shift his posture, the sound of splashing water echoed from beside him. A white-haired youth had stepped into the pool, his movements as lazy as a cat's. The youth was roughly 25 or 26 years of age, his hair combed back into a neat pompadour that exposed a broad forehead. His facial features were exceptionally handsome, his expression relaxed, and the corners of his eyes drooped slightly, exuding a careless, nonchalant vibe. His frame was slender yet not frail, his muscle lines fluent, and several faint scars were visible across his chest, manifestly a ninja. Aburaim Shursway swept a glance over him. Judging by the chakra fluctuations within his body, the man was approximately a jonin. Coupled with his elongated skeletal structure and solid, dense musculature, there was a high probability that he was exceptionally proficient in taijutsu. However, a ninja with such handsome looks and a radiating charm was clearly no ordinary character, and naturally promised to be more troublesome. Did he purposely follow me to my door? It seems I was still too conspicuous, Aburaim Shursway thought to himself. But then he shook his head, realizing he might be being overly paranoid. Perhaps everything was merely a coincidence. Aburaim Shursway chuckled softly, continuing to enjoy his hot spring bath. The white-haired youth sat down directly opposite Aburaim Shursway, similarly letting out a long sigh of relief. Appearing highly comfortable, he rested both arms along the rocks at the edge of the pool, tilting his head back to gaze at the sky. After a moment, he seemed to notice Aburaim Shursway, turning his head over to reveal a bright, open smile. Yo, an unfamiliar face. From out of town. Aburaim Shursway nodded and stated, a merchant. It's my first time in the land of hot water. Thought so, the white-haired youth laughed, the corners of his eyes crinkling. I'm Hideyoshi, a ninja of Yugakure. Just got back from completing a mission. The hot springs of home are still the most comfortable, being cooped up outside these past few months nearly drove me crazy. He paused briefly, then asked, by the way, I don't know your name yet. Aburaim Shursway continued to respond politely, everyone calls me Shiraki. Oh, Shiraki-kun. Hideyoshi nodded, appearing to ponder for a second, then added, pleased to meet you. Hideyoshi himself was exceptionally talkative. Without waiting for Aburaim Shursway to ask, he began speaking entirely on his own. This time, the mission was in the land of frost to the north, escorting a shipment of goods. Sigh, that place is freezing to death, hot springs are rare, and the water is hard, my skin felt bone dry after soaking. Our spring water in the land of hot water is still the best. Feel it, it's so soft and smooth. The story is already written. Waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 158, An Accidental Encounter Within the Hot Spring Pool. 1,501 words. Hideyoshi scooped up a handful of water, allowing it to stream back down through his fingers. By the way, what kind of business are you in? Aburaim Shursway responded politely, medicinal ingredients and local specialties. That's pretty good. We have some excellent hot spring medicinal herbs around here, like sulfur grass, which is exceptionally effective for arthritis. Hideyoshi spoke volubly. As he rattled on, he suddenly recalled something, and his smile grew even more brilliant. Ah, speaking of which, when my wife gave birth a while ago, she had a bit of lower back pain, and it was precisely cured by applying a poultice of sulfur grass. His eyes gleamed with light, and his entire being seemed to brighten up. My wife is incredibly beautiful, she's one of the best female medical ninjas in Yugakure's medical corps. We got married last year, and a year ago, she gave birth to a big, fat boy for me, he's very healthy. As Hideyoshi spoke, he actually went ahead, and retrieved a small leather wallet directly from the clothes hanging by the poolside. Extracting a photograph from the waterproof layer, he extended it over through the billowing steam. Look. Following the direction of the extended hand, Abiram Shersway lifted his gaze to look. The photograph depicted a black-haired woman with a gentle smile, cradling an infant wrapped in swaddling clothes within her arms. The woman's eyebrows and eyes were soft, while the infant's large, round eyes were wide open, and a head of soft, silver-white baby hair was exceptionally prominent. "Looks like me, right?" Hideyoshi pointed at the infant, his face completely flush with pride. "This hair, these eyes, it's simply identical to how I was when I was a child. I've already chosen a good name for him, Haydn. I hope he can fly high and walk even further in the future." Haydn. The hand with which Abiram Shersway took the photograph paused slightly. He lifted his eyes, scrutinizing Hideyoshi, white hair, handsome, a ninja of Yugakure. He then looked back at the infant in the photograph, that head of silver-white baby hair glinting with a faint luster under the ambient light. Is it a coincidence or... In the original work, Haydn was indeed born in Yugakure, but descriptions regarding his parents were virtually non-existent. It was only stated that he was an orphan who later joined the Jashin cult to acquire an immortal body. If Hideyoshi truly was his father, then Haydn's talent might indeed be hereditary. After all, to be able to withstand the Jashin ritual without dying required an exceptionally powerful physical foundation to begin with. Then again, considering his mother was also an excellent ninja, even if Haydn did not become a member of the Jashin cult, his future achievements would likely have been those of an excellent elite ninja. A good name. Abiram Shersway handed the photograph back, offering a smiling compliment. Your son might become a very remarkable ninja in the future. Ha ha ha, I'll take your auspicious words. Hideyoshi carefully put the photograph away securely, then let out a sigh. But the ninja profession is too dangerous. I actually just hope he grows up safely and soundly. It's fine even if he doesn't become a ninja. Our land of hot water has always been peaceful. There's no need to constantly engage in fighting and killing. As he was speaking, Abiram Shersway's mind suddenly stirred. It was a piece of information sent back by a mimicry reconnaissance insect. He had previously scattered dozens of mimicry reconnaissance insects out. They could disguise themselves as flying insects or fallen leaves to gather intelligence within a 10-mile radius. He had not anticipated that a result would come so quickly, but what they located was not the Jashin cult. It was a few entirely unexpected individuals instead. At this moment, an insect lurking at the entrance of the hot spring street transmitted an image. Right at the doorway of the hot spring inn, 5 Konoha ninjas walking at a leisurely pace were heading in this direction. The leader possessed a head of wild white hair, wore a forehead protector bearing the character Oil Abura, sported a red haori, and wore wooden geta on his feet. He was swaggering into the shop door, and it was none other than Jiraiya. Following behind him were 4 youths. The most prominent was a young man with golden hair and blue eyes, roughly 15 or 16 years of age, with a handsome face and a gentle smile, a Konoha forehead protector fastened upon his brow, Namikaze Minato, who was now already a Tokubetsu Jonin. Over the past 2 years, Namikaze Minato had become an excellent Tokubetsu Jonin. After completing this mission, he would thoroughly advance to Jonin. Of course, given his strength and credentials, he had long been qualified to become a Jonin. However, it appeared that Lord Third was intentionally paving the way for him, allowing him to take every step solidly so that he could come into contact with more ninjas across various tiers. And currently traveling alongside him were 3 youths of a similar age, one with a ponytail and a lazy expression, one with short brown hair and a calm demeanor, and the last one, somewhat stout in build, looking around in all directions. They were precisely the current young masters of the Inoshikacho tri-clan, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza. Boss, the best hot spring, and bring a bottle of sake. Jiraiya shouted in a booming voice, tossing his travel pack onto the counter at will. The proprietress hurriedly responded. Namikaze Minato stepped forward with a wry smile to pay the bill, a difficult expression surfacing on his face. Teacher, we came here this time to execute a mission. Perhaps we should go to Yugakure first to have a proper talk with the current leader. Jiraiya waved his hand and laughed. Talk about what? Isn't it just an ordinary religious dispute? This mission is entirely delegated to you guys to handle. Yuvikure shouldn't have any powerful characters, so naturally, there's no need for me, Toad Sage Jiraiya, to take action. Besides, it's a rare trip out. Their village's hot springs are famous throughout the shinobi world. It would be a terrible waste not to soak once. Speaking up to this point, he even slung an arm around Namikaze Minato, murmuring in a low voice, furthermore, we're just soaking in a hot spring, nothing else. You couldn't possibly be afraid that you won't be able to give an account to the habanero when you go back, right? Namikaze Minato blushed slightly, explaining, Kushina and I are nothing like that. I know. But you're not that young anymore either. I heard Uchiha Fugaku is about to marry your classmate. So fast? Didn't she just become a Tokubetsu Jonin? Namikaze Minato appeared somewhat surprised. Uchiha Mikoto was clearly still in the rising phase of her career. Marrying at this time was virtually equivalent to stepping down from the front lines. Jiraiya revealed a meaningful smile. Shinobi clans, there are some things you ought to understand. He. Following that, he spoke no further. In truth, the roster for Konoha Jonin was currently almost entirely full. Even if there were vacancies, they were mostly pre-allocated slots that someone had long since reserved, such as for Namikaze Minato himself. If it were not for the sake of allowing him to accumulate more lower-level networking and elevate his prestige, he would actually have been qualified to become a Jonin long ago. It was just that some matters were best left unsaid too clearly. Subsequently, Namikaze Minato revealed a gentle smile once more, his face adopting a rare serious expression as he said, there is actually still a gap between her and me, but I still hope to catch up to her through my own efforts. I know, Jiraiya laughed heartily, then turned toward the trio of Shikaku, Inoichi, and Choza. You guys relax too, we'll talk about the mission tomorrow. By the way, I heard there are mixed-gender baths nearby. Sensei. Namikaze Minato hurriedly interrupted. Just a joke, Jiraiya said, no more, turning around to walk toward the bathhouse. Let's go, time for a bath. The 5 men ultimately entered the men's bathhouse. On the other side, Aburame Shursui retracted his focus. By now, he had already been soaking in the hot spring for nearly half an hour, and his entire body was thoroughly relaxed. He stood up, preparing to leave the hot spring. The spring water glided down off his frame, and his skin was slightly flushed from the prolonged soaking, appearing exceptionally fair amidst the hazy steam, a skin tone typical of someone who bred insect swarms indoors long-term and rarely saw the sun. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 159, The Identity is Finally Remembered. 1460 words. Leaving already? You know, hot springs and massages are the absolute best pairing. Do you want to experience my technique? My technique is fully professional, even my wife says it's great. Hideyoshi stood up right along with him, his gaze scanning up and down Aburame Shursui's body. His mouth remained enthusiastic, rattling on without a pause. Subsequently, he leaned in close, stating in surprise, your skin is really great, even whiter than a woman's. What do you usually use for maintenance? As he spoke, he was just preparing to extend his hand to pinch Aburame Shursui's shoulder. Aburame Shursui lifted his hand and parried it away, his movement light and deft, declining with a smile on his face, born this way. Haha, sorry, I was just curious. Hideyoshi did not get annoyed either, following behind him out of the bath pool with a grin. The 2 men briefly rinsed their bodies clean in the washing area and changed into yukata. Hideyoshi once again recommended that he go to the massage room, continuing to praise his own technique. Aburame Shursui naturally had zero intention of letting a stranger touch his body, particularly an overly enthusiastic, suspiciously acting Jonin. Really, there is no need. Sigh, that's truly a pity. I actually thought the two of us could massage one another. He stated with regret, this skin of yours, sigh, what a terrible waste. Aburame Shirsue did not know whether Hideyoshi truly wanted to exchange massages with him, or simply felt that his skin and flesh were genuinely suited for kneading. Amidst their conversation, the two men had already stepped out of the changing room. Hideyoshi retrieved a uniquely shaped three-bladed scythe from his storage locker, wrapping it securely with cloth and strapping it behind his back. It appeared this was his weapon. Hideyoshi was exceptionally familiar, stepping forward with the intent to throw an arm around Aburame Shirsue's shoulders. Right at this moment, the two of them happened to brush past several other individuals. Aburame Shirsue looked straight ahead, but he could sense a gaze landing upon his person. It was Jiraiya. And Jiraiya instantly noticed this young man with jade-green hair. He perceived an indescribable aura from Aburame Shirsue's body, very fresh, akin to nature. He could not help but turn his head to take a couple more looks. As they crossed paths, Namikaze Minato spoke in a low voice to Jiraiya, "Teacher, although that person is very beautiful, from his appearance, he is indeed male." "I know," Jiraiya's voice traveled over from behind. "It's just that I feel the aura on his body is a bit special, very fresh, like natural energy, yet not quite the same. Teacher couldn't possibly be wanting to collect some strange research material again, right?" Namikaze Minato's face carried a few hints of suspicion, mixed with a touch of helplessness. Seeing that the other three youths were all looking at Jiraiya with peculiar expressions, he hurriedly explained, "What kind of messy things are you guys thinking? Hurry up and take a bath, the hot springs here are hard to come by." After saying this, he pushed the three of them into the bath pool. The voices gradually grew distant. Outside the changing room, Hideyoshi had already changed into his ninja attire, a deep gray short coat overlaid with a light-colored vest, the cloth-wrapped bundle of the three-bladed scythe on his back quite eye-catching. He adjusted his silver-white hair, returning to that lazy smile of his. "What are Shiraki-san's plans next?" "If you aren't familiar with the land of hot water, I can act as a guide," Hideyoshi stated enthusiastically, "or how about coming straight to my house to sit for a bit? My wife's cooking is quite good, and I just happened to buy fresh salmon today. Let me treat you to a taste of authentic land of hot water cuisine." Aburame Shirsue pondered, the movements of his hands non-stop. Interacting with the internal affairs of Yugakure through Hideyoshi might allow him to find clues regarding the Jashin cult faster. After all, the three-bladed scythe on the man's back was far too iconic. If someone claimed he had zero connection to the Jashin cult, Aburame Shirsue wouldn't believe it. Furthermore, he also wished to see what was so special about the young Haiden that allowed him to become the sole immortal existence. "Then I shall trouble you." Aburame Shirsue dried his hair, letting it fall loose behind him, responding with a smile. "Wonderful." Hideyoshi clapped his shoulder happily, let's go, let's go. My house is right at the eastern side of the village, not far from here. By the way, since you're doing business, do you want to look at our local specialties around here? I know a few excellent medicinal herb merchants." The two men walked out of the hot spring in side by side. Meanwhile, the insects inside the bath pool recorded the entire scene of the group bathing. Jiraiya remained exactly as usual, thinking of every possible method to edge closer to the women's bathhouse, pulling out a sketchpad to outline drawings. Aside from that, he was mostly gathering clues, while the other three youths were soaking in a normal fashion, discussing intelligence on Yugakure and the recent events within Konoha. For instance, Uchiha Mikoto had just passed her 16-year-old coming-of-age ceremony and chose to marry Uchiha Fugaku, who was 8 years her senior, causing many classmates to be heartbroken over it. For another instance, within these past 2 years, it had become difficult for true civilian ninjas to make a name for themselves. The power within the village was clearly at a stage of transition between the old and the new, yet in reality, the changes within the Jonin power structure remained insignificant. It was true that during this period of peace over these years, the probability of Jonin encountering accidents and dying was simply too small. Outside the hot spring doors, the setting sun was currently slanting westward, dyeing the streets of the land of hot water in a warm golden hue. In the distance, the hot spring steam among the mountains was still curling upward, merging with the twilight. Aburame Shursui walked side by side with Hideyoshi on the sparsely populated street, talking and laughing as they headed toward his front door. Hideyoshi spoke continuously while Aburame Shursui offered only occasional, simple responses. It was only when no more useful information could be fished out from that end that he retracted his focus. Hee, you feel you have a great chance to compete for the position of village chief? Aburame Shursui suddenly asked with a smile. Hideyoshi blanked for a moment, then stated with absolute confidence, of course. He brandished the three-bladed scythe in his hand to strike a pose. I am one of the few jonin in the village who fought his way up purely on strength. Long after the two men had walked far away, back inside the bath pool, the continuously pondering Jiraiya finally snapped out of his thoughts. He put down the paper and pen in his hand, slapping his thigh as he said, "Ha ha 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 ha, I finally remember what that feeling was. It's the feeling of senjutsu, no, it's natural energy." This feeling was exactly like when he first encountered the Great Toad Sage, except the feeling the Great Toad Sage gave him was heavy and profound, whereas the green-haired youth just now gave him a feeling of lightness and agility. Senjutsu, how can there still be a senjutsu inheritance in this world outside of the three great sacred grounds? Jiraiya's face was full of shock. He intensely wished to summon himself to Mount Miyaboku right now to ask the Great Toad Sage whether there were other summoning sacred grounds in this world aside from the three great sacred grounds. Just as he was hurriedly preparing to leave, Namikaze Minato walked up to him. "Teacher, I seem to remember who that person is." "Oh, you recognize him? It's a wanted poster." "A wanted poster? Strange, how come I didn't remember it?" Jiraiya scratched his head. Namikaze Minato spoke helplessly, "Teacher, you've been too slack these past years. You've probably forgotten that you're the head of the intelligence division. That person should be called Shiraki, the former military strategist of the Three-Nation Alliance. It's just that after not being seen for many years, his aura and appearance have changed extensively. I have also only seen his portrait, so I didn't recall it for a moment. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 160, The Long. 1364 words. Hideyoshi's house was located at the edge of Yugakure in a single entry, small courtyard with green roof tiles and white walls. A lush, leafy old cherry tree grew inside the courtyard. Come on in, come on in. Don't be polite, just treat it like your own home. Hideyoshi pushed open the courtyard gate and called out carelessly toward the house, "Mieko, I'm back. This is a friend I just met." The moment his voice fell, a gentle woman lifted the door curtain and came out to greet them. She wore a simple kimono, her hair loosely tied behind her head, and a warm smile rested on her face. "Welcome back." Her gaze landed on Aburame Shursui, and she bowed slightly. "You must be Hideyoshi's friend. Please come inside." "Sorry for the intrusion," Aburame Shursui nodded faintly. Mieko smiled as she welcomed them into the house, then looked at Hideyoshi. "Was the mission successful?" "Successful, completely successful. What could possibly go wrong?" Hideyoshi waved his hand, then suddenly remembered something. "By the way, where is our son?" "He just woke up and is playing in the room," Mieko said, turning to look at Aburame Shursui. "Please have a seat first. I'll go prepare dinner. It's rare for us to have a guest, so you must taste my cooking." She tied on an apron as she spoke and headed toward the kitchen. Hideyoshi, meanwhile, could not wait any longer and ducked into the inner room. A moment later he emerged cradling a fair, chubby baby, showing him off to Aburame Shursui with a face full of pride. "Come, let me formally introduce you. This is my son, Haydn." The year-old infant opened his large, round eyes, sizing up the unfamiliar guest with curiosity. His hair was also pure white, clinging softly to his head, and his facial features looked exactly like Hideyoshi's. He was indeed a beautiful child. Aburame Shursui sat in the guest seat, his gaze sweeping across the infant's face. This was the future homicidal maniac Haydn, but when he was small, he was actually quite cute. Wah wah wah, the child suddenly began to cry. Hideyoshi was instantly thrown into a frantic rush. Hey, 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 what's wrong, what's wrong? Are you hungry? No, didn't we just feed you? Could it be that you wet yourself? He leaned closer to sniff. No, no smell. Then why are you crying? The moment his voice fell, a stream of warm liquid squirted directly onto his face. Hideyoshi froze. Aburame Shursui. The infant stopped crying and began to giggle, appearing exceptionally satisfied with his own prank. Hi, Dan. Hideyoshi wailed, a certain pale yellow liquid still hanging on his face. You brat. Mieko poked her head out from the kitchen, and seeing this scene, she covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Who opens a diaper like that to check? Hideyoshi cradled his son with a pitiful look, not daring to let go for fear of peeing everywhere. Quick, 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 where are the diapers? In the cabinet, Mieko smiled and pulled her head back. Cradling the child, Hideyoshi began to rummage through the boxes and chests all over the room. Diaper, diaper, diaper. I remember putting them right here. Aburame Shursui watched this scene silently. The man frantically rummaging around for a diaper, the father grumbling while carefully cradling his son, and the sound of chopping vegetables alongside the aroma of stewing soup drifting from the kitchen. There were no flaws and there was no disguise. This was just an ordinary ninja family. Aburame Shursui knit his brows slightly. Was he overthinking things, or did this family hide themselves too deeply because they were far too adept at masquerading? But he clearly remembered that the three-bladed scythe was the iconic weapon of the Jashin cult. Could you please hold him for a second? A soft, squishy bundle was suddenly stuffed into his arms, interrupting the train of thought in his mind. Aburame Shursui looked down, meeting Haydn's large, dark eyes perfectly. Once the infant arrived in his arms, he unexpectedly stopped crying and throwing a tantrum. He just lay there quietly, extending a small hand in an attempt to grab the green hair draped across Shursui's chest. Aburame Shursui blinked slightly. He could clearly sense an extremely faint fluctuation radiating from the infant, the purest aura of life's beginning, devoid of impurities, devoid of malice. The infant seemed to sense something from his body as well. Aburame Shursui surmised that there was a high probability that it was the aura of senjutsu on his person. His wind senjutsu possessed the capability to perceive nature and all things, so his body naturally carried an inexplicable, innate affinity. An infant's senses were the most acute. The child had likely detected that aura of merging into one with nature, which was why he became so tranquil. Giggle, giggle. Haydn caught a strand of hair and laughed happily. Aburame Shursui looked down at the infant in his arms, those eyes so clean that not a single shred of impurity existed within them. It had been a very, very long time, so long that he had almost forgotten this feeling. In the insect hive of the land of snow, he was the master who controlled everything. In the undercurrents of the shinobi world, he was the chess player planning every single move. He was accustomed to calculating, accustomed to suspecting, and accustomed to viewing every person with the most complex gaze. Yet he had forgotten that the world also possessed a simple side, and that some approaches and invitations required no reason at all. An ordinary father, a gentle mother, and an infant who had just learned how to pee. Nothing more. The other party might not have intentionally approached him with a hidden motive, it was merely due to his appearance. Perhaps that natural, innate aura on his person allowed people to let down their guard, making them feel he was a friend worth making, which was why they invited him into their home to be a guest without any reservations. Found it, found it. Hideyoshi finally fished out a diaper from the depths of the cabinet, and ran over excitedly. Then, seeing the scene before his eyes, his footsteps suddenly paused. His son, that little demon king who usually raised an absolute ruckus, was currently lying quietly in Aburame Shursui's arms, obediently grabbing a strand of green hair to play with, a silly smile plastered across his face. Ha! Hideyoshi widened his eyes. This kid usually cries whenever a stranger holds him. How come he's so obedient in your hands? Aburame Shursui retracted his thoughts, stating faintly, perhaps it is fate. Fate is good, fate is good. Hideyoshi approached with a smile, extending his hands to take his son. Come, 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 Daddy will change your diaper, don't go dirtying someone else's clothes. The moment he took Haydn back, the infant instantly puckered his lips, his face entirely displeased. Hey, 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 what kind of expression is that? Hideyoshi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, carrying his son to the side to change his diaper. Aburame Shursui's gaze followed his movements. Hideyoshi's diaper-changing technique was very clumsy, clearly marking him as a novice father. Either the diaper was stuck crookedly, or it was wrapped too loosely. Haydn twisted and turned in his hands, protesting his father's ineptitude. As Hideyoshi fumbled with it, he muttered, "Don't move, don't move." "Oh, crooked again." Mieko's voice traveled over from the kitchen, "Do you need help?" No need, I can manage." Hideyoshi hurriedly waved his hand, resulting in yet another round of frantic rushing. Watching this scene, the corners of Aburame Shursui's mouth unconsciously curved into a subtle arc. It was not his habitual smile, that kind of distant and polite smile, but a truly relaxed, heartfelt smile. He had not smiled like this for a very, very long time. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 161, Bedding Down in the Night, Jiraiya approaches the door. 1375 words. At that moment, Aburame Shursui suddenly spoke, "Speaking of which, we have only just met not long ago, and have only soaked in a hot spring together once. Yet you trust me to this extent, bringing me to your home as a guest. Aren't you afraid that my identity is fabricated, or perhaps that I harbor other designs?" Hideyoshi did not turn his head, teasing the child while responding, "It doesn't matter. Someone like you could never be a regular merchant at first glance. However, I, Hideyoshi, was born with sharp spiritual perception. I saw with one look that you must be a thoroughly good person. My kid likes you very much, and babies have pure minds. They are the most capable of discerning good from evil. Besides, you look so handsome, how could you possibly be a bad person? As for what your identity is, as long as I, Hideyoshi, recognize you as my friend, then you are my friend. Furthermore, I, Hideyoshi, am a jonin." Hideyoshi cradled the naked child, striking a pose with absolute confidence. "You mustn't look down upon the strength and perception of any jonin, you know." It was exactly as he had deduced. The other party associating with him was truly due to this aura of his, alongside that innately familiar personality. Aburame Shursui was somewhat speechless. It was indeed another talent-type individual. A moment later, Hideyoshi finally finished changing the diaper, standing up with a face full of sweat while cradling his son. "Done. Although it might still be a bit loose, it shouldn't leak again." Haydn responded to his uncertainty with a resounding cry. "What's wrong now? He should be hungry." Mieko emerged from the kitchen carrying dishes, taking her son with a smile. "You two hurry up and change your clothes. How can you eat dinner while smelling like urine?" Hideyoshi leaned down to sniff himself, twisting his face. "It certainly is flavorful." He looked toward Aburame Shursui, scratching his head awkwardly. How about you change into my clothes first? Our statures are about the same, so they should fit." Aburame Shursui glanced at the damp patch on his own robe, and nodded slightly. "I shall trouble you." A moment later, the two men changed their clothes and reseated themselves. Mieko had already laid out a table full of dishes, tenderly stewed chunks of meat, seasonal vegetables, steaming miso soup, and a fish fried to a golden crisp. "They are all just home-cooked dishes. I don't know if they suit your palate," Mieko said gently, cradling the now fully fed and drowsy Haydn. It is already excellent. Aburame Shursui picked up his chopsticks. Hideyoshi had already begun eating in large mouthfuls, speaking indistinctly as he chewed, delicious. The food at home is still the best. You have no idea, those dry rations eaten during missions are simply not meant for humans. Aburame Shursui picked up a piece of stewed meat, and placed it into his mouth. The meat was tender and the broth rich, it was indeed prepared with care. He looked back at Haydn in Mieko's arms, the infant had already fallen asleep, his tiny chest rising and falling rhythmically, a satisfied smile still hanging on his face. Outside the window, the petals of the old cherry tree drifted with the wind. Inside the room, the daily life of the family of three was warm and peaceful. Aburame Shursui suddenly felt that perhaps this trip to the land of hot water, even if no clues regarding the Jashin cult were found, would not count as a wasted venture. Because at this moment, he witnessed something long absent, something called ordinary happiness. Hideyoshi's residence was not large, possessing only 2 rooms in total. At night, Mieko stayed in the side room, cradling the child, while he and Hideyoshi, 2 grown men, stayed in the master bedroom. Fortunately, the bed was very large, and they used 2 separate quilts, yet Aburame Shursui remained somewhat unaccustomed, as this was his first time sleeping in such close proximity to someone else. Wearing his pajamas, Hideyoshi twiddled his fingers while staring directly at the ceiling, his mouth still running. Shiroki-kun, your strength should be very powerful, right? At least much stronger than me. So you can tell. Aburame Shursui asked calmly. Hideyoshi rolled over onto his side, nonsense. A person with your kind of bearing, others would think you are an immortal reincarnated. You are so dazzling that the people around you will subconsciously avoid walking near you, do you know that? It's only because I'm thick-skinned that I followed you all the way into the bath pool. But then again, you are actually much easier to approach than I thought. You look like you're sacred and inviolable, yet you're extraordinarily easy to get along with. Aburame Shursui's voice was clear as he looked at him. So what kind of feeling do I give you? Hideyoshi blinked slightly at his words. Silence for a brief moment, he stated, I can't describe it, but at least it's very comfortable. By the way, do you want to become my child's godfather? Hideyoshi's train of thought was bizarre. He sat up, the topic suddenly veering sharply. I'm telling you, my son is absolutely a genius among geniuses. Becoming the child's godfather definitely won't hurt, and in the future, he will absolutely inherit your jutsu, carrying forward your abilities. So you have your eyes on the jutsu on my person. Hideyoshi suddenly blanked, rubbing his chin as he said, Don't say it, now that you put it that way, it really sounds like that's the intention. Aburame Shursui smiled once more. He knew the other party did not actually harbor such an intent, it was merely a casual flow of conversation. Just as Hideyoshi lay back down, preparing for another deep round of pre-sleep talk therapy, Aburame Shursui suddenly pointed at him, Shoo! A few guests have arrived, though from the looks of it, they should be looking for me. Aburame Shursui formed a hand seal, disappearing from the spot with a poof. Subsequently, the window swung open, and the wind swirled in from outside. Hideyoshi lifted his gaze to look out, discovering that the men had already appeared in the courtyard outside the window. Meanwhile, outside their entire house, a pale green ceiling barrier had vibrated into existence, not only protecting the building but isolating internal and external sounds completely. Hideyoshi scrambled out of bed, grabbing his weapon, the 3-bladed scythe. In the other room, Mieko heard the commotion and could not help but ask, What's wrong? Hideyoshi replied with a smile, Nothing. You go ahead and sleep. Shiraki-san and I ate a bit too much, so we're planning to head out to walk it off. After saying this, he closed the bedroom door tightly and leaped rapidly out the window. Outside the house, a gust of clear wind drifted around Aburame Shursui's body, cradling him as he slowly landed on the ground. And upon the crest of the wall opposite him, a youth with long white hair was crouching. This person possessed a mature countenance and a gaze as sharp as a torch. It was none other than Jiraiya, whom they had brushed past earlier. The Grand Jiraiya, one of Konoha's legendary Sannin. I wonder what business you have with an obscure, nameless individual like myself. If there is nothing, my friend and I intend to rest. You are no obscure, nameless character, Jiraiya spoke up. The proxy of the Dragonfly Sacred Ground, the former military strategist of Kusagakure, and the grand military strategist of the subsequent Three-Nation Alliance. The ninja who personally defeated Hyuga Tennin, and seized his twin eyes. Shiraki, although you haven't shown your face for 5 years, your bounty in the underground bounty station stands at a full 80 million ryo. I absolutely do not believe that a man as resourceful as you came here merely for leisure. Shiroki, you stirred up the Shinobi World War previously, what exactly is your purpose? The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 162, Kicking Jiraiya. 1,381 words. Aburame Shursui had absolutely no desire to answer. Having finally found a rare state of absolute comfort, he did not want to clash with the people of Konoha. He only desired that they leave each other well enough alone. Just as he was about to open his mouth, a dissatisfied voice traveled over from behind him. Hey! Hideyoshi strode out of the courtyard carrying his scythe, stepping upright to Aburame Shursui's side as he looked up to glare at Jiraiya on the crest of the wall. Where did this Konoha ninja come from, staying awake in the middle of the night just to squat on the wall of my house? If you disrupt the chat between my friend and me, can you afford to compensate for it? Jiraiya blanked at this sudden cross-examination, pointing at himself. You don't recognize me. Hideyoshi scanned him up and down, completely justified. Should I recognize you? I am one of Konoha's legendary Sannin, the white-haired youth of Mount Myaboku, the Toad Sage Jiraiya. Jiraiya announced his title, his tone radiating pride. Hideyoshi remained expressionless, heard of the name, never seen the face. What do I absolutely have to recognize every Konoha ninja? Jiraiya's expression froze right on his face, thinking to himself, is this guy serious? He let out a dry cough, attempting to salvage his dignity. Shifting the topic, he said, then do you know who this person beside you actually is? Of course I know, Hideyoshi answered lightning fast. Shiraki-kun, my friend. No, I'm talking about his true identity. Jiraiya's tone grew solemn. He is no simple character. He was once the military strategist of Kusagakure, the one who orchestrated the Three-Nation War, and caused the deaths of thousands upon thousands of people. How could someone with a mind as deep and scheming as his genuinely make friends with someone like you? He must be utilizing you, wake up. Hideyoshi turned around and asked earnestly, are you utilizing me? Aburame Shursui smiled, shaking his head slightly, no. Oh. Hideyoshi turned back around and spread his hands toward Jiraiya. See, my friend said no, yet you're still standing there trying to drive a wedge between us. Jiraiya opened his mouth, entirely at a loss for words for a moment. Friend. He looked at Aburame Shursui, his gaze highly complex. That Kusagakure strategist who once devised strategies and stirred the winds and clouds of 3 nations, the man who personally slew Hyuga Tennin, and seized the Byakugan, could someone like him actually have a friend? Someone like you can actually make friends? Jiraiya asked in astonishment. He felt that this matter could absolutely not be as simple as it appeared on the surface. Aburame Shursui did not answer. He turned his frame around and walked back toward the house. Behind him, Jiraiya's voice rang out once more, now is not the time to conclude our conversation. His hands rapidly formed seals, and he stomped a foot down. Earth release, earth spear technique. The ground suddenly upheaved as several sharp spears of earth broke through the soil, blocking Shursui's footsteps. You still haven't told me why you instigated the ninja war. Do you have any idea that Kusagakure was destroyed, and thousands of ninjas and tens of thousands of civilians died because of you? Because of me. Aburame Shursui turned back. Jiraiya, you've mistaken one thing. He lifted his hand, raising a single finger, the only person I personally stepped forward to kill was one individual named Hyuga Tennin. Aside from that, not a single person died directly at my hands. But the war you orchestrated. Orchestrated? Kusagakure merely wished to preserve itself between two great nations. Furthermore, weren't you Konoha ninjas the first to launch an invasive war? Sophistry. Merely the facts. If you wish to seek justice for them, you ought to look for the daimyo and kage who handed down the orders, not me. Hey, Hideyoshi spoke up again, his scythe resting across his shoulders, his face flush with dissatisfaction. My friend already said it wasn't his fault, so why are you still being so overbearing? Can Konoha's Sannin really be this unreasonable? Jiraiya ignored him, his gaze locked firmly onto Aburame Shursui from beginning to end. No matter what, you must give me an account today. Before his words even faded, Jiraiya's body suddenly retreated rapidly, because Hideyoshi's scythe had already slashed downward. So noisy. Hideyoshi missed with his first strike, reversing his hand for another swing. Does anyone get to sleep in the middle of the night? Jiraiya evaded the two strikes, his brow furrowing. He could perceive that this seemingly eccentric Yugakure ninja's strength was unexpectedly not weak. In that case, I'll just have to make you calm down first. His hands formed seals rapidly, and he slammed a palm violently onto the ground. Ninja art, swamp of the underworld. The ground softened abruptly, the hard earth transforming into a viscous mire that expanded in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. The courtyard walls, the trees, and even Hideyoshi's house began to sink slowly. Hideyoshi's face shifted. Oh no. Inside that house were his wife and son. The swamp had already spread to the building's foundation, and the small cottage with green roof tiles and white walls began to tilt, emitting a teeth-grating creak. Right at this critical juncture, a brilliant green light flashed into existence. The pale green barrier originally enveloping the house exploded with power, its light expanding grandly as it held the entire building completely steady. A barrier jutsu. No, this isn't an ordinary barrier. The energy contained within was fresh and boundless, almost like natural energy. In the brief instant Jiraiya was distracted, a silhouette had already closed in right before him. Aburame Shursui appeared within 3 feet of his frame, his speed so rapid it mimicked instantaneous teleportation. Jiraiya's pupils constricted sharply, and he subconsciously raised both arms to block. Bang! A kick landed squarely against his forearms. The force was so immense that it launched him flying backward through the air. Jiraiya flipped in midair, attempting to stabilize his form. Before he could even adjust his posture, that silhouette had already caught up. Bang! Another kick struck brutally against his waist. Jiraiya flew sideways, tumoring across the ground for over a dozen meters before barely coming to a halt. He struggled to clamber back up, his arms burning with intense pain, and the bones where the strike connected were trembling. How is this possible? He lifted his gaze to look at the silhouette ahead. Aburame Shursui stood there quietly, his robes fluttering, his entire body enveloped in a faint, flowing green light. The moonlight coated him in a silver fringe, and his long green hair stirred gently with the wind, appearing to merge seamlessly into the night. Cold sweat seeped from Jiraiya's forehead. Those 2 kicks just now, whether in terms of speed or power, vastly exceeded all calculations. If his reactions hadn't been fast enough to shield his body with chakra in time, his arms would likely be broken right now. This person's physical condition was simply so powerful that it didn't seem human. A monster. Jiraiya murmured, his arms shaking slightly inside his sleeves. Aburame Shursui did not speak, his eyes merely gazing at him quietly. In the next second, he disappeared once more. The sound of rushing wind assaulted Jiraiya from the right. He shifted his upper body violently, barely evading that particular kick, yet before he could breathe a sigh of relief, another kick swept upward from below. Bang! Another heavy strike slammed directly into his abdomen. Jiraiya's body arched like a shrimp, and this time, he flew entirely outside the boundaries of the village. Under the moonlight, Abiram Shursui slowly retracted his leg, his robes fluttering as the green light swirled around his frame. Hideyoshi stood at the courtyard gate, clutching his scythe, his eyes wide open as he witnessed this scene. Good grief, what kind of friend did I just make? The story is already written. Waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 163, Senjutsu, Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken Shadow Clone. 1,446 words. Moonlight cascaded over the heavily cratered woodland clearing outside the village. Abiram Shursui slowly retracted his leg, his robes fluttering as a faint green light swirled around his frame. He looked at Jiraiya, who had been kicked dozens of meters away, but did not press the attack. In truth, his primary motive just now was simply to test exactly what level of strength he currently possessed within the shinobi world. The facts proved that relying solely on taijutsu and ninjutsu without utilizing his insects, he could already be considered a first-line powerhouse. Of course, although his physical conditioning far exceeded Jiraiya's, making a victory not difficult, actually killing Jiraiya would present a bit of a challenge. After all, most powerhouses possessed long legs. If they intended to run, no one could truly stop them. Therefore, he only planned to hand down a thorough lesson. There were many reasons for this, primarily 3 points. First, his current mood was quite good, and he had no desire to actively kill. Second, Mount Myaboku was backed by the great Toad Sage, who was rumored to possess the power of prophecy. He found that to be a nuisance. Third, even if he killed him, it might be futile. Legend held that Mount Myaboku possessed a certain sage tag capable of bringing the dead back to life. Unless one could completely destroy the corpse immediately after slaying it, the opponent could very likely revive at full health. Furthermore, he already intended to leave the shinobi world to travel overseas in search of energy stones within ancient ruins. Before that, there was zero necessity to lock horns with the Toad Sage ahead of time. Supported by the wind, Abiram Shursui floated in midair. He tilted his head downward, stating, Jiraiya, I have no interest in making an enemy of Konoha, nor do I have any interest in deciding life or death with you. Tonight's matter ends right here. You walk your sunny avenue, and I'll cross my single log bridge. Let us leave each other well enough alone. Jiraiya clambered up from the ground, his arms trembling slightly, yet a grin split across his face nonetheless. Leave each other well enough alone. Words spoken lightly. For a person like you to appear in the land of hot water, I don't believe you merely came to soak in a hot spring. Believe it or not, it is entirely up to you. Abiram Shursui turned around, heading back in the direction of Hideyoshi's house. Behind him, the sound of rushing wind abruptly surged. Abiram Shursui's brow furrowed slightly as his silhouette flashed, evading the needle Senbon hair barrage assaulting him from behind. Looking back, Jiraiya had already stabilized his form, his hands forming seals as his chakra escalated sharply. I can't just let you leave like this. Blood seeped from the corner of Jiraiya's mouth, yet a stubborn smile remained fixed on his face. He bit his finger and began forming seals. It was clearly the summoning jutsu. Even if I am heavily injured by you tonight, I must at least clarify what your purpose is. Abiram Shursui let out a sigh. What a hassle. He lifted his hand, and the surrounding clear wind gathered abruptly. Devoid of any hand seals, natural energy condensed and spun directly within his palm, transforming into a rapidly rotating, pale green shuriken. Jiraiya's pupils constricted slightly, his expression shifting abruptly as the seals in his hands instantly fell into disarray. A seal-less ninjutsu. And its wind release, no, that isn't ordinary wind release, the natural energy contained inside is exceptionally dense. Senjutsu, wind release, Raisin Shuriken. With a flick of Abiram Shursui's finger, that small shuriken held forth. In midair it split from 1 into 2, 2 into 3, and 3 into countless copies, densely packed like a sky full of flying blades, blanketing the heavens as it shot toward Jiraiya. What is this? Jiraiya's face altered drastically. His summoning jutsu interrupted, he scrambled to evade while his hands rapidly formed seals, earth release, earth-style wall. Several earthen walls rose abruptly from the ground, only to be ground into fine powder the exact instant they made contact with the shuriken. The tiny wind blades appeared to possess a life of their own, twisting nimbly in midair to relentlessly slice after Jiraiya's silhouette. Jiraiya fled in a wretched state, dozens of bloody gashes instantly opening across his body. No, if this continues, it's going to be dangerous. Fortunately, he formed seals to summon once more, and the final seal of the summoning jutsu was ultimately completed. Summoning jutsu. Poof. 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 Four massive clouds of white smoke exploded, and four immense silhouettes materialized under the moonlight. One was a slender, blue toad wielding dual swords, Gamma Hero. One was a purple-red toad wearing a bib and holding a fork shield, Gammaken. One was a green toad holding a long staff with a cold expression, Gammariki. And the final one was a giant red toad puffing a pipe with a short blade at its waist, Gammabunta. Jiraiya, what are you calling us out for in the middle of the night? Gammabunta exhaled a cloud of smoke, asking with dissatisfaction. Subsequently, its gaze swept across the area, taking in Aburame Shursui standing quietly not far away, as well as the sky full of dancing windblade shuriken. What kind of situation is this? Please, help me hold him off. Jiraiya shouted. I need to enter Sage mode. After finishing his sentence, he leaped to the side, bit his finger, and summoned once more. Two small toads, Fukasaku Sage and Shima Sage, appeared upon his shoulders. Little Jiraiya, what exactly happened that requires all of us to deploy together? No time to explain, I need to begin Sage mode. After saying this, he began to remain perfectly still to perceive the natural energy, and the lines of the sage's facial markings gradually surfaced upon his face. The two sages also knew the situation was urgent, asking no further questions as they immediately assisted. On the other side, Gamma Hero drew his twin swords. Looking at those continuously closing windblade shuriken, he stated earnestly, this thing is not simple. His twin swords slashed out after images. Following a cascade of clanking collisions, the sky full of tiny green shuriken was chopped down one after another. However, he was also gasping heavily, the twin swords in his hands nicked and covered in gaps. He exhaled a breath, his face displaying pain. I withstood the first wave of damage, but I need to go back first. During that lightning-fast instant just now, before the other toads could even see clearly, a pool of blood had already appeared on the ground. Gamma Hero's hands were entirely covered in wounds, and his abdomen had taken dozens of solid hits. As it turned out, he had not only used his swords to parry the attacks, but had used his body to absorb the damage. Amidst a burst of smoke, Gamma Hero ended the summoning, and vanished from sight. Yet the moment his voice fell, Aburame Shursui lifted his hand once more. Another small wind-release shuriken flew forth, continuously absorbing the wind-attribute natural energy from the surrounding environment in the sky, splitting in an exponential fashion. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. Before long, the dense, tightly packed sky was entirely filled with these tiny shuriken. They descended from the heavens like a torrential downpour. That was right, after mastering wind senjutsu, the wind within the natural world was actually far more obedient than wind attribute chakra. Therefore, in Aburame Shursui's hands, this kind of miniature senjutsu, wind release, Raisin Shuriken was practically equivalent to a basic attack. The slightly more troublesome variant was called Sage Art, Raisin Shuriken Shadow Clone. It's coming. Gammaken raised his shield to block in front of his frame. He had to shield Jiraiya, ensuring that not a single wind-release Raisin Shuriken leaked through. After all, given their immense size, taking a hit was not fatal, but for a small frame like Jiraiya's, taking one hit would mean being heavily injured. The shuriken struck against the shield, emitting a dense clattering sound. Each strike carried a heavy impact, rattling him into continuous retreat. Gammariki brandished his long staff, knocking away the assaulting shuriken one by one. Yet those shuriken appeared entirely endless. As soon as one batch was knocked away, another arrived, becoming tighter and denser. "This can't go on," Gamabunta spoke up. "There are too many of these things. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed." Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 164, Testing his own strength, his mood is joyful. 1,658 words. Gamabunta took a deep drag from his pipe and exhaled violently. The massive cloud of smoke temporarily obscured everyone's field of vision. Borrowing the cover of the smoke screen, the remaining toads swiftly moved Jiraiya away, completely breaking out of the zone where the shuriken storm was at its densest. As expected, those wind blades possessed no homing capabilities. Once they relocated to a new position, the incoming onslaught grew visibly sparser. Yet right at that moment, a massive wind release raisin shuriken tore through the air, howling directly toward them. Damn it! Gamabunta drew the short blade from his waist, slashing out a strike straight toward the colossal spinning shuriken. The edge of the blade collided with the raisin shuriken, emitting a piercing, grinding screech. Gamabunta's blade and the spinning shuriken locked in a violent stalemate in midair. The shuriken rotated frantically, grinding forward with relentless momentum, while Gamabunta's massive webbed feet plowed 2 deep furrows into the earth as he was pushed backward step after step. "Jiraiya!" Gamabunta growled in a low voice, "Hurry it up. I can't hold it." The veins on both of his arms bulged violently as he poured the entirety of his physical strength into the blade. Yet the raisin shuriken remained unyielding, continuing its relentless forward advance. Crack! Following a crisp snapping sound, a hairline fracture splintered across Gamabunta's short blade. "What?" The giant toad stared incredulously at the massive weapon in his grip. This was no ordinary blade. It was forged from materials infused with chakra metal, utilizing highly specialized craftsmanship and premium steel. While it couldn't quite be classified as a divine artifact, it wasn't far from one. The fractures spread at a terrifying speed and then, bang! The short blade shattered into countless fragments. Stripped of all resistance, the raisin shuriken drove straight through, violently smashing right into Gamabunta's torso. Ugwa! Gamabunta's colossal form was launched backward through the air, dissolving into a massive cloud of white smoke before he even touched the ground. Clearly, he had sustained severe injuries, and was forced to dispel the summoning to return to Mount Mayaboku. Meanwhile, that singular raisin shuriken continued to spin violently. Only after carving out a trench several miles long across the landscape did it finally, slowly dissipate into the air. Simultaneously, Gamariki and Gamaken reached their absolute limits. Countless miniature shuriken breached their defenses, slicing deep, bloody gashes across their hides. While the wounds were not instantly fatal, continuing under this relentless downpour would mean certain death. "Jiraiya, we did our best," Gamariki yelled out, instantly dissolving into a puff of white smoke to return home. Gamaken followed immediately after, ending his summoning with a loud poof. As the remaining clouds of white smoke dispersed into the night, only Jiraiya was left in the clearing, still perfectly motionless, desperately absorbing natural energy. By this time, the smog in the sky had entirely vanished. Aburame Shursui was no longer dressed in his ordinary pajamas. Instead, he wore a flowing, pale green sage robe that possessed the innate ability to ride the air currents. With the gentle evening breeze brushing against his garments, he hovered suspended in midair. His gaze drifted downward, landing right on Jiraiya's shoulders. There, the 2 elder toads, Fukasaku Sage and Shima Sage, were staring at Jiraiya with faces full of intense anxiety, straining with every fiber of their being to assist him in entering sage mode. Seeing that they were right on the verge of completion, Aburame Shursui spoke softly, "That's enough." His silhouette suddenly blurred. No, it did not fade, but rather dissolved directly into the wind itself. In the next fraction of a second, a gentle gust of clear wind brushed past Jiraiya's flank, and Aburame Shursui materialized directly behind him. Lifting his hand, he aligned his fingers like the edge of a blade, sending a sweeping gale ripping through the air. "Watch out!" Fukasaku Sage barked out a warning just in time, but the wind blade had already swept cleanly through the exact coordinate where he and Shima were stationed. Bang! Bang! The two elder toads were knocked clean off Jiraiya's shoulders, tumbling through the air for several rotations before they could barely stabilize their small forms. Although they managed to escape uninjured, the process of gathering and transferring natural energy had been shattered beyond repair. Jiraiya snapped his eyes open. The markings of Sage Mode were only halfway complete, leaving his face with several awkward toad-like features. Yet the technique as a whole was an absolute failure. The Sage colorations were already receding at a visible pace. "Curse it!" He spat through gritted teeth, his muscles turning entirely sluggish due to the violent backlash of having his senjutsu forcefully interrupted. Aburame Shursui stood a mere 3 meters behind him, his expression perfectly serene. "I told you, it would have been best to leave each other well enough alone," he stated faintly. "Since you insisted on fighting, I could only accommodate you." A bitter smile surfaced on Jiraiya's face. The chasm between their abilities was simply too vast. From the very beginning of this clash to its end, his opponent hadn't even deployed his true strength, relying purely on basic taijutsu and sealless senjutsu. The man had thoroughly beaten him to the point where he couldn't even mount a counterattack. If his opponent had truly harbored a murderous intent. "Lord Jiraiya," a youthful voice echoed out from the darkness. Simultaneously, a pitch-black shadow stretched out abruptly beneath Aburame Shursui's feet, wrapping securely around his ankles. Shadow imitation jutsu, a success. Narashikaka poked his head out from behind a large tree, a look of joy just beginning to surface on his features, only for that joy to instantly freeze solid. Aburame Shursui merely lifted his foot with a casual, effortless tug. The shadow binding him instantly tore apart into fragments, snapping like a piece of brittle cloth. Narashikaka coughed up a mouthful of blood, the chakra within his pathway network instantaneously draining to zero. The severe backlash of having his jutsu violently shattered left his face entirely pale. How is this possible? His shadow imitation jutsu had never been broken out of so rapidly. Furthermore, with just a casual lift of a foot, the man had completely emptied his reservoir of chakra. While he was still trapped in a state of utter shock, another steady voice rang out through the trees. Mind-body switch jutsu. Yamanaka Inoichi had already completed his hand seals. A massive surge of spiritual energy, carrying his own consciousness, surged forward to invade Aburame Shursui's mind. And then, his consciousness didn't even manage to touch the man's soul. Right at the absolute surface layer, his mind slammed violently into a layer of incredibly thick, hyperdense, continuously writhing entities. Before he could even investigate what they were, his consciousness was instantaneously drowned out. Inoichi! Akimichi Choza cried out in alarm, hurriedly catching his collapsing comrade. Right at this critical juncture, a specially made 3-pronged kunai descended from the heavens, embedding itself firmly into the dirt right in front of Jiraiya. In the next split second, a youth with golden hair and blue eyes materialized right beside the kunai, instantly grabbing Jiraiya by the shoulder. Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Aburame Shursui watched this entire sequence transpire without making a move to pursue. Namikaze Minato, the future 4th Hokage. The Flying Thunder God Jutsu truly lives up to its reputation. However, looking at the current display, it appeared to only be in its first stage. The operational distance of the technique was limited, spanning roughly 1 to 2 kilometers. His Kikaichu had long since perceived the formula coordinate marked upon the kunai. They could easily track the exact location where Namikaze Minato had teleported Jiraiya, right atop the branches of a large tree located precisely 1 kilometer outside the village boundaries. Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Aburame Shursui murmured softly to himself. Interesting. He lifted his hand, casually casting a miniature Raisin Shuriken toward the direction of that distant tree. The wind-release Raisin Shuriken sliced cleanly through the night sky, precisely shearing off the crown of the massive tree, before splitting into countless miniature wind blades that detonated outward in all directions. A vast swath of the surrounding forest was instantly minced into neat wooden logs, crashing down simultaneously. Bang! Amidst the falling timber, Namikaze Minato leaped clear in a thoroughly wretched state while supporting Jiraiya, utilizing the flying thunder god once more to displace themselves another half-mile away. His face was entirely filled with profound horror. "Minato, let's go," Jiraiya sighed, patting his disciple on the shoulder as he looked back toward the clearing. "Tonight, I lost. That man is not someone the current us can afford to deal with." Namikaze Minato gritted his teeth, gave a firm nod, and activated the flying thunder god once more. The two of them vanished completely into the darkness of the night. On the other side of the clearing, Narashikaku was supporting the unconscious Yamanaka Inoichi, while Akimichi Choza shielded them both from the front, staring at Aburame Shursui with absolute vigilance. Aburame Shursui, however, merely swept a casual glance over them before turning his frame around to leave. "Take your comrade and go," his voice drifted back to them, carried smoothly by the wind. "I have zero interest in killing you." The three Konoha ninjas felt as if they had just been granted a grand amnesty from the heavens. Hoisting their injured comrade, they rapidly vanished into the depths of the forest. "Shiraki-kun! Shiraki-kun!" Hideyoshi came running out from the distance, panting heavily for breath while still clutching his three-bladed scythe. Taking in the absolute devastation of the landscape before his eyes, he froze completely in his tracks. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 165, Minato. 1,459 words. Under the moonlight, only a devastated battlefield remained. The ground was plowed with deep furrows, trees were shredded into splinters, and several massive toad footprints were left behind. Did you do this?" Hideyoshi's mouth hung wide open, staring incredulously at the deep trenches and shattered wood. Good grief, a fight between ninjas can actually cause this much commotion. Before, when he was watching from a distance, he couldn't see it clearly and only felt the disturbance was massive. Now that he had approached, he discovered the destruction was far more severe than he had imagined. Aburame Shursui did not answer, offering only a faint smile. "Let us head back. Your wife must be worried." "Ah? Oh, right. Hideyoshi snapped out of it, nodding hurriedly. Then he sidled up closer, his eyes sparkling. "But Shiraki-kun, you're just way too amazing. Those ninjutsu were practically world-destroying. And that glowing shuriken, what on earth was that? Can you teach me?" Aburame Shursui glanced at him without speaking, stepping forward to walk back toward the village. Hideyoshi scrambled to keep up, still prattling along the way, "But then again, you won, right? You definitely won. I saw that white-haired guy running with his tail between his legs from your beating. It's just a pity he was saved by a youngster at the very end." By the time the two men returned to Hideyoshi's house, the swamp outside the courtyard had already dried up, and the ground had reverted to its original state. That layer of pale green barrier still enveloped the house, keeping everything perfectly protected and intact. Aburame Shursui retracted the barrier and pushed open the courtyard gate. Cradling the already sleeping Haiden, Mieko poked her sleepy-eyed head out from the house. "You're back. What took you so long?" "As I said, we ate a bit too much tonight, and went out to walk it off," Hideyoshi chuckled, making light of it as he walked into the house. "Shiraki-kun and I are heading to bed first. You should rest early, too." Out of habit, he wanted to reach out his hand to sling an arm over Aburame Shursui's shoulder. But midway through the motion, he suddenly recalled that earth-shattering battle from just now, and awkwardly pulled his hand back. Let's go. Time to sleep. He let out two dry laughs and quickly walked into the room. Watching his retreating back, a trace of amusement flashed through Shursui's eyes. This man was clearly terrified to death, yet he still treated him as a friend. Mieko nodded, rubbing her eyes as she carried the child back into the side room. When Aburame Shursui returned to the master bedroom, Hideyoshi was already tucked inside his quilt, lying motionless with his back turned. Shursui lay down, pulled up his quilt, and closed his eyes. Outside the window, the moonlight poured through the lattice, casting mottled shadows of light and dark upon the floor. After a long time passed, Hideyoshi's voice finally drifted over once more, Shiroki-kun. MMH. Are you truly the military strategist of Kizugakure? Yes. But then again. Since you're so powerful, why did you choose to be friends with someone like me? Hideyoshi had originally assumed Aburame Shursui was merely a jonin. Even if Shursui was stronger than him, it shouldn't have been too absurd. Yet after what happened just now, he finally perceived that the chasm between a top-tier powerhouse and a jonin was far more ridiculous than the gap between a genin and a jonin. To think that such a powerhouse would deign to make friends with an ordinary jonin like himself, and after only meeting once. Aburame Shursui contemplated for a brief moment before responding, perhaps, what is unobtainable in one's youth will ultimately remain an obsession for a lifetime. Following another bout of silence, Hideyoshi rolled over to face Aburame Shursui. Looking at Shursui's profile, he said earnestly, no matter who you are my friend regardless. This is one thing that won't change. Aburame Shursui did not open his eyes, the corner of his mouth merely curving up slightly. Go to sleep. Oh. Hideyoshi settled back down and closed his eyes. Under the moonlight, the room fell into complete silence. Aburame Shursui's breathing was steady and long. This was a genuine sense of absolute relaxation that he had not experienced in a very, very long time. Outside the window, the night breeze brushed by gently. The petals of the old cherry tree rustled as they drifted down, landing in the courtyard, on the windowsill, and amidst the rare tranquility of this night. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Inoshikacho trio was limping through the forest. Before this, they had been entirely convinced that they were dead for sure. Shikaku had even thought out his final words in his head. They simply hadn't expected that a powerhouse of that caliber would just casually let them go, exactly like effortlessly releasing stray cats or dogs on the side of the road. Perhaps in the eyes of the truly strong, they didn't constitute a threat at all. No, not just now, even in the future, they would still never pose any threat. Heh. To think we were actually let off just like that. Nara Shikaku covered his face. For the first time, he realized that brilliant strategy and intellect held zero value in the face of absolute, overwhelming strength. In particular, the secret technique of his clan that he took such pride in had been completely torn to shreds by someone merely lifting a foot. Within his heart, all the pride that had originally stemmed from his intellect collapsed entirely. He believed that for a very long time to come, the word troublesome would not cross his lips. At the same time, he also felt exceptionally fortunate. It was a blessing that such a powerhouse hadn't participated in the previous World War, otherwise, Konoha would likely still have met with total defeat. Right at that moment, a flash of light erupted, and a golden-haired youth materialized in front of them. It was none other than Namikaze Minato, who had previously fled while carrying Jiraiya. Seeing that the three of them were safe and sound, the heavy boulder in his heart finally dropped. Letting out a long sigh of relief, he said, "It is wonderful that you are all unharmed." Seeing that his close friend had actually come back to rescue them, Akimichi Choza felt immensely grateful. But just as he was about to voice his words of appreciation, a hand pressed down firmly on his shoulder. It was Nara Shikaku. A trace of a cold mock rested in his words. "So, did you assume we wouldn't be able to make it back alive?" "No, I didn't mean that at all," Namikaze Minato waved his hands hurriedly. "Shikaku, earlier I was just in a desperate rush." Before he could finish, Nara Shikaku waved his hand and smiled, stating, "It doesn't matter. Lord Jiraiya is your sensei to begin with, so it's only natural to save him first. Furthermore, in terms of sheer value, Lord Jiraiya is indeed far more important than us." Namikaze Minato could hear that there was a lingering grievance within Shikaku's mind. Yet at this moment, he didn't know what to say to salvage their past friendship. Ultimately, his knees hit the ground, executing a formal dejiza. Folding his hands together, he pressed his forehead firmly against the earth. My deepest apologies. Lord Jiraiya was indeed far too reckless earlier. He failed to see the enemy's true strength clearly and brought about this trouble. This time, I apologize to you all on Lord Jiraiya's behalf. This singular kneel instantly caused a wave of profound guilt to surge within the hearts of the other two youths. Even Yamanaka Inoichi, who was still feeling dizzy and nauseous to the point of wanting to vomit, had no choice but to bend down to support him. Minato, this isn't your fault. We didn't expect the opponent's strength to be so ridiculously powerful either. Shikaku, hurry up and forgive him. However, at this moment, Nara Shikaku did not feel a single shred of guilt. He only felt as if his chest was incredibly stifled, making it difficult to breathe. He could only feel that all of his previous tactical calculations seemed entirely useless in the face of Minato's current kneel. After a long time passed, he let out a lengthy exhale, fine. I forgive you, Namikaze Minato. The story is already written. Waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 166, Konoha still does not abandon the mission. 1295 words. The night passed without further words. The following morning, Aburame Shursui opened his eyes amidst the first glimmers of light. As he had commanded, his insect swarm had thoroughly blanketed the borders of the land of hot water and discovered traces of Jashin cult activity within the eastern mountain forests. He was tidying his attire and preparing to set out when Hideyoshi hurried in from outside carrying a basin of water. Shiraki-kun, you're finally awake. Wash your face, I've mixed this warm water, the temperature is just right. Many thanks. Even though he had already mastered wind senjutsu, and could remain untainted by dust through the use of clear winds, Shursui still reached out to wash his face with the basin of fresh water. The water was from a hot spring, its temperature perfect. It was evident that this friend treated him with genuine sincerity. I am leaving, Aburame Shursui spoke as he dried his face. Although Hideyoshi had known he wouldn't stay long, he still couldn't help asking in surprise, where is Shiraki-kun headed next? Did you truly come to Yugakure just for travel? Aburame Shursui felt there was nothing to hide and explained with a smile, indeed, I came for the Jashin cult. I simply wish to see what this so-called evil god actually is. Once the matter is resolved, I will head overseas and likely won't return to the shinobi world for quite some time. I never expected you were here to eradicate the Jashin cult. Hideyoshi laughed heartily upon hearing this. I knew you were a good person. Aburame Shursui offered a forced smile. My resolving the Jashin cult is not for the sake of saving the land of hot water, but for another purpose entirely. Haha, it doesn't matter. We judge by the deed, not the intent. Hideyoshi laughed while scratching his head. The Jashin cult had been a long-standing malady for Yugakure, and recently, they had begun kidnapping children. Hideyoshi instinctively felt a larger conspiracy was hidden behind it. If it weren't for the lack of clues, he would have tracked them down long ago. He had heard from the village head that people had already been sent to Konoha for help. So those Konoha ninjas from before, they came to help our village. Likely so, Aburame Shursui replied faintly. Shiroki-kun, count me in. My strength may be weak, but I am a Jonin nonetheless. Eliminating the Jashin cult is our duty, the Yugakure ninja. Let me fight alongside you today. Seeing his persistence, Aburame Shursui no longer refused and nodded in agreement. Having an extra hand was, after all, a good thing. After a simple breakfast, the two sped off toward the cavern indicated by the insect swarm. Meanwhile, at the temporary Konoha camp, Jiraiya endured his injuries and bowed his head in apology to his three young subordinates. My deepest apologies. I admit I was reckless yesterday and nearly caused a great disaster. Lord Jiraiya, you are over-honoring us. Narashikaku had not expected that Jiraiya, a member of the Hokage's direct lineage, would bow and admit fault so candidly. If he refused to accept it, he would appear to be the one lacking grace. Once the process of apologies, assistance, and reconciliation was complete, the group appeared to have returned to normal on the surface. However, a rift had already formed. Some things, after all, are difficult to repair. I believe we should return to Konoha immediately. With a top-tier powerhouse like Shiroki here, it will be very difficult for us to complete the mission, Narashikaku analyzed calmly, offering the most secure plan. But when it came to the mission, Jiraiya's attitude remained unchanged. We cannot give up. That Shiroki's strength is unfathomable, but if he truly wanted to harm us, not one of us would have escaped yesterday. Since he said he is just passing through, as long as we don't actively provoke him, there should be no trouble. Jiraiya spoke earnestly, attempting to persuade the group. Shikaku's lips twitched, but he ultimately swallowed his words of protest. He wasn't persuaded, rather, yesterday's conflict had allowed him to see certain things clearly. Over the years, the Inoshikacho families had sacrificed much for the Hokage lineage, yet what they often received in return was this sort of reckless adventurism and stubbornness. Disappointment accumulates bit by bit. Perhaps it was time for the trio to reconsider their future stance. Namake's Minato, caught in the middle, found himself in a difficult position. On one side were his classmates and future subordinates, on the other was his mentor, who had paved the way for him. If they terminated the mission now, they would remain stuck at the rank of Special Jonin for a long time. But if they completed it successfully, he could smoothly promote to Jonin and truly enter Konoha's core circle. That would bring him one step closer to Kushina. Perhaps in the future, he could marry her as planned and even sit in that position everyone revered. Minato was kind and sunny, but he was far from foolish. He naturally saw the third Hokage's intentions and understood his teacher's painstaking efforts. He had already seen his future path clearly. If a failed mission delayed his timing by even a single step, he might miss out or be delayed indefinitely. He did not want to leave any regrets. Let's continue the mission. I believe in Jiraiya-sensei, and I believe Senior Shiroki is not a bloodthirsty man. With things having reached this point, anyone further opposing would be seen as ungrateful. The other two nodded, and Narashikaku ultimately had to comply. Then where to next? Akimichi Choza asked suddenly. Minato immediately commanded, Sensei, and I found some clues yesterday. Today, we will go directly to meet the village head who issued the mission. As for Jiraiya-sensei, you excel at reconnaissance. Continue tracking the abnormal targets from yesterday. This was our mission to begin with, and after what happened yesterday, we must rely on you. Very well, this is my responsibility, Jiraiya said, vanishing on the spot without a hint of shirking. The other four contacted the Yugikyu village head, whom they had met previously, to gather more intelligence. They arrived at the village head's door and knocked. Village head, we are the ninjas sent by Konoha. My name is Namake's Minato, the team leader. These are my teammates, Yamanaka Inoichi, Nara. Right then, a Yugikyu ninja rushed into the house in a panic, interrupting them. Village head. It's bad. A large group of Jashin cultists wearing masks and red robes has suddenly appeared in the village. They are smashing shops and killing people indiscriminately. How could this be so sudden? The old village head was at a total loss. Despite being a jonin of significant strength, he was as helpless as a child in this moment. Great warriors of Konoha, I beg you, save our people. Namake's Minato nodded heavily. He could no longer worry about gathering intelligence, saving lives was the priority. Understood, leave everything to us. Inoichi, Shikaku, Choza, we move out separately. The primary goal is to save people. Find the masterminds behind this riot as quickly as possible, stop them, and end the chaos. Understood, the three replied in unison, vanishing into the streets in a flash. They soon made an unsettling discovery. The looting and destruction were merely a cover. The true objective of the Jashin cult was to kidnap children between the ages of 1 and 6. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 167, The Jashin Cult's Massive Move. 1,566 words. Children were being abducted one after another on the streets, and torch fires lit by the cultists blazed in multiple locations. From major thoroughfares to narrow alleys, the entirety of the village was plunged into absolute chaos. The ninja forces of Yugakure were already scarce to begin with, numbering barely over 100, and their individual strength was mediocre. Even though they deployed with their full strength to rescue the populace, the results achieved were microscopic. The 4 Konoha ninjas shuttled rapidly through the streets and alleys, kept so busy their feet barely touched the ground. Right at this time, Aburame Shursui, who was flying in midair, took note of the chaotic mess below. Hideyoshi, whom he carried along to fly beside him, opened his mouth as if to speak but hesitated. Taking in this scene, Aburame Shursui let out a gentle sigh. It seems we must first clear away these rioting individuals. Hideyoshi did not know how to voice his gratitude, ultimately spitting out only 2 words, many thanks. The two descended from midair, plunging straight into the crowds. Hideyoshi brandished his 3-bladed connected scythe, his blade falling as soon as his hands raised, neutralizing enemies at his absolute fastest speed. With every slash of his scythe, the cultists either lost a hand or a leg, those with worse luck had their throats slit cleanly open. Under the current critical situation, he couldn't worry about too much, saving lives was the singular priority. Aburame Shursui's speed, however, was even faster. Due to his wind senjutsu, wherever the wind blew, his form would drift. Wherever his path crossed, all the violent thugs collapsed to the earth without exception, every single one of them stripped of their breath. During the cleanup process, they crossed paths with Namikaze Minato's squad, who were similarly blocking and assaulting the cultists. Minato's side focused primarily on knocking enemies unconscious, especially when facing ordinary civilians devoid of any chakra. He held back his hands as much as possible to avoid claiming lives. The two sides utilized entirely different methods of handling the situation, yet their execution speeds were both exceptionally rapid. Initially, there was zero communication between them. Following a brief exchange of glances, Minato offered a slight nod before swiftly leading his group to retreat, rushing toward the next rescue location. Clearly, they had no desire to trigger a conflict with Aburame Shursui's group. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who was actively investigating for intelligence, was quickly discovered by the Jashin cultists due to the scent of blood lingering on his frame from his previous injuries. While clashing with 2 Jashin cultists, a plan suddenly sparked in his mind. He intentionally displayed weakness, feigning defeat, and was ultimately bound and escorted by the 2 cultists deep into the stronghold. His objective was to utilize this opportunity to infiltrate the core area. Unsurprisingly, he was indeed brought straight into the underground palace of the Jashin temple. He was bound hand and foot with thick ropes and thrown ruthlessly onto the stone floor. So this is one of Konoha's Sannin. He isn't all that much. A masked elder walked up to stand before him, his hands forming bizarre seals. A blood-red sealing formula manifested, slamming squarely onto Jiraiya's Dantian area. In an instant, the chakra within his pathway network ground to a complete standstill. Jiraiya's expression altered drastically. He hadn't expected that he, a man highly proficient in all categories of ninjutsu and sealing arts, who had even mastered senjutsu, would actually stumble so completely over a tiny sealing formula. He strained to perceive the mechanism, discovering that while this sealing art contained a certain volume of chakra, its main core did not rely on chakra at all. Instead, it attached itself to those blood-red energies. That energy appeared similar to natural energy on the surface, yet upon careful differentiation, it was entirely distinct. The elder chuckled, "Save your struggles. This is the divine art of our Jashin cult." Devoid of divine power, you possess absolutely no way to break free. Obediently become a sacrificial offering. Oh boy, to think that I, the Grand Toad Sage, would actually stumble like this. A bitter smile was deliberately forced onto Jiraiya's face, though in reality, he was already secretly attempting to unravel the seal in the dark. Strictly speaking, the structural sequence of this seal wasn't overly complex. The absolute key lay within that bizarre energy. The elder let out a cold snort, ignoring him further as he turned around to preside over another ritual. On the other side of the chamber, dozens of young children were locked inside individual cages stationed upon stone platforms carved with eerie runes. They wept piercingly, their agonizing cries echoing back and forth within the cavern for a long time. Witnessing this scene, Jiraiya's heart sank. So abducting children to execute a bizarre sacrificial ritual is your true objective. He exerted his strength to struggle once more, but it was futile. He could only watch helplessly as child after child was cast into a pool of blood, yet the ritual failed time after time. The elder's voice had escalated to near madness. High-quality sacrifices were running scarce, yet up until now, they had still failed to refine a single holy son. Failure. Why is it a failure again? It must be that the quality of the sacrifices isn't high enough. Right, we still have one of Konoha's Sannin right here. If we use him as a sacrifice, the quality will definitely be sufficient. No, a premium sacrifice of this caliber must be paired with an exceptional vessel. None of these children possesses enough aptitude. The elder spoke to himself as if entirely deranged. Subsequently, he hoisted up another infant, preparing to hurl them into the blood pool. The child was barely a few months old. Being lifted high into the air, they instantly wailed in terror. Right at this moment, Jiraiya, who had remained prostrate on the ground, finally managed to mobilize a thread of natural energy. As expected, with the assistance of this energy, the chaotic, impure power within the seal, the force that resembled chakra but wasn't, and mimicked natural energy, instantly dissipated by more than half. His seal unraveled mostly, yet he was still unable to utilize his hands to execute ninjutsu. But he could no longer afford to wait. With a sudden burst of physical power, he used his shoulder to ram violently into the cultist beside him. He then ducked his frame, using his teeth to securely bite down on the back collar of the nearest infant, before turning around to sprint frantically toward the tunnel he had arrived through. Saving even one was better than none, he had long since memorized the structural layout of the stronghold. Following his escape, a massive horde of Jashin cultists pursued him frantically. However, Jiraiya had already plunged into the dense forest, vanishing completely from sight. He ran. He actually escaped. Curse it. A sacrifice. That was a premium sacrifice. Drag him back to me, drag him back. The crazed roars behind him grew increasingly resonant, yet in the end, not a single person could catch up. On the other side, the battle on Aburame Shirsue's end had already reached its closing phase. Dozens upon dozens of cultists lay dead across the ground. Among them, only a small minority could utilize rudimentary ninjutsu. Another portion possessed trace amounts of chakra within their frames, but held zero understanding of how to deploy it, while the remainder were merely ordinary villagers. Aside from the deceased, several hundred Jashin cultists had been captured alive. The vast majority of these prisoners had been apprehended by the joint efforts of the Yugakure and Konoha ninjas, and the group had originally intended to process them collectively. However, Aburame Shirsue suddenly materialized, expressing his willingness to handle the task on their behalf. Hearing those words, an awkward expression surfaced on the Yugakure village head's face. He cast a glance toward the direction of the Konoha ninjas before stepping back with a bitter expression. Then we shall trouble this lord to handle it. At this time, a portion of the Jashin cultists stripped off their masks. Among them, many were simply ordinary villagers, and there were even young children and women. Lord, spare our lives. We were merely deceived. Right. They were handing out food rations. We only coveted a bit of petty advantage and ran errands for them. We don't genuinely revere the evil god. We know our wrongs now, we beg you to release us. Aburaim Shursui remained entirely expressionless. At the tips of his fingers, wind attribute chakra began to rotate and compress at a high speed, and a wind release shuriken gradually formed into shape. Right at this critical juncture, a golden flash erupted. Namake's Minato materialized abruptly right between him and the prisoners. In an instant, the compressed to the absolute limit Raisin Shuriken was shifted away to another coordinate via his technique. Senior, Minato spoke with an earnest tone, executing a polite bow. Most of these people are merely civilians who were hoodwinked. They did not genuinely participate in the core atrocities. Could you find it in yourself to spare their lives? The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 168, There are no innocents among Jashin believers. 1256 words. Do you believe that assisting in the abduction of children, pillaging during chaos, and committing arson are justifiable acts? Of course not, Minato replied instantly. But they have acknowledged their wrongs. Can they not be punished in another way? Is such a summary execution not overly severe? Acknowledge their wrongs? No. They do not know they are wrong, they only know they are about to die. At that moment, a series of muffled booms echoed from the mountain forest several miles away, the location where the Senjutsu, wind release, Raisin Shuriken had been transported. Even after being displaced, it had still fragmented, turning into a localized rain of wind blades. As the sounds in the distance faded, Aburaim Shursui slowly turned around, fixing his gaze upon Namake's Minato. Do you intend to trade blows with me? I wouldn't dare. Minato's breathing was slightly hurried, yet he remained rooted to the spot. I simply feel that Senior is not a bloodthirsty man. Give them a chance to reform, perhaps. Minato. Narashikaku couldn't help but bark from a distance. He could already sense the icy killing intent surging beneath that calm gaze. But Minato, seeing the trembling women and the bewildered youths among the captives, took another step forward. Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare kill you? Shursui asked again. The Raisin Shuriken condensed once more. It was smaller this time, but the energy was refined to the absolute limit, the surrounding air emitted an overburdened hiss. In the next instant, Minato's silhouette appeared behind Shursui, his hand already pressed against Shursui's shoulder, Flying Thunder God, guiding thunder. Shursui's reaction was lightning fast. He spun around and shattered the assailant with a palm strike, only to find he had struck a cloud of smoke. A shadow clone. However, Minato had utilized that brief touch to quietly imprint a formula marker. Though it was only a shallow layer, it was sufficient to transport a person 10 miles away. Finding himself suddenly standing in an unfamiliar territory, Shursui murmured softly, "Space-time ninjutsu, what a hassle." Beyond the inconvenience, he was genuinely surprised by Minato's talent. The youth had managed to elevate his proficiency with the Flying Thunder God again in such a short span. At this moment, Shursui finally recognized a deficiency in his own arsenal. He felt an urgent desire to master space-time ninjutsu, whether it was for movement or for sealing space, either would suffice. He did not linger. He summoned Xiaoqing, merged with her to unfold his wind wings, and soared into the sky, doubling back toward the gathering point of the captives. Back at the village, Minato, breathless, immediately commanded his teammates to untie the prisoners. Just then, Jiraiya came sprinting back in a wretched state, still biting the collar of a child's clothing. Minato, I've found the specific location of the Jashin cult. Head there immediately. Sensei, what about you? I've been sealed. I still need to break it. I'll track you down in a bit, you guys go first. After setting the child down, Jiraiya began to refine natural energy once more. Minato wanted to help Jiraiya dispel the strange seal, but found himself powerless against its unique composition. Ultimately, he turned his gaze to the Yugakure village head, we'll leave the rest to you. Please untie the civilians and let the women and children blend back into the crowd. As for the others, find a place to hide them for now." With that, Minato led his 3 teammates away, at high speed toward the Jashin cult's headquarters. He felt that by doing this, he could save at least one group of people. Surely those deluded youths and women didn't carry such great sin, their crimes didn't warrant death. He didn't believe anyone could memorize the faces of hundreds of people. Besides, Senior Shiraki didn't seem like the type of man who would slaughter an entire village, right? After they left, the village head and the others began to act, mixing the captives back among the ordinary villagers. Those with distinct physical features were urgently hidden in cellars and caves. However, the crowd had barely dispersed when Aburame Shirsue's figure descended once more. The clearing was empty, save for Hideyoshi, who walked out from the distance to recount everything that had happened after the teleportation. Shirsue smiled faintly after listening. He didn't care. His insect swarm had long since left pheromone markers on every target they had touched. He couldn't remember every face, but his bugs did. "Hideyoshi, you head to the Jashin stronghold first," he commanded calmly. "I will arrive shortly." Without hesitation, Hideyoshi sped away. Aburame Shirsue then stepped into the village alleys like a silent reaper. Following the guidance of the pheromones, he began clearing them one by one. Screams, pleas, and curses erupted within the village once more. "Demon! You look like a sage, but your heart is black. Lord, please spare us. You've got the wrong person, we aren't Jashin cultists. Demon, you are a demon. I curse you to a miserable death." Their vitriol and wails could not halt Shirsue's slaughter. Because of the markers, he knew not a single one was innocent, he would not make a mistake. Right then, a figure suddenly blocked his path. It was Jiraiya who had finally completed his sage transformation. "Stop this. They already know they were wrong. You want to fight me again? My apologies, but I cannot sit by and watch." This time, a prepared Jiraiya displayed a completely different level of power. His speed, strength, and reactions were all massively enhanced, allowing him to barely keep pace with Shirsue's movements and entangle him in a fierce melee. Shirsue was not anxious. His sage mode relied on the natural wind. As long as the wind existed in the world, his energy was virtually infinite. Jiraiya's Senjutsu chakra, however, would eventually run dry. Time was on Shirsue's side. However, a sudden variable emerged. While Shirsue was pinned down by Jiraiya, the Jashin cultists within Yugakure, who had been biding their time, finally tore off their disguises. The honest village head was, in fact, the mastermind behind this entire scheme. As the two powerhouses fought, dozens of high-ranking Yugakure officials donned their masks and red robes. The believers who had just been rescued bared their fangs, drawing blades they had hidden in their homes. Konoha ninjas are truly naive. Believers, let the blood sacrifice begin. Offer all life to Lord Jashin. Yes. We will offer the land of hot water to the great god. A 12-year-old boy's eyes were filled with nothing but madness, devoid of any of his previous cowardice. He thrust a steel blade into a woman's stomach and ripped it open without blinking, spilling her entrails onto the ground. Sacrifice. 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 Some weak-looking women hoisted their own children high and slammed them violently onto the ground, because this child's constitution is too weak to bear the blessings bestowed by God. In their eyes, their own children were unfit to live and only suitable as sacrificial offerings. As the two combatants moved further away, a massacre played out in the village. More and more Jashin cultists playing the role of innocent villagers tore off their disguises, turning their butcher knives toward their former neighbors. Price has been updated on Patreon, check out. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 169. Human joys and sorrows are not shared, yet some always seek their own death. 1235 words. The bloody massacre swept through the entire village in an instant. Of course, general slaughter was not their primary objective. The blood sacrifice was merely a component of the ritual, its core focus was the children. They had discovered that young children were the supreme vessels for the divine being. To obtain an undying, indestructible body, a portion of the ritual had to involve children. This was the absolute priority. Amidst the wailing, the cultists crudely snatched the toddlers and gathered them toward the village square. There a massive array drawn in fresh blood was already prepared. Cry. What are you crying for? The old village had scribbled sealing formulas while shouting, "Children, this is a blessing from the heavens. Once this ritual is complete, you will have the chance to receive God's gift. We shall become holy sons, you will be undying, indestructible, and eternal. Lord Jashin, please look upon your believers with pity. Bestow your grace." The old village head knelt with his head pressed to the dirt, as lowly as a dog crawling on the ground. Behind him, dozens of ninjas and dozens of civilians knelt in unison. Their eyes held only piety and madness, a resolve to sacrifice everything, but not a single shred of humanity. They were no longer human, they had sold their souls to the evil god. Aburaim Shursway was right, not one of them was innocent. They all deserved death. Among the children gathered, Haydn was also on the list. After all, his parents were elites among ninjas, a child born of them naturally possessed exceptional talent. Not long ago, a group had broken into Hideyoshi's home, battering the wind barrier with ninjutsu. Sensing the sudden surge of chaos and blood within the village, Aburaim Shursway's brow furrowed deeply for the first time. For the first time, his voice carried a distinct edge of fury. "Jiraiya, I don't have time for your nonsense. Senjutsu, wind release, wind breath technique." Shursway formed a seal, and the dragonfly wings on his back vibrated violently. The cyan wind transformed into a series of blade-like tornadoes in the sky, blowing fiercely toward Jiraiya. This move suppressed Jiraiya instantly. Within seconds, trees for hundreds of meters were uprooted, and stones were pulverized into flying debris. Facing such a wide-range technique, Jiraiya had nowhere to hide. He was forced to summon the great toad's esophagus wall to take cover. Shursway originally intended to strike Jiraiya again, but he instead bypassed him, racing straight for the village entrance. He sensed a unique power had actually breached his wind barrier. Mieko and Haydn were in danger. "Shiraki, I won't allow you to return to continue the slaughter." Following the wind pressure, Jiraiya reappeared. Believing Shursway intended to resume his killing spree, he puffed his cheeks and unleashed his ultimate move, Senjutsu, Gomen. In an instant, a massive quantity of toad oil mixed with flames erupted, forming a 100-meter-long fire dragon in the sky. Feeling the searing heat behind him, Shursway's brow twitched. A genuine killing intent rose from his heart. He had been wrong. Had he known today would turn out like this, he should have dealt the killing blow yesterday. As for Great Toad Sage Gamamaru, everyone was a sage. If that toad dared use his prophecy to expose Shursway's identity, then Gamamaru shouldn't blame him for having no bottom line. He would use every means to storm the holy land of Mount Miyaboku, and throw every single toad into an oil vat. Senjutsu, body flicker, dance upon the wind. Shursway formed a seal, his body drifting through the air like a willow leaf. No matter how much oil and fire, or how high the temperature, any ninjutsu was useless if it couldn't hit him. He pushed his speed to the limit, turning back toward the village in a flash of cyan light. Wind release Senjutsu, Gale Palm. A simple palm strike, yet the heavy blow blasted Jiraiya back dozens of meters, carving several bloody gashes across his body. Shursway did not linger, transforming into a streak of light toward the village. However, when he returned to the village, the sight that met him was a landscape of hell. The Jashin cultists were slaughtering indiscriminately, and Mieko lay in a pool of blood. The spot she had been desperately protecting was now empty. Haydn was gone. Fortunately, Mieko was not yet dead, a flicker of life remained. Shui leaned down, using a sealing technique to lock her life force, then released the Hercules beetle from his space. Save her. Unless you want to be used as material. The beetle remained indifferent until it felt that icy killing intent, only then did it crawl slowly toward the body, touching its horn to her forehead. At the village entrance, the sacrificial ritual was mostly complete. They had succeeded, yet failed. 2 adults and 4 children seemed to have been transformed into undying bodies by the sacrifice, but they had also lost all sanity. They knew only how to kill, and could no longer even speak coherent sentences. Kill, kill. Sacrifice. Lord Jashin. Jiraiya arrived shortly after. Seeing the tragedy before him, his face, already pale from injury, turned even whiter. He opened his mouth, but the dry words of apology were stuck in his throat, ultimately manifesting as a bitter, helpless expression. I'm sorry. I thought those people could still be saved. He scratched his head, a smile of apology and feigned innocence on his face, like a child who had done something wrong. Shui turned to look at him. His face held no expression, nor any smile. He couldn't even comprehend how Jiraiya was able to smile right now. He turned and stepped forward, 1 pace at a time. With every step, his hair color began to transform from the roots, shifting from jade green to a pitch-black hue. His jade-like skin turned into a cold, pale white. Simultaneously, from his sleeves and hem, masses of gray-white matter poured out, interspersed with tiny dots of various colors. Only upon close inspection did Jiraiya realize they were bugs. There were all kinds of insects, winged, wingless, black, white, gray, and brown ones that ate soil. Some emitted a freezing chill, turning into water droplets and ice crystals under the sun. You are. Before Jiraiya could finish, the entire Yugakure and several surrounding villages were swallowed by a sea of insects. Every surviving villager's eyes went vacant the moment the swarm appeared, and they fell into a deep, comatose sleep. Those with even the slightest connection to the Jashin cult screamed in terror, only to be submerged by the surging flood of insects, eaten until not a single trace remained. Jiraiya felt his hair stand on end and turned to flee. However, before he could get far, swarms of insects converged in front of him, forming a series of silhouettes. They were all Aburame Shui, black hair, black clothes, and dark sunglasses. These insect clones spoke in unison, emitting a sonic resonance genjutsu. Jiraiya, I told you. If there was a next time, I would show no mercy. Where do you think you're going? Price has been updated on Patreon, check out. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 170, Going All Out Against Jiraiya. 1408 words. To think that this is your true strength. Then why didn't you kill me before? Jiraiya questioned. Even as he spoke, his hands rapidly formed seals, before his mouth clamped open, senjutsu, fire release, toad oil flame bullet. Jiraiya spat out a torrent of scalding toad oil, paired with Fukasaku's wind release and Shima's flames. The roaring sea of fire synthesized from the 3 sage arts instantly engulfed half the village, warping the air and melting the solid bedrock. The insect clones Shui had aggregated were incinerated into cinders in an instant, and billions of bugs went up in smoke, leaving a massive, barren clearing. Yet very quickly, countless insects surged out from deep beneath the earth, rapidly replenishing the vacant space. You aren't speaking. Is it because you have to exert every ounce of your strength to kill me? Jiraiya continued to press. Judging by the opponent's silence following his massive display of power, he guessed his assumption was correct. Aburame Shui was not as invincible as he appeared on the surface. At the very least, from start to finish, the man was wary that Jiraiya would flee midway and expose his true identity. In an instant, Jiraiya's confidence flooded back. His hands began condensing another jutsu. It was another fire technique, as flames remained the most effective method for dealing with insect swarms. On the opposing side, Aburame Shursui merely raised his hand. Senjutsu, Shield of the Wind King. A wall of cyan wind unfurled before the swarm, forcefully diverting the extreme heat away. Concurrently, a vast horde of brown beetles erupted from the gray-white swarm, boring into the earth and instantly turning the solid ground into a mire of muddy swamp. As the sea of fire crashed into the mud, a violent, hissing sound of evaporation erupted, and its destructive power plummeted. Insects that can liquefy earth into mud. Jiraiya leapt high into the air to evade the mire, only to find the sky already saturated with silver-gray bugs. Their wings vibrated against one another, emitting a piercing, buzzing drone. Insect style, Thunder Net. Shursui formed a single hand seal to guide the technique. Like a gathering of storm clouds, the iron aluminum insects filling the sky were being deployed as offensive weapons for the first time. They flew past one another, friction building between their chitinous armor plates. Streaks of electrical arcs connected across the swarm, ultimately coalescing into a thick, violent bolt of blue lightning. Following the direction of Shursui's seal, the blue lightning blanketed down like a fishing net. Jiraiya executed an emergency sequence of seals, Earth Release, Earth-style Wall. The lightning collided violently with the earthen wall, sending fragments flying everywhere. The moment his feet touched the ground, a swarm of gray insects converged upon him, as if catching the scent of fresh meat. Earth Release, Bedrock Coffin. Jiraiya utilized Earth Release to compress the soil into solid stone, barely managing to secure a firm footing for himself. He then exhaled a ring of fire to blast the surrounding insects away. Yet right at that moment, a sweet, sickly odor drifted into his nostrils. The scent was incredibly faint, and he didn't pay it any mind at first. However, as sages who frequently fed on insects, the two great toad sages reacted instantly. Little Jiraiya, something is wrong. The air is thick with a scent, it's a toxin originating from the insects. Before Fukasaku's voice could fully fade, Jiraiya's vision blurred. He bit the tip of his tongue violently, release. Shima hurriedly sliced open her own arm, forcefully channeling a drop of sage blood into Jiraiya's mouth. After all, the physiology of the toads possessed a natural, inherited immunity to insect toxins. The moment the genjutsu was violently dispelled, a dark silhouette was already right before his eyes. Aburame Shursui had closed the distance at some unknown point. Wind Release Senjutsu, Vacuum Serial Waves. The air was compressed into dozens of transparent blades. Jiraiya desperately wrenched his torso aside, yet deep, bloody gashes were still carved into his shoulder and thigh. He stumbled backward, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Who exactly are you? Shiraki is just your cover identity, isn't it? The insect clones gathered once more, surrounding him from all directions as their voices overlapped in resonance. Didn't you just guess it a moment ago? Genjutsu, it was still that sonic resonance illusion. While it couldn't inflict direct physical harm upon him, the moment his focus wavered, he would inevitably be disrupted. He had never encountered a genjutsu of this unique composition before, but if his mental acuity slipped, even his ability to mold and unleash ninjutsu would be severely impacted. Aburame Shursui. Konoha's S-rank rogue ninja, with a bounty of 30 million ryo. Jiraiya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a bitter smile surfacing on his face. I once looked into your dossier. You graduated at age 12 and all the way until you were 18, you remained a mere genin, entirely mediocre throughout those years. It wasn't until the latter half of the Second Great Shinobi War, during the early to mid-months of Konoha Year 35, that you openly defected from the village. You even killed your close friend of many years, as well as one of Konoha's elite jonin, Shinkayuhi. The technique you used back then must have been this exact genjutsu. It's a clever design, interweaving illusions with poison. Even I nearly fell for it just now. And your point is? Shursui's thin wings vibrated behind his back, suspending his form gracefully in midair. Around him stood his clones, black hair, black clothes, and dark sunglasses, blending into the swarm as they echoed the question. Why defect? Jiraiya locked his gaze onto him. The Aburame clan may keep a low profile, but they have never been mistreated in Konoha. Your parents were shinobi. After they died on the Sunagakure front lines, the third Hokage personally provided their pensions. Your mentor was. Enough. Shursui cut him off, his voice entirely devoid of emotion. Konoha is fine. It's just that no matter how gilded a cage is, it remains a cage. I simply wish to see the world outside of it. Is that reason enough? Jiraiya continued to deploy fire release, incinerating the incoming insects around him. You call Konoha a cage, but as long as you remain within the shinobi world, as long as you are human, where is there a place that isn't a cage? Come back. Considering you haven't exposed your identity, and considering your current persona hasn't committed any unforgivable atrocities, I am certain the old man would be more than willing to accept you back. If you despise Danzo, you don't even have to bother with him. All of us despise him. Right now, he has already been locked away in prison, answering for the transgressions he committed over the years. Come back, oppression does not exist within Konoha. Hearing those words, Aburame Shursui couldn't help but burst into laughter. He rested a hand against his face, brushing back the stray locks of hair falling across his forehead to reveal eyes that radiated a piercing, brilliant light. So you are inviting me back to obliterate Konoha? Jiraiya's body froze. In that exact instant, he finally understood that Aburame Shursui was not anywhere near as tranquil as his outward demeanor suggested. The man's ideology had completely warped, he appeared entirely lucid, yet it was impossible to communicate with him through rational discourse. A being of this caliber, if word of his existence wasn't leaked to unite the powerhouses of the shinobi world and eliminate him, would inevitably bring about a catastrophic disaster upon the realm of men. Aburame Shursui, what exactly did you endure all these years, to warp your humanity to such a degree? Jiraiya's expression turned heavy, a trace of profound lamentation coloring his words. You must have suffered some grave injustice in the past. But can't the scars of those bygone events be left behind? A man must look toward the future. Ha ha ha. Me? My humanity is warped. Aburame Shursui felt that this was, without a doubt, the greatest jest he had ever heard in his life. Price has been updated on Patreon, check out. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 171, Little Jiraiya, what are you even saying to him? He can no longer communicate through human language. 1,433 words. Aburame Shursui's voice was terrifyingly calm, spoken at an unhurried, measured pace, forcing children who aren't even 5 or 6 years old to learn the techniques of slaughter, brainwashing them day in and day out, drilling into them an absolute doctrine of loyalty to Konoha. Allowing powerless, decadent nobles to ride atop your shoulders, driven by their goal to execute tasks that violate every principle of morality and justice. If a shinobi refuses to comply, they are labeled as violators of contracts, defectors from the shinobi spirit. Only the jonin, who are slightly more powerful, possess even a modicum of autonomy. Yet the vast majority of those shinobi climb to that rank through a mountain of slaughter. Once a man reaches the position of jonin, do you think he can truly maintain his original aspirations? No, he cannot. At least, the overwhelming majority cannot. We long ago became just like all the other jonin, we became the beneficiaries of the system. They won't alter a single facet of the rules, instead, they continue to enforce them, often with even greater severity. And yet, you stand there and tell me that my humanity is warped. All I wanted was to refrain from killing when the innocent were involved, and when witnessing something that revolted me, to be able to intervene, rather than having my hands and feet bound by protocols. So because I am like this, my humanity is warped. I told you a moment ago, Faith is a terrifying thing. The indoctrination of the Jashin cult cannot be reversed, and it functions on the exact same logic as the children brainwashed by Konoha's will of fire. Go ahead and ask those Konoha children, is it even remotely possible to make them betray the will of fire? Yet how did you and your disciple handle things? You actually chose to believe them. You chose to believe they were innocent, even going so far as to coordinate a scheme against me just to let them go. And what was the result? Look at this landscape of corpses. This is the cause you planted, and your demise shall be the effect. Jiraiya was utterly devoid of an argument, his weathered face flushing a deep, suffocating crimson. Sophistry, this is pure sophistry. The two are entirely different. How are they different? Both are merely instruments utilized to control the minds of others. In my eyes, Konoha and the Jashin cult are the same. The only distinction is that one appears exceptionally righteous, while the other appears exceptionally vile. Aburame Shursui raised both hands once more. By now, the insect swarm had propagated into an even grander magnitude. Just a moment prior, a 2 to 3 layered underground insect palace had been hollowed out beneath Yugakure. This entire territory had been thoroughly converted into his personal combat domain, rendering several specialized sealing techniques fully operational. Little Jiraiya, what is the point of speaking to him? Fukasaku extended a finger, pointing directly at Shursui. This person no longer possesses the logic of a normal human. He has gone completely mad. Shima agreed, he's right, little Jiraiya. He lacks a rational mind, so proper communication with him is impossible. We have gathered more than enough information by now, it's time to leave this place. Continuing to trade blows will bring us zero advantage. Jiraiya hesitated for a brief moment. After rolling to evade a sudden gale strike, he leapt onto another shattered rock. He felt there were still unresolved matters, he had to demand clarity before he could bring himself to retreat. Furthermore, while he recognized the sheer lethality of the opponent's insect swarm, he wasn't entirely without a means of escape. Then where have you been all these years? How did you become this powerful? And why hide your identity to instigate conflicts across various nations? Do you intend to rule the shinobi world? Jiraiya pressed heavily, his tone demanding. Or are you simply enacting vengeance upon Konoha? Aburame Shursui suddenly chuckled, Jiraiya, you attribute far too grand a scope to my intentions. Ruling the world. I possess no such tedious ambitions. I have no desire to govern the world, nor do I have the time, or the inclination to shoulder such a burden. As for Konoha, to the current me, it is merely a somewhat familiar organization. A familiar organization. Jiraiya was trapped in absolute disbelief. He had been operating under the assumption that the men harbored deep-seated hatred for Konoha, yet he now realized there was none at all. Konoha was utterly trivial in Shursui's eyes, failing to leave behind even a trace of sentiment. He began to heavily question whether the men possessed human emotions at all, given his absolute indifference toward the place where he had spent the first 18 years of his life. I told you, my departure from Konoha. Shursui raised his hand, a thread of cyan wind condensing at his fingertips, was very likely driven by a yearning for freedom. Wind release, senjutsu, gale palm. No hand seals were made, it was merely a gentle thrust of his palm. A cyan wind blade tore through the atmosphere, shearing horizontally toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya rolled violently across the ground. The wind blade grazed past his shoulder, cleanly severing a half-toppled tree behind him, right at its roots. A yearning for freedom. Jiraiya pushed himself up in a wretched state. A forced smile surfaced on his face, yet his gaze hardened with resolve. He swept his eyes over the surroundings, an excuse like that won't convince me. You have slaughtered so many people and decimated so many villages, and you call this freedom? These people. Shursui curled the corner of his mouth. Are you referring to the cultists who butchered infants and offered sacrifices to an evil god? Jiraiya was momentarily struck speechless. You witnessed the exact manner of their deaths, Shursui continued, his voice remaining terrifyingly level. Screaming, begging for mercy, and being gnawed to nothingness by the swarm. Was there even a single fraction of a second where you genuinely desired to save them? As Shisui spoke line by line, a heavy layer of genjutsu was interwoven into his words, and the concentration of pheromones within the surrounding air grew increasingly dense. Step by step, he was systematically dismantling Jiraiya's rigid convictions, along with the very worldview and shinobi way the Sannin had established. Jiraiya offered no reply, merely panting heavily as he continuously shifted coordinates to evade. Because deep down in your heart, you know it too, Shisui took a step forward, the insect swarm surging in tandem with his movement. They deserved to die. Even so, it shouldn't be you who passes judgment. Then who should it be left to? The laws of the daimyo? Or must it strictly be judged by your Konoha? Shisui countered seamlessly. So tell me, who is the one truly attempting to dictate terms to this world and achieve absolute dominance? But what about the innocent civilians? Jiraiya snapped his head around, taking in the houses submerged beneath the sea of insects. Seeing no signs of human life, he felt as though he had finally discovered a breakthrough, a justification to maintain his stand. Shisui cut him off, lifting his hand to command a section of the insect swarm to disperse, revealing a cluster of slumbering civilians. They hadn't sustained a single scratch, on the contrary, they were sleeping peacefully, a faint smile resting on each of their faces as if experiencing the most flawless existence within their dreams. In truth, the moment the swarm deployed, Shisui had released a sufficient volume of pheromones to induce a deep comatose state in ordinary humans. They would eventually wake, entirely oblivious to everything they had witnessed today, and continue their lives. Beholding the living civilians, Jiraiya froze entirely. Shisui spoke coldly, "Did you genuinely believe I execute slaughter simply for the sake of slaughter? Their forms were merely shielded from view by the insects. In fact, quite a few of them perished under your own fire release. See? You never bothered to look at the complete picture. Meanwhile, I have been continuously preserving them, relocating them to the underground palace. Though unfortunately, it seems a significant number were also crushed to death beneath your earth release. Killing a man was simple, breaking his convictions was a far more absolute execution. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 172, Insect Hive Barrier Technique. 1577 words. Jiraiya no longer wished to listen to another word. Taking a deep breath, his hands slowly moved to form a sequence of seals. He knew that facing this monster head-on yielded zero chance of victory. However, he knew with even greater certainty that if he failed to transmit this critical intelligence today, Konoha would be forced to confront a completely unknown and terrifying threat in the future. Deep down, his heart never forgot Konoha, a conviction that was entirely beyond reproach. Between them, there was no objective right or wrong. They merely occupied entirely separate standpoints, yet held to their respective paths with absolute, unyielding resolve. Consequently, aside from a life-or-death struggle, no other alternative remained. One final question. Where exactly have you been hiding all these years? Jiraiya intended to extract the locations of Aburame Shisui's remaining hives, as every single one of those domains represented a potential catastrophe for the shinobi world. Shisui offered no reply. He lifted his hand, and the insect swarm began to shift in a methodical, rhythmic cadence. As for where I have been all these years, once you die, you may ask those deceased souls. Piece together my information from them, assuming they are willing to tell you. The moment his words fell, his palm suddenly clenched into a fist, and the insect swarm erupted into a violent frenzy. Countless iron-aluminum insects ground against one another, and blue electrical currents arced through the mass once more, weaving a series of lightning nets that blanketed down toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya leaped backward in a flash, executing a rapid sequence of seals, senjutsu, fire release, flame bullet. An even more violent torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, colliding squarely with the electrical net, and bursting into a blinding flash of white light. Amidst the interwoven flash of lightning and fire, the pungent, acrid stench of scorched insects saturated the atmosphere. Yet there were simply too many bugs. The moment one batch was incinerated, a larger wave instantly surged inward from all directions to take its place. Earth construction insects converted the soil below into a treacherous mire, severely restricting Jiraiya's mobility. Foulspike insects continuously emitted heavy pheromones, violently disrupting his sensory perception and chakra control. Concurrently, the iron-aluminum insects generated relentless electrical discharges, forcing him to divert his focus toward defense. Furthermore, the insects could even assemble into rigid phalanxes, spinning rapidly against one another to construct a localized shield. Fire release was evidently not an omnipotent solution. Curse it! Jiraiya gritted his teeth, shifting coordinates frantically to evade while attempting to initiate a reverse summoning once more. To his shock, the summoning yielded absolutely zero results. Finally, a sense of dread washed over him. No matter how much he strained his perception, his contractual connection to Mount Myaboka felt as though it was being severed by an invisible wall, rendering it incredibly faint and indistinct. What did you do? Jiraiya snapped his head up, a hideous expression surfacing on his face. You noticed? Aburame Shursui stood squarely in the center of the swarm, the surrounding insects automatically avoiding a 3-foot perimeter around his frame. Ever since I encountered a contractor of a sacred land previously, and allowed him to escape, I began researching methods to disrupt summoning ninjutsu. He lifted his foot, lightly tapping the earth beneath him. The insect swarm rippled apart under his feet, exposing a dense, squirming mass of insect eggs and larvae. I extracted the core elements from my wind barrier, he explained calmly. By allowing the swarm to completely blanket the earth, the overlapping chakra of the insects creates a massive field of interference, manifesting a unique barrier. I call it the insect hive barrier. A contractor of a sacred land. Could it be Orochimaru? Why didn't he inform Konoha about Aburame Shursui's survival back then? Does this mean Orochimaru's heart has also betrayed Konoha? A bitter smile surfaced on Jiraiya's face. Had he known earlier, he should have retreated the moment he had the chance. Now, it seemed escape was no longer an option. Since it had come to this, he would fight to his absolute limit. This time, he completely abandoned all thoughts of flight, focusing his entire mind on how to annihilate the enemy before him. However, just as he prepared to launch his offensive, Aburame Shursui's true body unfurled its wings and soared high into the sky. Suspending his frame in midair, Shursui gazed down at Jiraiya, who was desperately struggling within the sea of insects. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly, a trace of regret coloring his tone. It's the first time I've deployed it. The efficacy is rather mediocre. This barrier technique possessed a distinct flaw. It could only disrupt summoning rituals to a certain degree, leaving it entirely powerless against other space-time ninjutsu. Furthermore, the intensity of the interference was directly tied to the density of the insect swarm. This was the deficiency he discovered almost immediately after its initial execution. He cast his gaze over the horizon. The territory covered by the insect swarm spanned at least several kilometers. Had Jiraiya fled toward the periphery of the swarm at the very first instance, he would have possessed a 10% chance of escaping unscathed, and a 30% chance of escaping with injuries. But now, his probability of escape had dwindled to less than 5%. Is it a guaranteed victory? Shursui dared not let his mind wander down that line of thought. He was wary of giving away a fatal opening by celebrating prematurely, only to let the enemy slip away. Instead, he simply amplified the offensive pressure of the swarm, continuing to drain the Sannin's stamina and disrupt his senses. Down below, cold sweat drenched Jiraiya's forehead. He hadn't anticipated that the opponent would choose to fly high into the air the moment he braced for an assault, utilizing this exact method to systematically bleed his physical energy and chakra reserves dry. It wasn't that he hadn't considered attempting a breakout, but the movement speed of the insect swarm was simply too rapid. Moreover, he had failed to comprehend the severity of the situation at the onset. Attempting a breakthrough now was indeed too late. So every single time you make a move, you deliberate over and over again. Jiraiya spoke slowly, pacing his words. Because you are terrified of exposing your identity, which would cause Konoha to hunt you down relentlessly. You are wary, you aren't invincible. A method of imprisonment like this must possess a flaw, right? Shursui did not deny it. He knew that when facing a powerhouse of this caliber, the opponent would inevitably deduce the underlying logic. Whether they could actually pinpoint the flaw was an entirely different matter. So what if it does? But this time, you have crossed my line. The insect swarm rippled into another violent frenzy. Jiraiya ground his teeth together, his hands interweaving at blinding speed. Senjutsu, Gomen. The torrent of toad oil and flames erupted fiercely, manifesting a 100-meter-long dragon of fire that coiled around his frame to form a solid wall of flames. The incoming insect slammed into the fire, instantly turning into ashes and releasing a nauseating, burnt stench. But Shursui merely raised his hand with an indifferent expression. Wind release, Senjutsu, wind breath technique. Cyan winds converged from all directions. Instead of dispersing the flames, the wind compressed the inferno, forcefully driving the blazing heat back toward Jiraiya himself. Jiraiya's expression altered drastically. He hurriedly cut off his fire output, rolling across the ground in a wretched manner to evade the backfire. As he did, the specialized markings across his face began to dissolve. Evidently, his Senjutsu chakra was reaching its absolute limit. Before he could even steady his footing, a silhouette materialized directly before his eyes. Aburame Shursui's palm pressed squarely against his chest. It was the exact same execution, yet devoid of Senjutsu chakra. Jiraiya possessed zero ability to even attempt an evasion. Wind release Senjutsu, Gale Palm. There was no flamboyant display of ninjutsu, it was merely the simplest, most direct application of a palm strike. Jiraiya's body was launched backward like a cannonball, shattering through 3 crumbling walls before embedding itself deeply within a pile of debris. He coughed up a violent mouthful of blood, straining every muscle to drag himself back to his feet. Right at that exact instant, a sensation finally registered within his mind. The connection to Mount Myaboku had emerged at the periphery of the swarm, flickering indistinctly. Great Toad Sage. He murmured, desperately clawing his way out of the rubble. The node is right there. Little Jiraiya, use fire release immediately. The heavily injured 2 Great Toad Sages urged frantically. They knew the Great Toad Sage would not abandon them. After all, they still shouldered the momentous destiny of guiding the child of prophecy. Having finally discovered a sliver of hope, Jiraiya unleashed his fire release once more. The blast instantly obliterated a massive section of insects, scorching open a vacant clearing. The earth beneath that specific spot was solid bedrock, which had temporarily prevented the insects from tunneling and establishing a hive. He retreated toward that coordinate at his absolute maximum speed. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 173, The Waste. 1254 words. The insect swarm pursued with manic intensity, but Jiraiya was, after all, one of the legendary Sannin. Even while critically injured, his speed remained formidable. He sprinted, using fire release to carve a path through the swarm, charging directly into the flames. His burned skin smoked in the air, but he paid no heed to the agony. Closer, almost there. He could feel the summoning contract flickering back to life. If he could just make it another few hundred meters, suddenly, a strange ripple tore through the air. It wasn't the droning of insects, nor the whistling of the wind, but a near-silent vibration, as if something were closing in on him from behind. Instinctively, Jiraiya veered to the side. A nearly transparent silhouette grazed past his shoulder, drawing a spray of blood. It was a giant scorpion, its body as transparent as crystal, almost entirely invisible in the dying rays of the sunset. Invisible scorpion, lie. Aburame Shirsue's summoning, a creature that never had a presence, yet was his most lethal assassin. A trap, this was a trap. Jiraiya never imagined that at the very end of the battle, Aburame Shirsue would utilize such a simple, brutal trap for an ambush. Before Jiraiya could react, the transparent scorpion's tail struck again. Jiraiya barely managed to block with a kunai, only to realize it was a feint. The true killing blow was a second stinger striking from the flank. Puff! The stinger pierced his left shoulder. The excruciating pain nearly caused Jiraiya to black out, but he gritted his teeth, suppressing the agony, and backhanded a fire-release blast directly onto the scorpion. The invisible scorpion let out a sharp hiss, its body twisting and deforming as it burned, finally revealing its true silhouette. But it was too late. Sage Shima. Sage Fukasaku. Jiraiya roared, attempting to summon the two great toad sages to aid him. However, there was no response. He snapped his head back, only to see two figures falling from the insect swarm. They were Sage Shima and Sage Fukasaku. They each bore a single puncture wound, and a purple toxin was rapidly spreading through their bodies. Little Jiraiya. Sage Shima opened her eyes with great difficulty. Run, run away. Before the words could fully leave her lips, the two great toad sages fell silent. No. Jiraiya's eyes turned bloodshot, but his scream was swallowed by the buzzing of the insect swarm. Aburame Shirsue had already caught up, standing a dozen meters away, watching him quietly. It's over, Shirsue said. Wind release, Senjutsu, wind cutter. Cyan wind blades condensed in the air into countless fine lines, weaving a net of death that descended upon Jiraiya. Jiraiya poured his final reserves of chakra into attempting the toad mouth bind, but his chakra was completely depleted. The technique was interrupted before it could even half form. The wind blades fell. A mist of blood filled the air. Jiraiya's body was sliced cleanly at the waist, upper and lower halves parting ways. Blood geysered out, instantly staining the earth red, but it was quickly licked clean by the swarming, gray-white insects. They surged forward in a frenzy, and Jiraiya's lower half vanished in an instant. His upper torso continued to fly toward the clearing, though his consciousness was blurring rapidly due to the sheer trauma and blood loss. Finally, his heart stopped beating, and his soul departed his body. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, had died on the spot. At that very moment, a powerful spatial fluctuation erupted, a reverse summoning. Back at Mount Myaboku, the great toad sage Gamamaru finally established a connection with Jiraiya, exerting every ounce of his power to pull the upper half of his body into the spatial tunnel. A pity I couldn't destroy the remains, but that fluctuation just now, that was likely the soul, Shirsue murmured, landing in the direction where the half-corpse had vanished. Meanwhile, not far away, after Jiraiya disappeared, another toad appeared in the wilderness, hopping frantically toward the Jashin cave. It didn't understand what had happened, it only knew that Boss Gamabunta had ordered it to get out, to find Jiraiya's students, and tell them to run. So it sprinted with all its might, following a faint sense. No one would ever know that a common little toad in the jungle carried the last hope for the continuation of Konoha. Mount Myaboku. On the massive toad rock wall, space suddenly twisted, and Jiraiya's upper torso fell from the void, slamming heavily onto the ground. Little Jiraiya. Gamabunta roared, rushing over, but he stopped dead in his tracks after a single glance. Jiraiya's body from the waist down was completely gone. The wound was still oozing blood, and his face was as pale as paper. His eyes were half open, his pupils already dilated and vacant. How could this happen? Gamabunta muttered, his giant hands hanging uselessly, not knowing where to place them. The bodies of the two sages, Fukasaku and Shima, were not summoned back at all, for they had already been devoured by Xiao Lai. Upon hearing the news of his death, the surrounding toads were overcome with grief. Just then, the largest toad in the depths of the rock wall slowly opened its eyes, Gamamaru. It looked aged and decrepit, its eyes clouded, as if it had just awakened from a long, arduous slumber. It looked at Jiraiya on the ground, a complex light flashing through its murky eyes. Little Jiraiya. Its voice was old and slow. Did you find the child of prophecy? Gamabunta turned his head, tears streaming from his massive eyes. Boss Gamamaru, Jiraiya. He's dead. Gamamaru froze. It crawled over slowly, lowering its massive head to look at the torso of Jiraiya. Blood was still flowing, the aura of life was dissipating. How could it be? Gamamaru murmured. Little Jiraiya's mission is not yet over. The child of prophecy has not been found. Destiny must not fall here, the child of prophecy must be guided. It looked up at the surrounding toads. What changed the fate? A young toad trembled. Master Gamamaru, we felt the summoning at the time, but something was interfering, preventing us from arriving. By the time we finally broke through, the two sages had already. Interference. Gamamaru suddenly said. Ah. I remember. I seem to have foreseen them facing a crisis, and then I initiated the summoning. It seems like the scent of insects. But it was too old. Its memories were often blurred, and its dreams and reality were often in chaos. After a long while, it lowered its head, looking at Jiraiya once more. Boss Gamamaru, Gamabunta spoke up. We should bury little Jiraiya. He was a friend of Mount Myaboku, he deserves a proper. You do not understand. Gamamaru cut him off, and then, he performed an action that left every toad in shock. He opened his mouth and swallowed Jiraiya's upper torso whole. Gamabunta exclaimed, Boss Gamamaru. What are you doing? He is still useful, Gamamaru said, his voice muffled as he closed his mouth. He is the key to our entry. What entry? Gamabunta was completely lost. Boss Gamamaru, are you senile? Jiraiya is dead. Sage Shima and Sage Fukasaku are also dead. There is nothing left of them. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 174, Minato Namikaze seeks answers. 1,500 words. None of you understand. Gamamaru repeated the phrase once more, then slowly closed its eyes, completely ignoring the surrounding toads. Deep within the cavernous space of its belly, an ancient talisman hovered directly over Jiraiya, emitting a soft, golden radiance. The light enveloped Jiraiya's broken form, the hemorrhaging ceased, and the catastrophic wounds began a painstaking process of cellular regeneration. Even more unfathomable was his missing lower torso, which began to reconstitute millimeter by millimeter, at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. This was a sage talisman. The raw natural energy accumulated by Mount Myaboku over a millennium was entirely condensed within this single artifact. It possessed the divine authority to restore the deceased and mend severed limbs, but the absolute price of such an intervention was the complete and irreversible shattering of the talisman itself. Gazing upon the floating artifact, Gamamaru's eyes filled with a deep, lingering hesitation. Because Jiraiya's body had been so thoroughly decimated, this resurrection process would likely require more than a decade of constant containment. Only when the physical vessel was fully reconstructed could the sage talisman break apart, drawing the stray soul back into the flesh. I can only hope that before destiny arrives, little Jiraiya will have fully recovered. Only then will our Mount Myaboku possess the right to participate in this grand cycle of fate. The sage murmured silently within its own thoughts, but what exactly did he encounter out there? As the thought drifted, the ancient toad succumbed entirely to a deep slumber, attempting to leverage its prophetic abilities to peer into the shifting sands of the future and the past. Yet, the visions returned hopelessly blurred, distorted by static. Gamamaru dared not force the vision any further. The preordained trajectory of fate was being systematically dismantled piece by piece. The future had become entirely opaque. Before long, its senile confusion flared up once more, and it mumbled incoherently, "Little Jiraiya, have you found the child of prophecy yet?" Hearing their elder echo the exact same sentence again, the gathering of heavily injured toads surrounding Gamamaru could only display expressions of profound sorrow. At that moment, Gamamaru Bunta turned to address the assembly. From this day forth, Mount Myaboku enters absolute isolation. Close the mountain gates. Ha! Chief Bunta, when will we be allowed to open the gates again? A massive toad questioned. We wait until Lord Gamamaru clarifies his mind once more and delivers a precise prophecy, Bunta commanded, immediately leaping away to tend to his injuries and repair his shattered katana. He could sense with absolute certainty that a tempest was brewing on the horizon, and he needed to push his strength to its limits. On the other side of the landscape, standing amidst the desolate ruins of Yugakure, Aburame Shursui recalled the vast swarms of insects blanketed across the surface. Utilizing his earth construction insects, he meticulously restored the collapsed architecture, erasing every trace of large-scale collateral damage. As for the incinerated forests and pulverized bedrock, they were systematically disintegrated until not a single marker of conflict remained. Every single dynamic of the battlefield vanished into thin air, making it appear as though the cataclysmic struggle had never occurred. Yet, a meticulous observer would notice that the reconstructed village was subtly, fundamentally distinct from the original layout. Shortly after, the surviving civilians were carefully transported back to the surface by the insect swarms. Their memories were frozen precisely at the moment right before the Jashin cult initiated the massacre. As for the subsequent terrors and the agonizing wails, they were completely expunged from their minds. However, there was one narrative they did not forget, a vivid, burning memory that a group of Konoha shinobi had desperately obstructed a powerful benefactor, actively preventing him from purging the Jashin cultists, which ultimately resulted in the decimation of their homeland. This catastrophe was entirely the fault of those meddling Konoha ninjas. Such a profound, visceral memory repeated itself like a mantra within their minds. Devoid of any artificial filters or crude brainwashing, their collective fury and helplessness naturally crystallized into a burning, deep-seated hatred. Shursui watched the shifting expressions across their countenances as they transitioned from sweet dreams into nightmares, before finally settling into a cold, quiet stillness. Eventually, his hair and attire reverted to their original forms, and Mieko, who lay nearby, gradually regained consciousness. Sweeping her gaze across the perimeter, she completely ignored her own physical injuries, her very first words bursting out in a panic, "My child. Where is my child? Shiraki, did you see my boy?" "The Jashin cult took him," Shursui replied simply. Hearing this, her heart turned to ash. "Why him? Why did it have to be my child?" She paused, her voice trembling under a heavy psychological weight. Is he still alive?" Shursui shook his head slowly. "I do not know. Rest for now and tend to the villagers. I will return shortly." "Are you going after the Jashin cult?" she pressed. "Then can you please?" Shursui raised a hand, cutting her off mid-sentence. "If the opportunity still exists." With those words, 2 pairs of cyan dragonfly wings erupted from his back, and he launched into the sky, tracking toward the distant horizon. Midway through his flight, he cast a lingering glance toward the far distance. "Gamamaru, will you deploy your precious foresight to unearth my true identity? If you do, the reservoir of natural energy contained within Mount Myaboku must be immense. I only wonder if it has been contaminated by the toads, and how smoothly it can be converted." As the calculation crossed his mind, the insect swarms rippled beneath his sleeves, vibrating in tandem, as if responding directly to his silent ambition. Meanwhile, at the perimeter of the Jashin caves, Minato Namikaze and his squad had just neutralized the outer ring of cultists. This marked the very first time they had encountered civilians so utterly devoid of reason. They were clearly ordinary humans, possessing zero trace of shinobi training, and entirely incapable of molding chakra. Yet, they had wielded their rusted blades and spears, charging forward into the meat grinder without a single shred of hesitation. Even when their limbs were severed, even as their lifeblood poured onto the dirt, their mouths continued to maniacally chant, "For Lord Jashin." Minato stood in silence, his expression heavy with a profound lack of comprehension. Have these people been corrupted by some malicious jutsu? There is no malicious jutsu at work here. It is merely standard, absolute brainwashing, Shikaku Nara remarked calmly. He drove a kunai cleanly into the throat of an advancing civilian, executing a swift kick to launch the corpse into another attacker, breaking their momentum. Ordinary civilians possess fragile wills and incredibly narrow worldviews. They are the easiest demographic to manipulate. With just a modicum of temptation, they will cast themselves into the abyss without looking back. Minato's brow furrowed deeper. But they do not look like individuals driven by desperate suffering. This has nothing to do with whether they are suffering or prosperous, Shikaku countered, shaking his head. There are individuals who, despite living in absolute affluence, will view the slightest inconvenience as an injustice perpetrated by the entire world. The emergence of an evil god simply amplifies the latent malice within their hearts, offering them what they perceive to be ultimate equality. What kind of equality? Death. Death is the absolute equalizer. Therefore they gladly offer their mortal lives to Lord Jashin, trading them for the privilege of eternal, undying power. That is the core tenet of their faith. Minato hadn't anticipated that Shikaku would go out of his way to dissect the underlying theology of the Jashin cult so thoroughly. By this time, the outer ring of cultists had been entirely decimated. A blood-drenched Choji Akimichi emerged from the inner cavern, but before he could utter a word, a messenger toad materialized from the brush, panting violently as it scrambled toward them. Lord Minato. Disaster has struck. Lord Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya has fallen. Chief Bunta used the absolute limit of his strength to send me out of the barrier. He commanded me to deliver this warning to you, you must flee this territory immediately. Sensei is dead. Minato froze entirely on the spot, his mind blanking. What exactly happened out there? How could my teacher possibly die? He demanded, grabbing the small toad with a desperate, frantic intensity. The messenger toad, severely disoriented by the violent shaking, waved its webbed hands frantically. I don't have the specifics. I only just received the emergency dispatch. Whatever the case, you must leave this place right now. Shikaku retained his cold composure, his voice cutting through the panic. We fall back to Konoha immediately. No. Minato shouted. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 175, First Sight of Death Controller Possessing Blood. 1336 words. No, you three go back first. I am not going back. I want to know the answers, Minato Namikaze said, forcing down the grief in his heart and analyzing calmly. I know I am not Shiroki's match, but I have the Flying Thunder God technique. I can leave at any time. You should leave first. As he spoke, he handed a kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God summoning formula to the three of them. Seeing this, the three looked at each other and stopped trying to persuade him. After all, the person who died was Jiraiya, one of their Sannin. According to what they knew before, there was no life or death conflict between the two sides. It could be said that his death this time was indeed somewhat mysterious. Of course, the most important thing was that they had to report this news to Konoha quickly. As one of the powerful pillars of Konoha, Lord Jiraiya's death would definitely bring significant turmoil to the village, and might even trigger war and disaster. In that case, take care, Minato. Do not act on impulse. Prioritize protecting yourself above all else. Yes, don't worry. I will definitely not get hurt, Minato Namikaze promised the three confidently. The three nodded. Carrying this important information, they quickly rushed toward Konoha. They even used transmission tools along the way to send the news back as fast as possible. Back at the spot, the small toad felt relieved seeing the message delivered. Just as it was prepared to accept the summoning to return to Mount Mayaboku, the reverse summoning actually failed. Ribbit, what is going on? It seems I can't go back. Did Mount Mayaboku close the mountain? Reaching this conclusion, the messenger toad looked sorrowful, so, sending me out to deliver the message was actually abandoning me. While the small toad was grieving, Minato Namikaze reached out and took it into his arms. If that's the case, then follow me from now on. Then, he placed the small toad on his shoulder, turned around, and rushed back in the direction he came from. He wanted to intercept Shiroki on the way, and ask him exactly why he killed his master. Aburame Shursui flapped his wings, and flew over the last mountain ridge. The canyon where the Jashin cult cave was located was already in sight. However, his speed slowed down because there were chakra fluctuations and sounds of fighting ahead. He landed on a tree canopy, pushed aside the leaves, and looked down. Below was a rocky beach where a dozen Jashin cultists were surrounding and attacking a blood-stained man. The man was wielding a huge scythe. The blade was covered in blood, but his movements had clearly slowed down. There was a deep, bone-deep wound on his back, and his left arm hung at a strange angle, clearly dislocated. It was Hideyoshi. For Lord Jashin. Kill the villain who obstructed the ritual, the leader of the cultists roared, brandishing a machete and rushing forward. Hideyoshi gritted his teeth and swung his scythe, cutting the man in half, but more cultists swarmed up. Not far away, a masked Jashin believer was using his own blood to draw a pattern on the ground. His skin color turned black, and bone-like patterns grew on his joints. Finally, he took out an iron spike and prepared to stab it fiercely into his own abdomen. Ha ha ha, pain. For Lord Jashin. Aburame Shursui watched everything from a distance, and did not dare to step forward blindly to stop it. Because the ritual was already complete, any damage he caused now would be transferred to Hideyoshi simultaneously. Ugh, ah. Hideyoshi screamed and knelt on the ground as a wound appeared out of nowhere on his abdomen. However, the condition of the person opposite was not much better. That person did not have an undying body, he was merely trading his life for another's life. But the madness of the Jashin believer seemed to make him feel no pain. At this moment, Aburame Shursui finally understood why Hideyoshi, who possessed the strength of an elite Jonin, was being suppressed by these ordinary cultists of Genin and Chunin level. It was indeed because of Death Controller possessing blood. Another believer thrust a spear forward, enduring the risk of being cut by the scythe, just to drive the spear into Hideyoshi's calf. Hideyoshi did not lose his ability to resist. He still used his dislocated hand to grab the spear shaft and forcefully pulled the spearhead out of his calf. Blood spurted out, and his face was already as pale as paper. Cut off his head and offer it to Lord Jashin, the cultists rushed forward excitedly. Just then, the color on the person in the center of the ritual faded quite a bit. Aburame Shursui's earth construction insects finally arrived beneath that person. At the exact moment the person was prepared to stab himself again, a large number of earth construction insects self-detonated, instantly turning into mud. The pattern beneath the ritual was dissolved and destroyed on the spot. The color completely faded from that person's body. The moment the ritual was interrupted, a cyan wild wind descended from the sky. Wind release, Senjutsu, Senbon rain. Countless tiny wind needles fell like raindrops, precisely piercing the throats of every cultist. A dozen corpses fell to the ground at the same time, before they could even utter a scream. Hideyoshi knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. It took him several seconds to realize someone had saved him. He looked up and saw Aburame Shursui leaping down from the tree, and landing in front of him. Sure. Shiraki-kun. Hideyoshi's voice was so hoarse it could barely be heard. Aburame Shursui knelt down to check his injuries, a puncture wound on the calf, blunt force trauma on the back, a dislocated left arm, and multiple lacerations. Although severe, none were fatal. He took out a rhinoceros beetle from his sleeve. Without a command, green energy overflowed from the insect's body, and the injuries on Hideyoshi's body healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Can you walk?" Aburame Shursui took out a food pill from his sleeve, handed it over and asked. Hideyoshi took the food pill and swallowed it. He gnawed his teeth and tried to stand up, but stumbled and almost fell. Aburame Shursui supported him and pulled him up from the ground. "Haha, fortunately you came in time, otherwise I am afraid my life would be lost here." Hideyoshi grimaced, but there was a smile on his face. Although the Jashin cult had many followers, they did not have any top experts at all. But the strange thing was that they possessed a skill to trade life for life. Hideyoshi did not understand the situation beforehand, and his personality was always reckless. Just now, he saw some masked believers using sacks to carry 3 moving objects. There was no need to think, there must be children inside. He wanted to step forward to rescue them, but unexpectedly fell into a trap, and the sole of his foot was pierced by a nail. It was originally just a minor injury, but because he was injured and bleeding, it brought him big trouble instead. A Jashin cultist immediately began to hold a weird ritual, heavily injuring him by attempting suicide. Fortunately, the opponent stabbed slightly off target and did not hit the heart. He would have been finished. After confirming that Hideyoshi's body had recovered, Aburame Shursui led him forward. He did not hide anything. After briefly explaining the sequence of events, he spoke. Haiden was captured by them. You said Mieko was injured, and Haiden was captured by them, then those 3 sacks just now, damn it. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 176, Minato Namikaze loses an arm. 1294 words. Hideyoshi gritted his teeth, clenched his fist, and punched a nearby tree heavily. The immense force caused blood to seep from his fist, but he seemed unable to feel the pain. The children, my child. I actually watched them get carried away by those people right in front of my eyes. After explaining the previous events thoroughly, he threw out another heavy punch. I should have pursued them. I should have pursued them first. Aburame Shursui pressed down on his shoulder with heavy force. Now is not the time for regret. He pointed toward the canyon. They are still alive. The ritual requires living children, corpses are useless. There is still time. Hideyoshi picked up his dropped scythe. By now, the injuries on his body had recovered, and even his dislocated hand had been popped back into place by Aburame Shursui. Let's go, he said, and the two moved forward together toward the cave. However, before they had even walked 100 meters, a yellow flash suddenly struck from the side, blocking their path. Minato Namikaze stood on a rock, his golden hair shining slightly under the moonlight, his blue eyes staring intently at Aburame Shursui. His right hand held a kunai, and a palm-sized small toad squatted on his left shoulder. Senior Shiraki, please stop, he spoke, his voice unusually calm, clearly not blinded by hatred. He took a deep breath and continued. I want to know, why did you kill my master? I don't believe Senior Shiraki is someone who carries hatred beyond the battlefield. Minato Namikaze continued, his tone devoid of anger, containing only sincere confusion. Furthermore, I heard that you never kill indiscriminately and never torture captives. You are not the kind of person who would strike at innocents because of grievances on the battlefield. I truly cannot understand what reason could possibly make you kill my master. He was not your enemy, he just wanted to stop you from killing people. Hearing these words, Hideyoshi's eyes instantly turned red. Stop us from killing people. What right do you people from Konoha have to stop him from killing? He raised his scythe and swung it fiercely at Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze quickly leaped backward, and the scythe grazed past his chest, plowing a deep trench into the ground. Shattered stones flew everywhere, striking Minato's face and carving several bloody streaks. By what right? Hideyoshi roared, sweeping out with another strike. When those Jashin cultists were massacring our village, where were you? Minato Namikaze evaded once more, but was nearly caught by the blade's edge. He furrowed his brow, failing to comprehend why this man, whom he had never met before, harbored such intense hatred for him. When those children were crying and calling for their mothers, where were you? Hideyoshi delivered a third strike, followed immediately by a fourth. When those sacrificed infants were pinned to the blood arrays, where were you? I didn't know, Minato Namikaze wanted to explain, but Hideyoshi gave him no opportunity whatsoever. It was you people who obstructed from the midst, Hideyoshi shouted, his scythe swinging frantically, causing even more people to die in this disaster. Do you have any idea that our village has already been destroyed? Hearing this, Minato's heart jolted. Though it was only a few words, he roughly pieced together the cause and effect. Right at that moment, Aburame Shursui moved. He merely raised his hand, spreading his 5 fingers slightly. Cyan wind instantly condensed at his fingertips, transforming into 5 sharp wind blades that shot rapidly toward Minato Namikaze. Wind release, Senjutsu, 5-finger wind cutter. Minato Namikaze's body instinctively dodged to the side, but the speed of the wind blades was too fast, nearly grazing his cheek as they flew past. The small toad on his shoulder was startled by this sudden attack, losing its footing and slipping. Rib bit. The small toad fell from Minato's shoulder, flailing its limbs frantically in midair. The wind blade was already close. Closing its eyes, it thought, rib bit, rib bit, rib bit, my life ends here. Small toad. Minato Namikaze had no time to think further, executing the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish from the spot. The next second, he appeared right beside the small toad, shielding it securely in his arms. Just as he prepared to teleport away again, it was already too late. The cyan wind blade sliced past his side. With a very light, subtle sound, his right arm was severed clean at the elbow. The severed arm spun a few times in the air before falling to the ground. Blood spurted violently from the stump, staining the rocks beneath his feet. Minato Namikaze let out a muffled groan, his face turning pale instantly. He looked down at his severed arm, then looked up again at Aburame Shursui. Aburame Shursui's expression remained completely unchanged, his gaze as calm as if he were looking at a stone. Didn't you want to know the reason? This is the reason. The clear wind began to gather on Shursui's hand once more. He actually wanted to see now, without Minato Namikaze, which household the child of prophecy would be born into. In fact, there had been a theory online before, it didn't matter who provided the seed, as long as it came out of Kushina Uzumaki's belly, that would be the child of prophecy. Minato's pupils shook slightly. The opponent genuinely intended to kill him, and without a single word of explanation. He flashed away rapidly, using his left hand to scoop up the severed arm from the ground. Before the next attack arrived, he transformed into a flash of light once more, vanishing from sight along with the toad and his severed limb. 20 kilometers away. The 3 people who were rushing along the mountain path suddenly felt a burst of spatial fluctuation, and a figure materialized out of thin air, crashing heavily in front of them. Minato! Choji Akimichi cried out in shock, hurriedly stopping his steps. The other 2 also quickly surrounded him. At this moment, Minato Namikaze lay in a pool of blood, his right arm severed at the elbow with blood continuously seeping from the wound. Fortunately, his intact left hand tightly gripped the severed arm, and an unconscious small toad. Shikaku Nara quickly pulled out a tourniquet and bandages from his ninja tool pouch. Choji, use your chakra to help him stop the bleeding. Inoichi, keep watch. Choji Akimichi knelt down immediately, placing his massive palms over Minato's stump, releasing chakra to force the bleeding to stop. Shikaku Nara quickly wrapped the bandages tightly above the cut, then retrieved ice from a scroll to wrap the severed arm. He's still alive. Choji let out a sigh of relief, but his expression remained grim. But this arm. Save his life first before discussing anything else, Shikaku Nara said, sealing the severed arm into a sealing scroll and placing it on his back. We must rush back to Konoha as fast as possible. Shikaku Nara looked at the unconscious Minato Namikaze, a complex light flashing in his eyes. Fortunately, he brought the arm back. "I'll carry him," Choji Akimichi said, gently placing Minato Namikaze onto his back. "Shikaku, your speed is the fastest. You go ahead to deliver the report." Shikaku Nara nodded, quickly formed hand seals, and disappeared into the night using the body flicker technique. The remaining two looked at each other and increased their speed, sprinting wildly in the direction of Konoha. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 177, Crazy Cultists, the ritual begins. 1384 words. Aburame Shisui and Hideyoshi finally arrived at the cavern of the Jashin cult. The entrance to the cave was massive, measuring at least 5 or 6 meters high. Torches were planted on both sides, their flames flickering violently in the night wind and casting eerie shadows along the rock. From deep within the interior, low, rhythmic chanting resonated, accompanied by a methodical, percussive thudding sound. Hideyoshi gripped his scythe, preparing to charge straight in, but Shisui reached out to block him. "Wait a moment." Shisui deployed his invisible scorpion along with several mimic insects, allowing them to crawl inside silently. Hideyoshi noticed nothing, only hearing a faint rustling sound. Though his heart was burning with anxiety, he forced himself to wait patiently. Before long, the scout insects transmitted the information back. Shisui closed his eyes to process the intelligence. Turning to Hideyoshi, he said, "There are 37 people in the main hall. Based on chakra reactions, there are 3 Jonin-level combatants, and the rest are roughly at the Chunin level. The 3 strongest individuals are wearing masks, they should be the high priests. 1 child is on the altar, and 2 are contained within cages in the side cavern." Hideyoshi's heart tightened instantly. He didn't want to hear about the enemy's tactical distribution, he would simply slaughter his way through anyway. He only wanted to know where his child was, and what his current status was. Before he could ask, Shisui anticipated his thought and spoke, "I couldn't detect him, there is a protective barrier covering the inner sector. But do not worry, he should still be alive." Knowing that Shisui was not merely offering empty comfort, Hideyoshi relaxed slightly, then gripped his 3-bladed scythe tightly and charged inside. Shisui followed closely behind, a vast, multicolored swarm of insects slowly pouring from his sleeves. The insects crawled silently into the cavern, dispersing across the walls and ceilings, completely concealing their forms with the assistance of the mimic insects. The only potential flaw was the faint rustling sound they produced, but at this moment, no one had the spare energy to pay attention to it. The slaughter began the very moment they stepped into the cave. Holding the 3-bladed scythe, Hideyoshi killed without blinking an eye. Anyone who stood in his path, whether they were cultists or ninja from Yugakure, was sliced completely in half. This blood-crazed madness was even more terrifying than the Jashin cultists themselves. Yet, the believers who worshipped Jashin showed absolutely no fear, throwing themselves forward one after another to meet their deaths. Shisui followed from behind, refraining from acting blindly while continuously observing the environment. He quickly noticed that the blood of every deceased cultist systematically seeped into the ground. Furthermore, a sealing array composed of a highly peculiar energy field blanketed the entire perimeter of the cavern. This energy was incredibly complex. A portion consisted of chakra, a portion was a chaotic blend of natural energy, and the final component was something he could not readily identify, bearing an unfamiliar spiritual attribute. He surmised that it was likely generated by concentrated faith, intermeshed with a curse power similar to the death controller possessing blood technique. Evidently, an entity capable of being revered as a god truly possessed some unique methods. Shisui stopped concealing his capabilities. He sank a massive swarm of insects deep into the earth, commanding his specialized corrosive insects to actively plunder the Jashin cult's energy source. Even if he could not entirely halt the ritual, he would delay it as much as possible. After clearing out the outer ring of cultists and ninjas, the two finally stepped into the deepest recesses of the cavern. There were no more guards here. The inner corridor stretched deep into the earth, with torches planted along the walls every few meters. The rock surfaces were entirely painted with bizarre red and black ceiling formulas. Some were freshly drawn, with blood still dripping down, while others had already dried into a dark black crust. Seeing these markings, Hideyoshi used his scythe to destroy them along with the stone walls, but Shursui knew perfectly well that this was utterly futile. While these ceiling formulas appeared simplistic, their layout spanned a massive area. As long as the core matrix remained undamaged, minor superficial fractures inflicted from the outside changed nothing. It's useless. Accelerate your pace. I will handle these arrays in a moment. Hideyoshi nodded heavily, increasing his speed toward the central chamber. As for any barriers or traps along the route, they had already been systematically dismantled by the insects that advanced, rendering the path entirely unobstructed. At the end of the tunnel, the chanting and the crying of young children became distinct. Hideyoshi's countenance grew increasingly hideous, the veins on his hand bulging against the handle of his scythe. Finally, they reached the end of the corridor. Before them opened a massive natural grotto, roughly the size of half a football field. Countless stalactites hung from the ceiling, completely draped in blood-red cloth banners and bone ornaments. In the center of the grotto, a massive, blood-red array was rotating slowly. At the very center of the formation lay 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl, all merely 5 or 6 years old. They were securely bound with rags stuffed into their mouths, their faces smeared with tears and mucus. The little girl could no longer even cry, her body merely twitching continuously, her eyes half closed as she hovered on the verge of fainting. Surrounding the array, the 3 high priests knelt in a circle, chanting with their eyes closed. Kneeling at the very front was the old village chief of Yugakure. A fanatical, devout smile plastered his face as he raised his hands high, muttering continuously. "Great Lord Jashin, please accept the offering of your loyal believers. This pure blood of children shall serve as the medium for your descent. Please bestow upon us the gift of immortality, and let us become your eternal subjects." Hideyoshi's breathing grew incredibly ragged. His gaze swept over the 3 children, 1 boy and 1 girl belonged to the chief's family, while the other boy was the orphan child of his deceased close friend. Hideyoshi's eyes turned entirely bloodshot. "Curse them, they won't even spare their own children." Scanning further, he finally discovered 2 infants placed within a blood-red barrier in the distance. One of them was precisely his son, Haiden. "Son!" He charged forward in a single bound, swinging his scythe fiercely, but the blood-red barrier, spanning less than 2 meters, firmly blocked him on the outside. Turning around, he glared death at the chief and the other 2, roaring furiously, "Your people have already been completely slaughtered by me. Open this barrier immediately and release my child." "Ha ha ha. What do you mean, release your child? To become a vessel for the deity is clearly an absolute honor for your son." The old chief's eyes flashed with madness, genuinely viewing this as a supreme reward. Hideyoshi strode directly in front of him, locking his hand tightly around the chief's throat, but the old man did not even attempt to resist. "Open it, or I will kill you right now." "Ha, mortal! You will never comprehend the divine." "Ah!" Hideyoshi was pushed to the absolute brink of sanity. With a single swing of his scythe, he sliced the old man cleanly in half, turning instantly to interrogate the next masked individual. "Are you going to release them or not?" The person offered no response to Hideyoshi, remaining knelt upon the earth, continuously praying and reciting the incantations. Hideyoshi had entirely lost his patience. After executing the second priest, he stepped before the final individual. The last high priest was a woman. He ripped away her mask, only to discover she was the chief's daughter-in-law, meaning the man he had slaughtered outside previously was the chief's son. The woman maintained a perfectly tranquil expression, smiling toward the empty space above the barrier. "Lord Jashin is arriving shortly. He will bestow his divine grace, and my children shall finally achieve eternal immortality." The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 178, Jashin manifests, a high. 1,362 words. Hideyoshi shook her, shouting frantically, "Madwoman! You have completely lost your mind. What have you turned these children into?" The woman turned her head, a gentle smile plastered on her face. A gift for the deity. Hideyoshi knew that this person was beyond saving. But to save his own child, he fiercely threw down his scythe, fell to his knees before the woman with a thud, and shook her desperately. "Wake up. That is your child. Think about your past, think about how happy you were when you married. How could you turn into this? I beg of you, tell me how to open the barrier. My child does not need the god's blessing, he does not. Jonin Hideyoshi, this is the grace of the deity." As her words fell, she suddenly grabbed a short blade, stabbed it fiercely into her own abdomen, and her body went limp, falling straight into the nearby blood pool. Hideyoshi instinctively reached out to grab her, but Aburame Shursui firmly held him back. Just now, Shursui had already investigated the surroundings, and this ritual had actually begun long ago. The reason it had delayed its full activation was merely the lack of sacrifices. Of course, it wasn't that sacrifices were truly missing, it was just that the deity seemed to want even more. At this point, there was nothing left to kill here. It was about to appear. "Shiraki, is there really no way at all?" Gazing at the blood-red color thickening above the barrier, Hideyoshi turned around, holding onto a final sliver of hope as he asked in a trembling voice. Shursui really wanted to say that Haydn would, in all probability, survive the ritual. After all, in the original timeline, Haydn did indeed obtain an undying body. But that was something that happened after Haydn reached adulthood. Right now, he was barely 1 year old, and the ritual had been advanced by a whole 10 years. Right at this moment, space suddenly twisted. A massive phantom with dual horns on its head abruptly manifested above the blood-red barrier. This shadow was similar to the Shinigami, but the difference was that a bizarre pattern was imprinted on its back, precisely the death controller possessing blood, and it held a scythe in its hand instead of a dagger in its mouth. Ordinary people could not see this phantom at all, even a Jonin did not possess a strong enough soul power to perceive it. Hideyoshi only felt the surrounding temperature plummet, the cold biting to the bone, and even Shursui could only vaguely sense that presence. He hurriedly looked at Shursui, and just as he was about to speak, he saw the opponent's gaze locked dead onto the midair. "Shiraki-kun. Did you discover something?" Shursui raised his hand and pointed above the barrier. "It is here." Hideyoshi snapped his head up, focusing his consciousness with all his might, wanting to see clearly what exactly was in the sky. But merely catching a glimpse of a corner instantly made his head spin, and his mind shake violently. Following that, streams of black and red energy surged frantically from the ground, forced into the high sky. Mixed within were the resentment of the dead, boiling blood, the drained life force of the cultists, souls, faith, and absolute madness. All of this was not actively perceived by Shursui, but rather, the god in the sky intentionally displayed it before his eyes. It seemed to be deliberately flaunting its power, enticing more people into faith, and it even directly transmitted a thought into Shursui's mind. "Believe in me, and I shall grant you eternal life." Shursui merely stared vigilantly at the sky, saying not a word. Meanwhile, his insect swarms hidden around the cavern had completely agitated, lunging frantically into the blood pool, devouring the violent energy within it. Seeing that someone actually dared to snatch food right under its nose, the eyes of the deity in the sky instantly turned cold. "Deity permits no profanation." A voiceless thought exploded, appearing as though only Shursui could hear it. Beside him, Hideyoshi had already endured to his absolute limit. He gazed at Shursui, reading the intent to retreat from the opponent's eyes. At this moment, he shed his status as a Jonin, leaving only the despair and helplessness of an ordinary father, making such a humble request to someone for the very first time. "Shiraki-kun, can you please save Haiden?" Shisui looked at the broken Hideyoshi, then looked at the children whose bodies were rapidly turning black and dying instantly under the erosion of the energy. The 3 older children from before had already been completely consumed by this bizarre energy, and the remaining 2 were also enduring heart-tearing pain. "Fine. I will do within my power." The moment the words left his mouth, Shisui raised his hand and delivered a chop, knocking Hideyoshi unconscious instantly. The invisible scorpion emerged from behind his back, carrying Hideyoshi's body, and rushed frantically out of the cave entrance like mad. "Now then, let me see what kind of thing a deity truly is." The wind attribute energy within Shisui's body erupted thoroughly, his entire chakra fully manifesting. With a shift of his form, he slammed straight toward the blood-red barrier. At the same time, from within the originally bottomless blood pool, a massive sea of multicolored insects suddenly surged forth. Not just the blood pool, around the cavern walls, inside the stone crevices, and everywhere within the grotto, wherever the eye could see, was a swarm of insects devouring frantically. Those black and red sealing formulas resisted madly, releasing violent energy to obliterate the approaching insects. But the insects feared neither life nor death, throwing themselves forward one after another, dense and endless. In an instant, the energy required for the ritual was devoured at a frantic rate. Even if they were bloated to bursting or obliterated, they still devoured everything regardless of the cost. The energy supporting the ritual dwindled rapidly, and the phantom of Jashin in the sky began to grow faint bit by bit. A cold smile finally surfaced on Shisui's face. It appeared that this so-called Jashin must rely on a specific ritual to maintain a stable existence, just like the Shinigami enshrined by the Uzumaki clan. They were originally soul bodies existing beyond the ninja world. Without specific instructions and formulas, they could not cause substantial harm to the people of the ninja world at all. Shisui hovered in midair, and just as he made this judgment in his heart, Jashin grew entirely enraged. It gripped the scythe in its hand, carrying an aura that could destroy heaven and earth, and swung it heavily down toward him. Bizarrely, the blade did not damage reality in the slightest, but like the attack of the Shinigami, it pierced straight toward the soul. "I guessed wrong." Shisui was slightly startled. He hadn't expected this Jashin to still retain a portion of its independent action capabilities. But fortunately, the opponent's speed was ultimately half a beat slower than his. Jashin swung its blade several times in succession, yet could not even touch the edge of his clothes. Jashin began to roar and bellow, releasing soul pressure, but Shisui's soul seemed to have become as solid as rock after undergoing the baptism of natural energy. Besides bringing him a slight sensation of vibration, it did nothing else. As streams of natural wind blades were released, Jashin's body began to twist continuously. Sure enough, natural energy could also cause damage to a soul body, though the damage was not particularly massive. At this point, neither side could do anything to the other, and the final struggle for energy had reached its conclusion. The surrounding cavern had completely changed its appearance. The original black and red had turned into an earthen brown, and the sealing formulas engraved within the mountain had all been completely devoured clean. "Jashin, you have lost. The story is already written. Waiting to be unleashed." Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 179, Battle Against Jashin. 1239 words. Jashin's body began to twist, its originally solid outline turning blurry. The energy of the ritual had been completely devoured clean by the insect swarms. Its time remaining in the ninja world was fast approaching its end. Aburame Shisui hovered in midair, quietly watching this scene. He knew that this contest had already concluded. "I am a god. I will not fail." Jashin looked down from above, still high and mighty, completely unable to admit its own defeat. Its gaze bypassed Shisui and landed on the 2 small figures on the ground. Those two infants still in swaddling clothes, one was Haydn, and the other was an unknown child. They lay within the blood-red wreckage of the array. One was unconscious, and the other had already stopped crying, merely opening its eyes blankly. Jashin gripped the scythe in its hand and swung it fiercely downward. Before leaving, it decided to take away the souls and lives of the two infants. Shersue's expression changed slightly. With a flash of his form, he transformed into a streak of cyan light, lunging straight toward the position where Haydn was located. However, Jashin's speed was faster than he imagined. That illusory scythe was already raised high and hacked down ruthlessly. In this moment of crisis, Shersui could only make a choice. He snatched Haydn away, decisively abandoning the other infant. The weak soul was instantly hooked away, subsequently merging into the skulls hanging around Jashin's neck. At this moment, a bizarre smile hooked upon its lips. The next second, those illusory skulls hanging on its neck shattered one after another, transforming into countless black threads of energy that surged frantically toward Haydn like living creatures. This energy seemed to possess innate homing capabilities, leaving nowhere to hide. Shersui channeled the natural energy within his body to form a cyan barrier. However, those black energies did not attack him. They bypassed the barrier and bored straight into Haydn's body. Shersui furrowed his brow, looking down at the infant in his arms. Haydn's brow furrowed tightly, his tiny body beginning to tremble. Those black energies traveled beneath his skin like crawling snakes, spreading from his arms to his chest, and from his chest to his forehead. Then, he opened his eyes. One half of those eyes remained their original brown, while the other half had already turned into a bizarre blackish red. Shersui saw that within those eyes, something was smiling. It was Jashin. He understood instantly. Jashin's goal had never been to kill Haydn. From the very beginning, it intended to occupy Haydn's body. Those so-called sacrifices, the so-called rituals, and the so-called divine grace were nothing but a lie from the start. The so-called undying body was merely turning a person into a puppet that completely believed in Jashin, a walking corpse. Meanwhile, the souls of the sacrificed children, along with the faith and madness of the cultists, were currently transforming into countless soul fragments, pouring frantically into Haydn's tiny frame. Shersui could feel those fragments crashing and merging within Haydn's sea of consciousness, attempting to forge a brand new soul, a soul belonging completely to Jashin. Shersui's expression changed abruptly, and he wanted to drop Haydn. However, the exact moment he prepared to pull his hand away, a tiny hand grabbed his finger. That hand was so small, so soft, without even the strength to clench tightly, merely resting gently on his fingertip. Shersui's movement halted. He lowered his head, looking at Haydn. The infant's eyes were half open, the black and red light flickering within them, but within that gaze, besides pain, there was another thing, the will to survive. Shersui had seen that kind of look many times before. On the battlefield, in the eyes of dying shinobi, and in the eyes of enemies being devoured by insect swarms. It was the final instinct when life reached its end, the desire not to die. This time, that pair of eyes belonged only to a 1-year-old infant. Shersui fell silent for a moment, then picked Haydn up once more. Dragonfly, infuse the wind senjutsu. From the wings on his back, a voice came through, Master, this body is too small. It cannot withstand the conflict between two types of power. Turn it on. The dragonfly spoke no more. The next second, a massive amount of natural energy erupted from Shersui's body, following his arm to pour frantically into Haydn's body. A cyan radiance instantly enveloped Haydn's frame. Haydn's body tensed violently. Within that crying, there was none of an infant's innocence, containing only heart-tearing agony. Two completely distinct forces tore and clashed frantically inside his body. Every inch of skin, every blood vessel, and every bone was enduring torment unimaginable to ordinary people. Upon his skin, the cyan radiance and the black patterns flashed alternately, like two fierce beasts fighting over prey. The will of Jashin was infuriated. It frantically poured in even more soul fragments, the resentment of the sacrificed children, the mad faith of the cultists, and the life energy refined by the ritual. All negative emotions and power poured down toward Haydn's tiny body. Believe in me. A thought exploded in the void, causing the surrounding insect swarms to boil with agitation, yet only Shursui remained entirely unaffected throughout. Believe in me, and I shall grant you eternal life. Become my messenger and offer blood and death to me. Those soul fragments began to frantically attack Haydn's original consciousness. They wanted to destroy this infant's true self, wanting to replace it with countless twisted soul fragments, creating a puppet that belonged completely to Jashin. Meanwhile, Shursui's natural energy could only counter the dark energy itself, but was incapable of stopping the erosion of those soul fragments. This was a contest on the spiritual level, a domain he had never set foot in before. He could feel Haydn's aura weakening bit by bit. That faint consciousness was currently being submerged by countless twisted soul fragments. The phantom of Jashin burst into voiceless, wild laughter in the sky. It had won. How could a 1-year-old infant possibly resist the mad faith of countless cultists? How could he possibly fend off the soul fragments poured in by Jashin itself? Humans were far too foolish. Did he think he could counter the will of a deity using mere natural energy? Laughable. However, the very next second, Jashin's smile froze. Shursui closed his eyes. When he opened them again, there was no longer any emotion within his pupils, containing only a patch of icy calmness. He raised his palm, and a petri dish surfaced upon it. That petri dish was only palm-sized, and within one of its 12 compartments, dense crowds of purple-black insects were currently crawling out. These were all variants of the corrosive insects. They had devoured the box of ultimate bliss for 5 years, and had now mutated into a semi-finished product. Unfortunately, due to the lack of primordial energy, this branch had not yet evolved to its absolute limit. Jashin looked down. It was unclear to it what exactly was sealed inside, but it could feel that the negative energy radiating from those fragile insects was so dense it nearly condensed into a solid form. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 180, Haydn with Wind Senjutsu Sage Body and Jashin's Undying Body. 1,402 words. Thousands of purple-black insects surged out from the petri dish, yet they did not fall toward the ground, instead hovering in midair as their bodies continuously shifted between illusion and reality. They perceived the residual aura of Jashin lingering in the air. Then they went completely frantic. To them, that was the absolute most delicious food. Thousands of mutated corrosive insects transformed into a purple-black torrent, lunging straight toward the remaining phantom of Jashin in the sky. Jashin swung its scythe, attempting to resist, yet those insects feared no attack whatsoever, even when facing death directly. The insects continued to feed frantically. With every bite they took, Jashin's body grew a fraction more dim. Those parts that were devoured vanished forever, completely incapable of recovering again. Jashin released a voiceless roar of fury, frantically unleashing a massive amount of negative energy in an attempt to convert these insects into its own believers as well, yet those insects remained entirely unmoved. They would only eat any food delivered straight to their mouths, even cleaner. Conversion. Go speak to the core of the petri dish. Jashin's body began to collapse. Its originally solid phantom had now become pitted and riddled with thousands of holes. The clothing upon its form was tattered, and traces of being devoured were left everywhere across the surface of its skin. The scythe in its hand had already snapped into 2 sections, with the fracture points continuously dissipating. It glared death at Aburaim Shursui. Within those illusory eyes was anger, shock, unwillingness, and a faint, subtle trace of fear. What exactly was this bizarre human? And what exactly were those insects? It had existed in the ninja world for thousands of years, yet had never witnessed such an existence before. A human capable of staring straight at a deity without wavering. A swarm of insects capable of devouring a deity without being converted. It wanted to say something, wanted to do something, but there was no more time left. Space began to twist, and its remaining time of existence within the ninja world had finally reached its absolute end. At the final moment, it took a deep look at Shui, as if intending to carve this face into the deepest recesses of its soul. Then, that massive phantom completely shattered and dispersed, vanishing within the twisted space. Jashin was gone. The insect swarms circled once in midair, releasing a satisfied hum, before falling back onto Haydn one after another. Those soul fragments that had not yet had the chance to merge into his body were devoured completely clean by them. But for those who had already merged inside, it was too late. Shui held Haydn, slowly landing back onto the ground. The infant's breathing had already stabilized, no longer crying, and no longer trembling. He lay quietly in Shui's arms, looking exactly as if he had fallen asleep. Except that his hair was no longer its original color. That head of originally silver-white hair had currently turned into a mottled half-white and half-green. The white side remained its original color, while the green portion suffused a faint cyan radiance. Evidently, one half of him had already been completely corroded and died by the natural wind attribute energy. The other half appeared to return to normal, but in reality, it had already been occupied by Jashin. Shui looked at him, falling silent for a very long time. He did not know what Haydn would look like once he woke up. Would he be occupied by the will of Jashin, becoming a puppet that only knew slaughter? Or would he be able to maintain his own consciousness, becoming a human possessing an undying body? Or perhaps both. He did not know, everything he could do had already been done. He gently placed Haydn onto a smooth rock, used a wind blade to cut off a piece of his sleeve, dipped it into the nearby fresh water, and wiped away the bloodstains and grime from his face. The infant's face was tiny and soft, and his sleeping appearance was incredibly tranquil, as if nothing had ever happened at all. Right at this moment, Haydn opened his eyes, waking up from his slumber. The moment he saw Shui, the fear within his gaze vanished and turned into tranquility, subsequently using both hands to tightly grab onto him. Seeing this, Shui suddenly let out a breath of relief. There wasn't too much of a change, it appeared his side still held the upper hand. Looking at him, Shui suddenly recalled something. If he had hesitated even slightly just now, or left things completely alone, would Haydn have followed the exact same trajectory as the original timeline, becoming a true believer of the Jashin cult? Beginning to kill people everywhere, eventually being recruited into a small organization, buried by Shikamaru Nara, and ultimately starving to death. But now he knew the answer, there were no ifs. Destiny was something that was truly difficult to alter sometimes. The Jashin cultists still found him, the ritual still occurred, and those energies still entered his body. The only thing altered was that Haydn did not become a puppet of Jashin, at least not yet, and that was the change. Shui did not believe in fate because he felt that all fate was merely a script written by the strong, but not everyone was willing to act according to the script. At the very least, he, an outsider who had suddenly appeared, was unwilling, and Haydn in his arms was unwilling as well. Shui carried the child as he slowly walked out. In the distance, Hideyoshi was still unconscious, carried by the invisible scorpion as he lay prostrate at the cave entrance. And right after he left the cave entrance, the mountainside behind him began to cave in bit by bit, and the original entrance collapsed into the underground at a speed visible to the naked eye. At a depth of 100 meters beneath this ground, propagation had already begun layer by layer, being constructed into a subterranean palace tier by all sorts of insects. At this time, Hideyoshi slowly woke up. Seeing Shui emerge safely while holding Haydn, his heart was profoundly moved. He snatched Haydn into his arms, frantically kissing Haydn's cheeks. "My precious son, you're still alive, that's truly wonderful. Shiraki-kun, thank you so much." He knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Shui assisted him up, no need for thanks. Haydn may be somewhat different, his body should still be suppressing another side. However, with proper guidance, it shouldn't be a massive issue. After conveying his deductions to Hideyoshi, Shui subsequently reviewed the previous battle in his mind. On the spiritual level, he had possessed almost zero ability to fight back. If not for those mutated corrosive insects, and if not for the fact that Jashin's time of existence had already reached its end, the ones lying here today might have been him and Haydn. Sigh. Ultimately, he was still too weak. He had thought that by mastering natural energy, mastering the wind release sage art, and mastering the ultimate control of insect swarms, it would be sufficient to establish a secure footing within the ninja world. But only today did he realize that the ninja world was far more complex than he had imagined. Soul ninjutsu, space ninjutsu, curse power, faith power, laws of death, he was entirely ignorant regarding these matters. The only thing he knew, sealing jutsu, was also a half-baked understanding that had not reached the peak level. If he encountered an enemy proficient in these aspects once more, even if it were exactly like today, he would still have no alternative, despite exhausting all methods. He raised his head to look toward the sky. By this time, evening had already arrived, the sky was gradually darkening, and stars were dotting the expanse. Hideyoshi carried the child and walked side by side with him on the road back to the village. Shiraki-kun, how do you think we should guide and teach him in the future? Everything as usual. Just grant him all the love that can be granted. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 181, A Brand. 1,316 words. The night passed without further incident. The following morning, sunlight pierced through the thin mist, cascading over the ruins of Yugakure. Hideyoshi walked into the village side by side with Aburame Shursui, carrying Haydn in his arms. The once bustling streets now consisted of nothing but shattered walls and debris, the air thick with the scent of blood and scorching heat. The villagers who were fortunate enough to survive gathered in groups of 2s and 3s on the empty clearings, their gazes hollow and expressions numb. Deeper within, however, was a profound terror originating from the bottoms of their hearts. Everything was far too bizarre. Their deceased kin had vanished into thin air, and even those Jashin cultists were nowhere to be found. Beyond that, many of their family members, children, and the elderly had systematically disappeared without a trace. At this moment, someone finally recognized Hideyoshi. Jonin Hideyoshi is back. Lord Hideyoshi, what exactly happened? Where is my husband? Where is my husband? The crowd swarmed forward, pressing questions all at once, a final sliver of hope still lingering within their eyes. Hideyoshi stared at them, his throat feeling as though it were blocked by something. He opened his mouth, but could not utter a single word. Shursui stood to the side, silently observing everything. Presently, a middle-aged shinobi covered in wounds stumbled over. He was one of the village elders, named Shanto. His left arm was wrapped in bandages, and dried blood remained crusted upon his face. Hideyoshi, you've returned, Shanto's voice was hoarse. We are currently tallying the survivors. Hideyoshi's wife walked forward. Without many words, she simply reached out to take the child, gently patting and soothing him. Hideyoshi nodded to his wife, then followed Shanto into a temporarily constructed meeting room. Shursui did not follow them inside, choosing instead to stand quietly outside. He gazed at the villagers who had lost their families, and at the children who still didn't comprehend what had occurred, their faces filled with bewilderment. An hour later, following deliberations among all the surviving shinobi, Hideyoshi, without any surprise, became the new village chief, the new leader of Yugakure. When Hideyoshi stepped out of the temporary meeting room, his countenance looked even more unsightly than when he had entered. His brow was knitted tightly into a knot as he spoke in a low voice. 3,200 people, the surviving villagers total only 3,200. Shinobi, number less than 50. Shursui remained silent, merely looking at him quietly. Hideyoshi continued, those children, the 27 children who were sacrificed, not a single one survived except for Haydn. He paused, his gaze landing upon the infant within his wife's embrace. Haydn was sleeping peacefully, entirely oblivious to the outside world. Undeniably, Haydn was fortunate. If he hadn't known Shui and become friends with him, Haydn might have perished in that sacrifice as well. His wife looked at her husband, no longer wearing any playful expression, and spoke softly, "Shiroki-kun is right, he truly is different now." Hideyoshi still did not say much to his wife, all emotions left unsaid. He turned and walked toward the gathered villagers. Half an hour later, all survivors were summoned to the empty clearing in the center of the village. Hideyoshi stood atop a fractured stone monument, flanked by Shanto and several other surviving Chunin. "Everyone," he began, his voice low yet distinct. "I must tell you the truth." The surviving citizens quieted down, turning their gazes toward him one after another. "The culprit behind this disaster is the former village chief." Hideyoshi's gaze swept across the crowd. "He colluded with the Jashin cult to orchestrate this sacrifice. Those deceased children and the brutally slaughtered villagers were all offerings he presented to Jashin." The crowd found it unbelievable until the shinobi elders nodded in confirmation. Instantly the crowd fell into a commotion, some shrieked, some wept bitterly, and others cursed furiously. "He is dead. Slain by my own hands. The cultists of the Jashin cult have also been completely executed. But today, I must also name another culprit, the shinobi of Konoha. Many of you should know that when the Jashin cultists were on the verge of being annihilated by Shiraki-kun, it was those Konoha shinobi who interfered, releasing the tigers back to the mountain, which ultimately brought about this catastrophic disaster. Fortunately, those rampaging Jashin cultists were ultimately slaughtered by Shiroki-kun. And he is your savior." Hideyoshi pointed toward Shui. The gazes of the crowd converged upon him. Shui remained silent, merely offering a slight nod. "But the Jashin cult will not vanish just like this. As long as someone still remembers it, as long as someone still believes in it, it will undergo a resurgence." He took a deep breath, uttering words that left everyone thoroughly shocked. "From this day onward, Yugakure shall seal away all records regarding the Jashin cult. No one is permitted to speak of the Jashin cult, no one is permitted to spread its doctrines, and no one is permitted to mention the name of Jashin. What we must do is ensure that Jashin is completely forgotten. If one generation does not speak of it, the second generation will not know it, and after 3 generations, no one will remember that such a thing as the Jashin cult ever existed in this world. By then, Jashin will no longer hear any summons, and will be utterly incapable of descending upon the human world again." A dead silence fell over the crowd. After a long while, someone asked in a low voice, "But my child is dead. Can we not even speak of how they died?" Hideyoshi looked toward that person, a middle-aged woman with swollen red eyes and disheveled hair, tightly clutching a small piece of clothing in her arms, which was a relic of her child. "You can remember your child, but you cannot remember Jashin," Hideyoshi said in a deep tone. "This is to protect those who are still alive, and to protect the children who are yet unborn. Do you wish for your grandchildren and great-grandchildren to experience everything you have suffered today?" The woman fell silent, and the numerous surviving citizens fell silent along with her. Hideyoshi said no more, simply waving his hand. Shanto stepped forward, beginning to organize the villagers for registration, resource distribution, and clearing the debris. Hideyoshi leaped down from the stone monument and walked to Shirsue's side. "Shiroki-kun, can I trouble you with one more matter? You want me to take action to make all the villagers forget the existence of the Jashin cult." Shirsue saw through his thoughts in a single glance. "Very well. Thank you deeply." Hideyoshi thanked him from the bottom of his heart. "Though I do not know what methods you will employ, rest assured that I will sleep soundly tonight, and will absolutely not pry." That night, all the villagers and shinobi returned to their respective homes. The night sky was cloudless with a full moon hanging high, save for an occasional wisp of purple energy that quietly enveloped them. Following closely behind was a layer of suggestive hypnosis. This method wasn't particularly sophisticated, but for ordinary citizens and low-level genin, making them subconsciously forget a specific matter wasn't difficult. What's more, they would actively cooperate. Humans naturally possessed a self-preservation instinct, subconsciously forgetting matters that were far too painful. Of course, for those Jonin whose capabilities were exceptionally strong, and whose spiritual perceptions were sharp, this segment of memory could not be erased. They could only shoulder this agony forever, remembering the grief and hatred that could never be let go. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 182, Yugakyu's Condemnation, Joint Surgery. 1,544 words. Before going to sleep that same night, Hideyoshi issued a public announcement in his capacity as the new leader. He allocated 1 million ryo to broadcast the statement outward using the latest telegraph formats. The first announcement, condemning the Konoha shinobi for maliciously interfering with the execution of the Jashin cult believers, which ultimately allowed the remnants of the cult to slaughter over 10,000 people and destroy Yugakure. It explicitly demanded that Konoha severely punish the shinobi deployed at that time. The second announcement, Yugakure and Takigakure formally declared the formation of a three-nation alliance, pledging to share both honor and disgrace from now on. This move signified the official establishment of a new coalition. The daimyo of the Land of Hot Water initially intended to declare that his administration had nothing to do with this matter. However, the economy of Yugakure had long since achieved independence, sustaining itself entirely through tourism and the hot spring industries without requiring any allocations or financial support from the daimyo. Now that the Land of Waterfall and the Land of Hot Water had allied, the Land of Rice Fields, which was wedged directly between them, was forced to join as well. In fact, even if they had announced their non-participation, it would have been entirely futile, because the two nations had already opened an unconditional immigration policy toward the Land of Rice Fields. Whether in terms of economic conditions or national power, both the Land of Waterfall and the Land of Hot Water far surpassed the Land of Rice Fields. In the border regions, many nobles and commoners of the Land of Rice Fields had already chosen to migrate into the two allied nations. Combined with the fact that the Land of Rice Fields currently lacked its own hidden village, despite possessing fertile soil, a vast territorial area, and a substantial population, it remained a minor nation among minor nations, possessing absolutely no right to speak. The following morning, an official dispatch was delivered straight to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat behind his desk with the official dispatch in his hand, his brow knitted tightly. Kohara Yutane and Hamura Mitokado sat to the side, neither of their countenances looking particularly pleasant. The content of the dispatch was very straightforward, yet the phrasing was extremely severe. Yugakure formally condemns the Konoha shinobi for maliciously obstructing the execution of the Jashin cult believers, which allowed the remnants of the Jashin cult to seize the opportunity to slaughter tens of thousands of villagers, resulting in the utter destruction of Yugakure. It demands that Konoha severely punish the involved shinobi and bear the corresponding responsibilities. At the bottom of the document was the signature and official seal of the new chief of Yugakure, Hideyoshi. This is simply twisting black and white. Hamura Mitokado slammed his hand on the desk and stood up abruptly. It was clearly that the thug Shiraki who was slaughtering the citizens. How has it turned into our people doing the obstructing? The official dispatch writes it very clearly, Kohara Yutane said coldly. Their narrative is, Shiraki was executing the Jashin cult believers, while Jiraiya, our shinobi, obstructed him. As a result, the remnants of the Jashin cult took advantage of the chaos to slaughter the village. Hamura Mitokado was momentarily at a loss for words. In reality, the actual truth didn't matter. What mattered was that they hadn't expected Yugakure to actually dare to publicly trample on Konoha's face like this. Hiruzen Sarutobi set down the official dispatch, speaking slowly, no matter what the truth is, in the eyes of outsiders, this is the reality. Jiraiya did indeed stop Shiraki from killing. And among those who were killed, there were indeed Jashin cult believers as well as ordinary villagers. But there are no buts, Hiruzen Sarutobi interrupted him, stating, the focus right now is that Yugakure has already united with Takigakure to establish a new three-nation alliance. He pulled out another piece of intelligence, which detailed, the land of hot water and the land of waterfall have formally allied, and the land of rice fields was forced to join. The three nations have declared to share honor and disgrace, and no force is permitted to step even half a pace into their national borders. The land of rice fields is merely a fence-sitter. Hamura Mitokado frowned. They don't even have a hidden village. What difference does it make whether they join or not? The difference lies in geography. The land of hot water and the land of waterfall are wedged between the land of fire, the land of earth, and the land of lightning. The land of rice fields happens to plug the gap in the northeastern direction. Now that the three nations have allied, it is equivalent to erecting a barrier directly to our north. He paused, letting out a sigh. This barrier was originally intended to block the land of earth and the land of lightning. But now, it also blocks us on the outside. The office fell into a period of silence. After a long while, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke, summoned the Elder Council for a meeting. Meanwhile, at the Konoha hospital. Upon receiving the news of Jiraiya's death, Tsunade seemed to completely freeze in place. After a long while, she set down the medical tools in her hand, muttering to herself, how could this be? How could that guy die so easily? Dan Kato noticed the grief within her gaze, stepping forward to comfort her. Tsunade, we are shinobi. As shinobi, there will always be a day we die. Even you or I are no exception. But how could it be him? How could it be him first? Although he was unreliable, he was at least the successor of the Holy Land. With his methods, if he wanted to run, no one should have been able to stop him. Although she usually detested Jiraiya's antics, he was still a comrade who had shared life and death with her for over a decade. She couldn't be entirely devoid of feelings. Tsunade's anger suppressed her grief. She slammed her fist heavily onto the laboratory table, lifting her head to ask, who is the person who killed him? Dan Kato answered truthfully, Shiroki, reportedly a sage from the Dragonfly Holy Land. Shiraki, the former strategist of the Land of Vegetables. Didn't the intelligence state that he was merely a sensotype shinobi? How could? He personally dealt with Tennin Hyuga in the past, so his own strength must be exceptionally formidable. The reason he didn't act previously was likely because he was concealing his capabilities. Tsunade fell into silence. Seeing her expression, Dan Kato gently pulled her into his embrace. She extended her hand to push him away, stating, I am fine. I am very calm right now. Because just now, more than just the news of Jiraiya's death had arrived, Jiraiya's disciple, Minato Namikaze, had also been heavily wounded and was currently in urgent need of her medical treatment. Therefore, she had to remain calm, at the very least to preserve Jiraiya's sole disciple and protect Minato Namikaze's career as a shinobi. This was not merely her sentiment toward Jiraiya, but also an absolute order inexplicably handed down to her by the old man. Inside the Konoha hospital, as Minato Namikaze was wheeled into the operating room, Tsunade entered. She quickly encountered a thorny problem. Even though that severed arm had been preserved and frozen using ice, a portion of the nerves had still lost their vitality. Wanting to graft it back to achieve a completely undamaged state was virtually impossible. With her current methods, she could at most preserve 60% of its original function. Just as she was at her wit's end, the door to the operating room was pushed open from the outside. She was just about to reprimand the intruder when she realized the newcomer was Orochimaru. Orochimaru licked his lips, looking down at the operating table with a smile. Tsunade, when it comes to modifying the human body, you are still lacking quite a bit. Would you truly be this kind-hearted? Don't say it like that, Tsunade. Orochimaru closed the door once more, donned sterile gloves, and pulled out a set of medical ninja tools. No matter what else is said, the sentiment shared between the three of us, you, me, and Jiraiya, cannot be severed. In a certain sense, Jiraiya's disciple can also be considered my disciple, can he not? He walked forward and picked up the severed arm, inspecting it up and down. From my perspective, Half of this thing can no longer be used. It must be completely modified and improved. He looked at Minato Namikaze, who was lying on the bed connected to an oxygen supply, and then turned his gaze back to Tsunade. Do not look at me with that kind of expression, rest assured. With my modifications, this arm of his will definitely be superior to before, more agile and more durable. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 183, the first 1,259 words. Meanwhile, outside the Konoha hospital, the scent of disinfectant permeated the corridors, with medical staff occasionally hurrying past. The light for the third-floor operating room was still on. Standing outside the door were 4 or 5 people: Choza Kimichi, Shikaku Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka, Kakashi Hitaki, who had just rushed back from a mission, and the 2 brothers from the Hyuga head and branch families. The 2 Hyuga brothers hadn't come to pay a visit, to be precise, they were here to scout for intelligence regarding Shiroki. How long have they been inside? Hayashi Hyuga asked. 3 hours already. Lady Tsunade is personally operating, but... Shikaku Nara's countenance was incredibly poor, with dark circles framing his eyes. He had been traveling continuously for the past few days, and hadn't rested at all. Hayashi did not press any further, as right now was clearly not the appropriate time to probe for information. Right at this moment, a commotion echoed from the far end of the corridor. Let me in, let me in. It was the voice of Kushina Uzumaki. Shikaku's expression shifted, and he immediately dashed toward the source. When he arrived, what met his eyes was a scene of utter chaos. Kushina was blocked at the stairwell by 2 Umbu operatives. Her eyes flashed with a crimson light, and the surrounding air twisted due to a massive surge of chakra. The 2 Umbu operatives had already been forced back several paces, their faces filled with sheer horror. The 9 Tails. Someone gasped in a low voice. Numerous medical staff members began to panic, spilling medicines and tools all over the floor. The gathered crowd frowned. Who exactly had leaked such vital information to Kushina? Did they not know the relationship between Kushina and Minato Namikaze? Kushina was the 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Once she went into a riot, the consequences would be unimaginable. Kushina, Shikaku rushed up to soothe her. Calm down. Minato is still undergoing surgery. Kushina looked at him, the crimson light in her eyes fading slightly, but she was still consumed by anxiety and fury. How is he? They said he might die. That he might be crippled. Is it true? Shikaku Nara fell instantly silent, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Just as he prepared to concoct a reassuring lie, a hand rested gently upon Kushina's shoulder. Kushina, Mikoto Uchiha comforted her in a soft, gentle voice, speaking as though she were soothing a frightened child. Minato will definitely be fine. Lord Orochimaru and Lady Tsunade are personally operating. Lady Tsunade is the best medical ninja in the ninja world, she will definitely save him. Kushina looked at her, the red light in her eyes receding a fraction more. But... there are no buts. Mikoto grasped her hand. We will wait together, all right. Kushina fell silent for a few seconds before finally nodding. However, just as she had finally calmed down, the doors to an adjacent operating room down the corridor suddenly swung open. A doctor wearing a medical mask stepped out with an unsightly expression, whispering to a nurse, the patient didn't make it. They're dead. Sigh, just one step short. The crimson chakra that had just receded around Kushina's body suddenly erupted anew. Beside her, a nurse shrieked and tumbled to the ground, her tray crashing down as medicine scattered everywhere. Everyone was completely stunned. Not good. Shikaku's face changed drastically. The 9 Tails has sensed that her emotions have spiraled out of control. The crimson chakra burned like raging flames. Kushina's hair began to float upward, her pupils slitted, and sharp fangs bared at the corners of her mouth as she let out a low, beast-like growl. Kushina, listen to me, that wasn't Minato. Disregarding the danger, Mikoto rushed forward, intending to grab her hand. However, that crimson chakra suddenly unleashed a powerful shockwave. Mikoto was violently sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall before sliding to the floor. Mikoto. Shikaku and Choza rushed forward simultaneously, but they were too late. Mikoto's face was deathly pale, a trace of blood overflowing from the corner of her mouth, her eyes tightly shut as she lost consciousness. Kushina froze in place, the red light in her eyes receding slightly. Mikoto. I didn't mean to. But before she could finish her sentence, a dark silhouette suddenly materialized at the end of the corridor. The newcomer bore two prominent tear tracks on his exceedingly handsome face. It was Fugaku Uchiha. His speed was blindingly fast, arriving in front of Kushina almost instantaneously. His eyes had already turned blood red, three tomos spinning slowly within them before morphing into a far more complex and bizarre pattern, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Eye technique activated. Kushina felt an invisible, crushing weight pressed down upon her form. That violent Ninetales chakra seemed to be bound by something. After struggling frantically a few times, it slowly receded back into her body. Her eyes returned to normal, and her legs gave out, causing her to collapse to her knees. What did I do? She muttered before snapping her head up. Mikoto. Fugaku had already walked over to Mikoto's side, gently picking her up in his arms. His face remained entirely expressionless, but the light within his eyes was as cold as ice. Move, he said. Shikaku and Choza hastily cleared a path. Fugaku carried Mikoto, walking straight toward the direction of the medical ward. Kushina wanted to follow, but was intercepted by two Umbu operatives. Kushina Uzumaki, by order of the third Hokage, please return to your residence to rest. The Umbu's voice was entirely devoid of emotion. This is for your own protection, as well as the protection of the village. Kushina froze, her eyes turning red. I just wanted to see Minato. No one answered her, and she understood perfectly clearly that the moment she lost control, the trust the Hokage and everyone else held in her had plummeted to an absolute freezing point. She was about to experience the true treatment of being a Jinchuriki. I've already controlled it. Can you let me wait just a bit longer? Just a little while. Half an hour later, in another ward of the hospital. Mikoto Uchiha lay on the hospital bed. Though her face was still somewhat pale, her breathing had stabilized. Fugaku sat by the bedside, holding her hand, entirely motionless. The room was deathly quiet, save for the occasional ticking sound of the medical equipment. The door was pushed open gently, and a medical ninja stepped inside. She looked at Fugaku, then at Mikoto, before speaking softly, Lord Fugaku, the examination results are out. Fugaku raised his head. Lady Mikoto is out of danger, the medical ninja stated. However, she paused, seemingly weighing her words. However, what? Fugaku's voice was calm, yet an underlying anxiety was concealed within. We discovered that Lady Mikoto is pregnant, the medical ninja said. Approximately 3 weeks. Fugaku froze. He lowered his head to look at Mikoto, looking at her still flat abdomen, and then at that pale face. His expression showed no visible change, but the hand gripping Mikoto's trembled slightly. She and the child, they are both fine, right? Fugaku's voice was incredibly soft, as if afraid of waking something up. The medical ninja smiled and nodded. They are both doing very well. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 184, A Relationship Bound to Fade. 1,331 words. The medical ninja continued, Lady Mikoto merely suffered some shock. A few days of rest and she will be fine. The child is very healthy. Fugaku Uchiha fell silent for a few seconds, then nodded gently. Thank you. The medical ninja tactfully withdrew, softly closing the door behind her. Tranquility returned to the room. Fugaku gazed at Mikoto, looking at her peaceful sleeping face. His gaze shifted from her face, down to her flat abdomen, and back to her face again. Upon that perpetually expressionless countenance, a trace of imperceptible softness surfaced for the very first time. He reached out, gently caressing her hair. Mikoto, he said softly, we are having a child. Fortunately, you are both fine. Fortunately, my son is full of vitality. Mikoto gave no response, remaining deep in her slumber, but Fugaku didn't mind. He simply watched her quietly, this woman who was about to become the mother of his child, the light within his eyes gentler than it had ever been before. Right at this moment, the door was knocked upon once more. Fugaku. It was Shikaku's voice. Minato's surgery is finished. Fugaku stood up, walked to the entrance, and opened the door. How is it? Very successful. Shikaku's expression eased a fraction. Lady Tsunade said he is out of danger, and has been transferred to an advanced ward. If there are no complications tonight, he should wake up tomorrow. Fugaku nodded, casting a glance back at Mikoto on the bed. I'll head over in a moment. Shikaku glanced into the ward, asking softly, Mikoto, She's pregnant, Fugaku said. Shikaku froze for a moment, then a smile broke across his face. Congratulations. Fugaku didn't smile, merely offering a nod before closing the door. He returned to the bedside, sat for a little longer, then leaned down to gently press a kiss upon Mikoto's forehead. Wait for me to return, he murmured. Then, he stood up and walked out of the ward. At the end of the corridor, a crimson figure was squatting in the corner, Kushina. She hadn't left the hospital, but she didn't dare approach the ward, completely unable to face Mikoto's husband or the friend she had just harmed. She buried her head in her knees, her shoulders trembling slightly. Fugaku walked over to her and halted his steps. Kushina lifted her head, her eyes rimmed with red, evidently having just wept. I'm sorry. Kushina Uzumaki lowered her head, offering a sincere apology. I'm sorry, Fugaku, I didn't mean to. I was just too worried about Minato. Fugaku Uchiha looked at her. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke, Mikoto is fine, she is pregnant. From now on, the two of you should stop meeting. Kushina froze, panicking as she apologized once more, I'm sorry, truly I'm sorry. I almost harmed her and the child. She won't blame you, and Minato is out of danger. You should head over to see him. With that, Fugaku issued his final eviction notice. Just moments ago, he had used actual actions to subtly suppress the 9 tails. Although it was only the initial leakage of chakra without a single tail manifesting, an operation under such circumstances would undoubtedly make the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the others break into a cold sweat very soon. Therefore, from now on, it was best to keep contact to an absolute minimum. Truly, that is wonderful. Kushina wanted to cry and laugh at the same time, her face twisting drastically. She stood up, just about to head toward Minato's ward, when she saw several people approaching from the end of the corridor. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi, flanked by 2 Umbu operatives. Kushina. Hiruzen's voice was very gentle, yet highly formal. Go back and rest first. Once Minato wakes up, I will have someone notify you. But I just want to take a single look at him. It is inappropriate, he is severely wounded right now. Hiruzen waved his hand. The 2 Umbu shinobi stepped forward. Lady Kushina, please do not make things difficult for us. She stared toward Minato Namake's ward, ultimately taking a deep breath before turning to leave. As she walked past Fugaku, she spoke softly, tell Mikoto I'm sorry for me. Fugaku did not turn around, because at this moment, the third Hokage was standing right beside him, extending an invitation. Fugaku, I believe the two of us should have a proper talk. Hokage-sama, I intend to visit Minato Namikaze. No rush. You will have plenty of time for that in the future. The news of Jiraiya's death spread across the 5 great nations, as if it had grown wings. The land of Earth, Iwagakure. Anoki of the both scales sat in his office with the intelligence report in hand, unable to close his mouth from laughing. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya is dead. Konoha has lost yet another high-end combat asset. He slammed the report onto his desk, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out from sheer delight. Standing to the side, Kitsuchi wore a somewhat awkward expression. Father, the one who killed Jiraiya, is that strategist named Shiroki, Kitsuchi noted. I heard he has also successfully mastered Senjutsu. Anoki's laughter receded a bit. That is indeed somewhat troublesome. He stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Kitsuchi, do you think we can win him over to our side? Kitsuchi thought about it seriously, then answered honestly, Father, I think that is highly unlikely. Anoki glared at him. Forget it. I actually expected you to provide a constructive opinion. It seems that brain of yours is just limited to this. Then what should we do? What can we do? Anoki snorted coldly. Could we possibly dispatch troops over there? The land of hot water and the land of waterfall are blocking the way ahead. If we want to head to the land of fire, how long of a detour would we have to take? He picked up the report to look at it again, his expression turning grim. That fellow Hanzo of the salamander is truly troublesome. He has absolutely no concept of who is an enemy and who is a friend. Kitsuchi didn't dare to chime in. Anoki remained silent for a moment before commanding, pass down the order to heighten border vigilance. In addition, send someone to the land of hot water. No, send someone to make contact with that Shiroki. Even if we cannot win him over, we must sound out his true bottom line. Understood. The land of lightning, Kumogakure. The third Raikage slammed the intelligence heavily onto his desk, his face radiating excitement. Excellent. 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 With Jiraiya dead, Konoha's strength has been shaved down by another layer. Our land of lightning is one step closer to the position of the top hidden village. Pass down the order to deploy 3,000 Kumogakure troops to station at the land of night. Stand by at a moment's notice. 3 days later, a messenger runner rushed inside, panting heavily. Urgent report from the border. The Raikage frowned. Speak. The Yugakure shinobi have blocked our army at the border. They state that no foreign military forces are permitted to step into their national territory. If we wish to invade the land of fire, please take a detour. What? The Raikage's eyes widened. He snatched the report from the messenger's hand, scanning through it rapidly. Then, the look on his face turned exceedingly spectacular. Lord Raikage, what are our next instructions? The Raikage fell silent. Although he was brash, he was no fool. It appeared these minor nations were on the rise. Since no one else was willing to wage open war, he wouldn't stick his neck out either. Withdraw all of them back. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 185, Setting Sail for the Deep Ocean, named Itachi. 1,405 words. A few days later, the new three-nation alliance issued yet another public statement. No foreign military forces are permitted to step even half a pace into our national territory. Wagering war elsewhere is perfectly fine, and taking a detour is fine too. But if anyone dares to tread upon our domain, the three-nation alliance will confront the enemy together. The statement was simple, but its underlying message was sharp and distinct. We remain neutral, but we are by no means weak. If you wish to fight, take the conflict elsewhere and do not provoke us. In the autumn of August, the 42nd year of Konoha, a drizzling rain fell. The pattering rain persisted from dawn until dusk, enveloping Konoha village in a somber, gray mist. Inside the shinobi cemetery, rows of black umbrellas, black attire, and white flowers lined the landscape. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stood at the very front, flanked by Konoha's high elders and senior jonin. Minato Namikaze sat silently in a wheelchair, his face starkly pale, his right arm bound heavily in bandages. The exposed skin upon that arm possessed a hue that was visibly distinct from his natural complexion. Behind him stood Kushina Uzumaki, one hand steadying the wheelchair while the other held an umbrella over them, her eyes red and swollen. Tsunade stood on the opposing flank, her expression colder than it had ever been. At her side, Dan Kato gently gripped her hand, remaining entirely silent. Behind them, Orochimaru, Choza Kimichi, Shikaku Nara, one familiar face after another bore a solemn expression. Even if some did not truly feel solemn, they were bound to simulate it under the current circumstances. The tombstone was brand new, carved with a crisp line of text, Jiraiya, one of Konoha's legendary Sannin, rests eternally here. Hiruzen Sarutobi's appearance seemed to age by several more years. He stepped forward, laying a white flower before the tombstone. After falling into a lengthy silence, he spoke softly, Jiraiya, you always said that a shinobi's life is defined by endurance. Yet throughout your life, you endured far too much and enjoyed far too little. He paused, his voice turning somewhat raspy, rest in peace. The rain continued to fall, striking the white petals, hitting the black umbrellas, and washing over everyone's silent faces. Minato attempted to stand up, but Kushina gently held him down by his shoulders. He could only remain seated in his wheelchair, staring intensely at his teacher's name engraved upon the stone, his eyes gradually welling up with tears. He recalled the very first time he met Jiraiya, that eccentric, unrefined man who patted his head and proclaimed, "Kid, you possess great talent. Come learn ninjutsu from me." He recalled when Jiraiya taught him ninjutsu, demonstrating the techniques over and over again before laughing heartily, "You are far smarter than I am. You mastered it so quickly." He recalled how every single time his teacher returned from a mission, he would bring back small gifts, labeling them as rewards for my disciple. He remembered his teacher's absolute confidence when he declared, "Rest assured, you guys head across first. I will break the ceiling barrier and catch up immediately." Yet he would never return. Rain droplets trickled down Minato's face, blending indistinctly with his tears. Tsunade stepped forward and placed her flower before the grave. She stood there for a very long time, without uttering a single word. Dan Kato walked over, gently wrapping an arm around her shoulder. Tsunade did not move, merely staring at that name on the tombstone, the name that had always been associated with an absurd, grinning, and perennially troublesome rogue. Jiraiya, she finally opened her mouth, her voice incredibly soft, "You utter idiot." Then, she turned around and walked back into the crowd. As the funeral concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. The rain continued to fall, washing the tombstone completely clean. Before the grave, a stark white silhouette gradually materialized, emerging straight from the soil. Oh my, although it's merely a cenotaph, it appears Jiraiya is truly dead. Subsequently, that white figure submerged back underground. This specific white Zetsu was indeed dispatched by Black White Zetsu to probe for information. This was because during that previous battle, all 4 white Zetsu hidden within a 10-kilometer radius of Yugakure had completely vanished. In reality, the phenomenon of white Zetsu vanishing had begun occurring quite some time ago. By the time Zetsu truly took note of it, over a dozen of them had already systematically disappeared. To this day, Zetsu had no inkling as to who was capturing the white Zetsu, and he didn't dare convey this matter to Madara. He felt profoundly troubled, yet the task of gathering intelligence still had to be executed. "Lord Zetsu, Jiraiya is truly dead. Is that so?" "It doesn't matter," Black Zetsu replied, before pressing, "Did you manage to investigate which direction those 4 previously lost white Zetsu were taken?" The white Zetsu replied, "It happened around the periphery of Yugakure, but I inspected the area this time, and didn't find anything unusual." Lord Zetsu, do you think it's possible that someone among us has defected and secretly organized a new faction? Absurd. Go back to your surveillance duties. It must be true, that White Zetsu muttered as he submerged deep into the earth. I suspect they discovered the secret of pooping, and don't want to tell us. Black Zetsu. 3 days later, within the underground black market, a brand new bounty registry was posted in the most conspicuous position. Shiroki, former strategist of the Land of Vegetables, current advisor of Yugakure. Bounty, 100 million Ryo. Beneath it was a line of smaller text, dead or alive. Note, this individual is extremely dangerous. It is highly recommended to form a squad before pursuing. Once the news spread, countless bounty hunters felt their desires stirred. However, the vast majority merely watched the spectacle before silently walking away. 100 million Ryo wasn't something anyone had the life to successfully claim. Concurrently, spies from various nations began playing complex games of counter-espionage, with major and minor shinobi villages actively infiltrating one another. However, the instigator who had catalyzed this widespread turmoil had long since departed Yugakure, flying toward the vast, open sea. Aburame Shirsui sat upon the back of the massive, gigantified Shiraoqing. The raging gale between the heavens and the ocean whipped through his hair as he cast his gaze downward. Behind him, the coastline grew increasingly distant, and as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but a boundless expanse of azure ocean. He lifted his hand, summoning his petri dish interface. During this ordeal in Yugakure, by consuming the deceased citizens and the Jashin cult's blood pool, he had harvested a grand total of 3,700 years worth of primordial energy. However, this could only be considered a one-time windfall. 3,700 years of energy seems like a substantial amount, but breeding a single high-quality insect can easily consume hundreds or thousands. Recalling the soul-devouring insects that had perished during the battle, his brow furrowed slightly. Following that massive conflict, only 50 of them remained. If he wished to breed more, he required specific energetic forms, souls, resentment, and negative emotions. The ninja world certainly has no shortage of these things. But to acquire them in massive quantities, I would have to actively seek them out. For now, securing primordial energy remains the priority. Shirsui retracted the petri dish interface, and looked toward the distant horizon once more. Across the vast ocean lay uncharted islands and legendary lost civilizations. Hopefully, this journey will go smoothly, and I can locate it as quickly as possible. Konoha Village, Uchiha Clan Compound. Mikoto Uchiha sat quietly in the courtyard, the warm sunlight cascading over her form. Her hand rested gently upon her abdomen, a tender smile gracing her face. Fugaku walked out of the house, placing a cup of hot tea right by her hand. Thank you. Fugaku Uchiha sat down beside her, speaking softly, I want to name our child Itachi. Itachi. Yes. Fugaku nodded. Itachi Uchiha. What do you think? Itachi Uchiha. It is a very beautiful name. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 186, 3 months, Giant Insect Island. 1,593 words. Beneath the blue sky lay a boundless expanse of ocean. Aburame Shirsui sat cross-legged on the dragonfly. The massive dragonfly flapped its wings, driving forward over a sea they had been traversing for nearly 100 days. Of course, those 100 days did not rely entirely on dragonfly alone. Every fixed interval, he would summon another giant dragonfly to take over and allow the previous one to rest. Perhaps luck simply wasn't on his side. After so much time, let alone a viable island to set foot on, he hadn't seen so much as a shadow of the legendary overseas continents or ancient civilizations. Sigh, I really lack a proper sea chart. Forget it, I'll search slowly. As long as they exist, I'll find them eventually. He muttered to himself while picking up his pen. Using the sun's positioning combined with his own meticulous calculations and sensory abilities, he carefully logged the coordinates of their journey into his notebook. This planet wasn't excessively large. Even if the entire far side was a massive ocean, as long as he mapped out the lines of longitude and latitude over 3 to 5 years, his field of vision would eventually cover every corner of the globe. After logging the new coordinate point, he followed his usual routine and released scout insects from this central location into the surrounding area. These particular bugs were a water-adapted variant he had bred by crossbreeding his original scouts with water boatmen, a process that had drained nearly 1,700 years of his accumulated primordial energy. He did this precisely so they could blanket the ocean, helping him discover islands and overseas traces at a much faster pace. Only after finishing this did he lower his head to look at his hands. His skin had grown rough from the constant sea breeze, and tiny fragments of dried insects remained stuck beneath his fingernails. For the past 3 months, he had basically survived on roasted bugs. Occasionally, he could catch sea fish, but eating too much fish grew tiresome. Most of the time, he could only gnaw on his reserve of dried insects. He pulled out a handful of bugs, preparing to replenish his energy, when the scout insects he had released suddenly transmitted a signal back to him. There was a discovery. Shersue's spirits lifted. He patted Dragonfly's head. Head over that way, quickly. Dragonfly let out a low hum, adjusted its trajectory, and whipped its wings to dash forward. Before long, the color of the seawater below began to shift, transitioning from a deep indigo to a shallow cerulean, before revealing a faint tint of emerald green. He stared intently at the surface, his eyes growing brighter by the second. Finally, a thin white line materialized on the horizon ahead. That line grew clearer and sharper, gradually revealing a distinct silhouette. It was an island, a massive island. A rare smile graced Shersue's face as he patted Dragonfly once more. Descend, we've arrived. Dragonfly tucked its wings and began its descent. As their altitude dropped, the full scope of the island gradually unfolded before his eyes. The island was blanketed in exceptionally dense vegetation, but the structure of the forest was entirely different from anything he had ever seen before. The trees were absurdly tall. Any random tree stood well over 100 meters high, with trunks so thick it would take dozens of people linking hands to encircle them. The leaves were as massive as ship sails, swaying gently in the sea breeze. Shersway selected a spot along a beach at the edge of the island to land. There was a relatively small stretch of sand here, backed by a deep, dark forest, with the blue ocean stretching out in front. The beach was completely vacant, without a single footprint to be found, producing an aura of quiet that felt somewhat eerie. Dragonfly touched down steadily onto the sandy terrain and folded its wings. Shersway leapt down from its back, his feet sinking into the soft sand with a soft rustling sound. It's too quiet. He furrowed his brow, a sliver of doubt rising within his heart. Kneeling down, he pressed his palm against the sand, closed his eyes, and released his sensory insects. The tiny bugs crawled out from his sleeve, burrowing into the sand to spread out in all directions. A moment later, he opened his eyes. There are bugs beneath the sand, plenty of them, but they are all sleeping. Strange, why are the insects here so inactive? He shook his head, pushing the matter aside for the time being. The sky was growing dark, so he needed to establish a place to stay first. Originally, he wanted to utilize his construction insects, but the sand and stone beneath the beach carried a high concentration of salt and alkali while lacking organic nutrients. The construction insects brought from the mainland simply couldn't survive here. Without any other option, he had to build it manually. He retrieved tools from a sealing scroll, items he had prepared beforehand in Yugakure. Then, walking over to the edge of the forest, he selected a few small trees about the width of a bowl, chopped them down, and dragged them back to the beach. After a few trips back and forth, he finally gathered enough materials. Constructing a shelter wasn't a difficult task for him. In less than 2 hours, a crude but sturdy wooden hut capable of shielding him from wind and rain stood erect. He proceeded to dig a pit into the sand, lining it with a waterproof tarp to create a reservoir. Finally, he released his iron aluminum insects, preparing to extract fresh water from the sea through ionization. The biggest headache over the past 3 months had been drinking water. Although he had stored some inside his scrolls, it was far from enough. Later on, recalling methods he had studied in the past, he had paired the iron aluminum insects with floating insects to successfully resolve this massive issue. He formed a hand seal, causing the two types of bugs to begin working in tandem. By the time all of this was completed, the night had turned completely dark. Shui sat in front of the wooden hut, staring out at the distant sea surface. The moonlight cascaded down, creating a sparkling sheen across the waves, yet the depths of the forest behind him remained entirely dead and silent. At this point, a faint hypothesis had already formed in his mind. Casting his gaze toward the pitch-black forest, he released even more insects, allowing them to scatter and act as his eyes and ears. "Tomorrow, I'll have to venture into the woods to investigate and find something else to eat," he muttered, chewing on a piece of dry, tough insect reserve while making calculations in his mind. The flavor of the dried bugs was truly nothing to write home about, but he forced himself to swallow it down regardless. Once he was full, he lay down inside the wooden hut, listening to the faint, distant insect cries outside as his eyes slowly closed. He slept exceptionally soundly that night. The following morning, Shui was awoken by the sunlight beaming down. When he opened his eyes, the sun was already high in the sky. Beams of light filtered through the cracks of the wooden hut, casting mottled patterns across the floor. He felt somewhat surprised, not expecting himself to sleep so deeply, and sat up to stretch his muscles. Stepping out of the wooden hut, he observed that the two types of insects had already ceased their labor, and the reservoir was filled to the brim with fresh water. He took a sip. The taste was acceptable. After filling his canteens, he sealed the remaining fresh water back into his scrolls. Having done all this, he turned his gaze toward the forest, the corners of his mouth curving upward involuntarily. The insects he had dispatched the previous evening had transmitted back a piece of information that brought him immense delight. The plants and insects here were absurdly massive, bearing a striking resemblance to the legendary island of giant insects from his memories. However, he was absolutely certain that this was not Turtle Island. "You stay here and guard the place. Don't knock the house down." "Understood, Master," Dragonfly complied, before asking in a low tone, "Master, you seem so pleased, is it because you sensed other insects?" "How could that be?" Shui chuckled. "Even if there are other bugs, you will always be my trump card." After comforting Dragonfly, he quickened his pace, and stepped into the forest. The scout insects had already discovered traces of numerous giant bugs. He couldn't wait any longer. The moment he entered the forest, he truly experienced the definition of giant. The grass grew as high as a man's waist, and the leaves were larger than his entire face. The mushrooms grew like massive umbrellas, their caps wide enough for several people to stand on. Vines as thick as a man's arm hung down from the high canopy, swaying gently with the wind. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed from the front right direction, drawing closer and closer. Immediately following that, the dense brush parted violently, and a 5-meter-long giant praying mantis burst out from the trees. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 187, Ultimate Giant Insects, a Bug Breeder's Pure Ecstasy. 1,439 words. This mantis stood a full 2 meters tall, its entire body an emerald green, with its 2 forelegs resembling sides that flashed with a cold, metallic glint. Upon spotting Aburaim Shui, it paused briefly before violently lunging forward. Shui was well prepared. Tilting his body to the side, he easily evaded the assault. The mantis's sides slashed precisely where he had stood a moment prior, instantly carving 2 deep gouges into the earth. Its speed is actually quite impressive. Shui's face betrayed a hint of pleasant surprise, though he ultimately felt a trace of regret. A pity it only possesses base instinct without any chakra. Missing its mark, the mantis turned and charged once more. This time, Shui didn't bother dodging. Lifting his hand, he summoned a swarm of corrosive insects to meet it. The corrosive insects instantly blanketed the mantis's entire frame, gnawing at it frantically. The mantis thrashed violently but was rapidly riddled with countless holes before collapsing to the ground. Shui stepped forward to inspect the carcass. A normal insect has zero resistance against the corrosive insects. However, given its massive size, there should be plenty of meat. He retrieved a sealing scroll and sealed the mantis's corpse inside. Though he didn't want to keep eating bugs, it would serve perfectly as experimental material. Perhaps I can breed one in the future. A mantis should belong to the wind attribute, right? Continuing forward, he encountered even more giant insects. A beetle as tall as half a man blocked his path. Since it was too ordinary, he dealt with it effortlessly using his corrosive insects. A swarm of fist-sized ants launched an ambush. He preserved a few queen samples and fed the rest to his own bugs. There was also a spider dangling from a tree. Its venom was excellent, making it great raw material. There truly are a lot of insects here. He logged notes as he advanced, the light in his eyes growing more intense. In just a short span of time, he had recorded over 100 species of insects. Transitioning from his initial excitement, he could now face each giant bug with total composure. The vast majority simply lacked chakra, while a handful possessed only faint fluctuations that didn't even reach the level of a genin. After walking for another 2 hours, he suddenly heard the sound of running water. Following the sound, a clear stream soon came into view. The water was crystalline as it flowed gently, and the bank was a grassy meadow dotted with several plants whose names he couldn't identify. He walked to the edge of the stream and knelt, first releasing a few sensory insects into the water. After confirming it was non-toxic, he had the bugs filter out any aquatic parasites before scooping up the stream water to drink. The water tasted sweet, far better than the ionized fresh water, fully enriched with minerals. As for the filtered parasites, he didn't let them go to waste either, selecting a portion to store directly in his petri dish interface for recording. He began searching the surroundings for food and discovered some red wild fruits about the size of apples hanging from low-lying shrubs. After verifying they were safe, he took a light bite. It was pleasantly sweet and tart, tasting somewhat like a tomato and somewhat like a persimmon, altogether quite delicious. Finally, a change of flavor. Right then, the scout insects he had sent flying transmitted a sensation. A massive insect was rapidly approaching his location. He could also feel the ground vibrating, the tremors growing increasingly intense. Looking up, a massive dark silhouette slowly loomed closer. It was a beetle, over 10 times larger than Shui's dragonfly. Its body was like a small mountain, completely encased in a pitch-black carapace that gleamed with a metallic luster under the sunlight. Atop its head grew a colossal horn, shaped like a rhinoceros horn but significantly more robust. Its 6 legs resembled thick pillars, causing the earth to shudder with every step it took. What drew Shui's attention the most was the powerful surge of chakra radiating from this beetle. The giant beetle had evidently discovered him as well. Halting its steps, its compound eyes locked onto him, and it let out a low, rumbling hum carrying a clear warning tone. Shui stood in place, observing it quietly. Jonin level chakra. I can absolutely etch a summoning formula onto it and use it as a summoning beast. He watched calmly, while his intuition told him there were likely even better insects on this island. His heart couldn't help but thrum with excitement. Seeing that he made no further movements, the giant beetle let out another cry, slowly turned around, and walked back into the forest, vanishing among the massive trees. Shui stared in the direction it had departed, lost in thought. Judging by its behavior, it possesses intelligence and understands how to seek benefit while avoiding harm. In that case, I certainly can't let you just walk away. The corners of his mouth curved up, unable to conceal his smile. The next second, unfolding his wind wings, he landed directly onto the giant insect's back. The giant beetle shook its frame violently, attempting to release a wave of pressure to drive him off, but how could Shisui possibly let go so easily? He bit his finger, tracing a summoning jutsu formula onto the insect's back. Feeling the intrusion of an unfamiliar energy, the giant beetle panicked completely, frantically smashing itself against the surrounding trees. Even though it snapped whole swathes of massive trees, it couldn't shake Shisui's determination to tame it in the slightest. Become my partner. Summoning jutsu. The black markings unfurled across the beetle's back, rendering its frantic struggles entirely futile. If the giant beetle could speak, it would undoubtedly be screaming right now, "No, I won't. You absolute degenerate." Unfortunately, it had never encountered a human from the ninja world, and despite its intelligence, it couldn't comprehend human speech at all. The summoning formula was complete. After drawing it into his petri dish interface and releasing it once more, the giant beetle was actually capable of telepathic mental communication with Shisui. "My lord, are you a deity? What exactly was that golden primordial fluid?" "Huh? What did you say? You're willing to come with me? You say you still have a husband and children." Shisui placed a hand over his ear, pretending he couldn't hear clearly. Giant beetle. Before long, Shisui had acquired 6 more giant beetles, along with a centipede over 100 meters long, a massive millipede also over 100 meters long, and a house centipede dozens of meters long. Beyond those, there were numerous miscellaneous giant insects of various kinds. It was a pity that while the latter beasts were colossal in size, their chakra was exceptionally weak. However, what Shisui valued was never their current strength but their sheer potential. This island feels as though it was left behind by an ancient era. It must possess a more complete ecosystem. Giant insects are the mainstream, but there are definitely other things here. Having reaped a massive harvest today, and with most other sectors consisting mainly of standard insects without anything more novel, he decided to return for now. Bringing hundreds of giant insects back to the beach, the dragonfly was still waiting anxiously in place. Witnessing this scene, it thought to itself, as expected. Its newly unfurled wings drooped back down as it crawled back to the side of the small wooden hut, turning its head away to keep its eyes clean of the sight. After all, as the most favored immortal insect of the insect nest, it had to possess the capacity to accommodate other bugs. "What's wrong?" Shisui asked. "Master, insects do not have tears," the dragonfly replied cryptically. Shisui raised an eyebrow slightly, not expecting a day when insects would actually get emotional with one another. Sensing his reaction without turning around, the dragonfly added flatly, "It's nothing. I'm not jealous. Master is a human, so you naturally have human quirks and a fondness for novel things. If these giant insects can bring Master a sense of freshness, I am also very pleased." It paused, its tone carrying a hint of profound meaning, "But one day, they will all end up as experimental materials anyway, right, Master? The story is already written. Waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 188, Becoming the God of Insects. 1406 words. Perhaps, Shisui answered vaguely. Subsequently, he ignored the dragonfly's emotional display. Setting the wild fruits down, he sat in front of the wooden hut, eating the sweet and tart fruit while contemplating. After a journey spanning 3 months, he had finally located a place of genuine value. There were massive quantities of insects here, and there were insects capable of generating chakra. The genetic repository samples here were simply too abundant. If he could establish an insect nest in this place, he might be able to breed many unexpected species of bugs. But very quickly, he fell back into thought. Why did the insects here possess chakra? Was it the result of natural evolution, or was there some specific reason behind it? Dragonfly, eat something. Tomorrow, come investigate the island with me. No, Master. The forest is not suited for my flight. You should have Shirley accompany you instead. If all else fails, you still have so many new pets. I am tired, let me return to the petri dish to rest. If that is the case, then return. Shui did not force it to stay, drawing the dragonfly back into the petri dish interface and swapping Shirley out. Compared to the dragonfly, Lai did not possess as much stubborn personality, rapidly mingling with the other new partners. Furthermore, by virtue of its high intelligence, it became the leader of this group of insects. Of course, the most critical factor was still its strength. Several months prior, it had consumed 2 toads, causing its body to undergo a stage of evolution. Now, it was already capable of executing natural energy, with its strength touching the fringe of the Quasi-Kage level. Although these giant insects were colossal in size, their movements were sluggish, and the strongest among them only possessed Jonin-level strength, making them absolutely no match for it. Over the next few days, Shui explored within the forest every day. He traversed the eastern sector of the island, discovering many bizarre phenomena. The plants here grew abnormally colossal, not only the trees, but even the grass, flowers, and mushrooms were absurdly massive. He located a mushroom with a cap diameter spanning a full 5 meters, standing beneath it was just like sheltering under a massive umbrella. The quantity of insects here was also exceptionally vast, with countless varieties and diverse forms. Butterflies with wingspans exceeding 5 meters, centipedes 3 meters long, bees the size of fists, and spiders as large as cartwheels were merely commonplace small creatures here. These insects essentially lacked chakra, whereas the ones that did possess chakra were larger in size, far more aggressive, and seemed to retain a certain degree of intelligence. They would only hunt other insects when hungry, rarely attacking proactively during ordinary times. Conversely, the insects without chakra acted entirely upon base instinct, slaughtering one another in a display of the law of the jungle. The organisms here seemed to be suspended at a specific evolutionary stage. One portion had begun evolving toward the utilization of chakra, while the other portion remained in a primitive state. It wasn't until the 5th day that the scout insects finally made a new discovery dozens of kilometers away. Following the direction guided by the scout insects, he passed through an arc-shaped valley tunnel, and his field of vision suddenly opened up. At the center of the valley lay an open clearing, with a small lake positioned in the middle, and beside the lake, there was actually a group of humans. Learning of this news, Shui felt somewhat astonished. He hadn't expected humans to exist here. Only upon drawing closer did he discover that it was a tribe of primitive humans. They wore animal pelts wrapped around their frames, holding stone spears and axes in their hands, their hair disheveled. They were currently gathering water by the lakeside, men, women, elderly, and youth, totaling roughly 20 to 30 individuals. He observed this group of primitives stealthily. These humans bore no traces of chakra upon their bodies, and even their vocalizations were extremely simple. Shui was entirely unable to comprehend them. It was evidently an unfamiliar language. The primitives used stone axes to chop tree branches, stone spears to pierce fish, and tree leaves to wrap food, their technological level corresponding roughly to the Neolithic age. Among them, a few robust men holding weapons were facing down a massive insect several meters long, seemingly engaged in a hunt. Right at this moment, a colossal rumbling sound suddenly echoed from afar. The primitives' expressions changed drastically, and they stood up one after another, staring into the depths of the forest in sheer terror. A massive dark shadow was looming closer. It was a giant insect, its appearance resembling a stag beetle, with a body size twice as large as the beetle he had encountered previously. It radiated a powerful surge of chakra, far more tyrannical than that of the prior beetle. However, its target was clearly not those primitive humans, but rather the other insect the primitives were hunting. To think it actually possesses elite Jonin-level chakra. Talk about a stroke of luck. Witnessing this, Shui instantly unfurled his dual wings, leapt high into the air, and landed directly onto that giant insect's back. Immediately following that, he slammed a fist onto its head. Get down. That giant insect's strength was by no means weak. It continued to struggle, constantly rolling and thrashing its body in an attempt to hurl him off. It even opened its maw to spew a massive quantity of acid, carrying it with its own chakra to detonate it, transforming it into a sweeping sheet of flame. This insect actually knew how to use ninjutsu. Among all the giant insects he had discovered, this was the sole individual capable of executing ninjutsu. The remaining bugs that possessed chakra merely used it to reinforce their physical forms, their combat styles remaining highly primitive. You are very exceptional. Become my partner. Unfazed, Shisui formed hand seals with both hands, summoning jutsu. In an instant, countless black markings blanketed the giant insect's forehead. The giant insect struggled desperately, only to receive another heavy punch. The acid and flames it spewed were entirely blocked on the outside by a wind barrier, failing to inflict the slightest damage. Still struggling, Shisui channeled wind style to exert crushing pressure, delivering another heavy fist. A moment later, the giant insect collapsed limply to the ground, allowing him to etch the formula onto its body. The summoning was complete. Shisui retracted the giant insect. Once the bug entered the grid space, it instantly fell into a deep slumber. Right at this moment, he turned his head and discovered that those primitive humans had returned at some unknown point. Seeing him, the primitives were initially filled with terror, but subsequently put their heads together, chattering and whispering about something while casting frequent glances toward his attire. Eventually, a robust man resembling a chieftain stepped forward, speaking a stream of unintelligible words. Shisui couldn't understand, but judging from the other party's expression, they were asking where the colossal insect had gone. Without a second thought, Shisui summoned the giant insect once more. Seeing the insect appear, the primitives fell into a panic yet again, fleeing away from one another. It was only when they witnessed that dozens of meters-long giant insect groveling beneath Shisui's form that the crowd looked on with an expression of utter disbelief. Shisui pulled a piece of dried insect reserve from his cloak and tossed it to the robust man. The chieftain braced his courage, stepping forward pace by pace. He caught the dried insect, inspecting it with doubt before bringing it to his nose to sniff. His eyes lit up and he took a bite, chewing carefully as a look of pleasant surprise surfaced upon his face. He passed the dried insect to the people beside him. After the others tasted it, they all revealed expressions of delight as well. Subsequently, the robust man suddenly knelt down in worship, and the rest of the tribe promptly followed suit, kneeling and bowing down one after another. Shisui froze in place. Are they taking me for a god? The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 189, The State of the Continent, 3 clans split away. 1,379 words. Just as Aburame Shisui was enjoying the worship of the primitive humans and being treated as a deity, inside the inland of the ninja continent, it was a completely different scene. Konoha Village, Yamanaka Clan. Shikaku Nara was sitting cross-legged in the discussion hall, with 3 clan elders in front of him, Shikaku Nara and 2 other uncles who were also elders. Shikaku, what did you just say? Say it again. I said, the Hokage line is no longer worthy of our loyalty. The 3 elders looked at one another, and their faces all showed serious expressions. Do you know what you are saying? One elder spoke. Our Inoshikacho 3 clans have been bound to the Hokage line since the time of the first Hokage, which has lasted for over 40 years now. Saying they are not worthy of our loyalty means cutting off 40 years of bonds. It is exactly because of these 40 years of bonds that I say this. Since the Elder Council was established, the power of our 3 clans has been slowly divided. We are the ones who risk our lives, yet we did not get the rights we deserve. Another elder said, it is also normal to get no compensation when a mission fails. This was not a regular mission failure, Shikaku Nara said. This failure was caused by inaccurate information. The information on the Jashin cult was not accurate at all. They are not a regular church, and they have a real god behind them. Furthermore, there were those unstoppable, sudden accidents, including the mistakes made by Advisor Shiraki and Lord Jiraiya, which cannot all be blamed on us. And what I want to say is not just about this matter. That was right. Because of this mission failure, the Elder Council not only stopped Minato Namikaze from promoting to Jonin, but even the young masters of the Inoshikacho 3 clans could not escape. If they did not become Jonin for even one day, they could not hold real power in the end. In addition to this, during this period, old people from the Inoshikacho 3 clans continuously stepped down from Jonin positions, but the ones filling the empty spots were all people from other clans. Among the 3 clan elders, one was a member of the Elder Council. He stayed silent for a long time and said, "In a few days, I will talk to Koharu Utatane and Homura Mitokado." "It is useless," Shikaku said. After Jiraiya passed away, the strength of the Hokage line decreased greatly. Now, even the Hyuga and Uchiha dare to openly show their opposing opinions. The Elder Council itself was a mistake, and reshaping the boundaries of the ninja clans was the biggest mistake. Today, the power of each ninja clan has reached the highest peak in Konoha's history. But these are not the real reasons. The real reason is that the Hokage line is no longer doing well. Shikaku Nara spoke directly without hiding anything. The 3rd Hokage is old and lacks energy, Lord Jiraiya passed away, Minato Namikaze is injured, and Lady Tsunade has no heart for politics. The current Hokage line no longer has enough strength to protect us. The Inoshikacho 3 clans share both glory and loss. If we continue to stay tied to the Hokage line, we will only sink together with them. Instead of doing that, it is better to make plans early. Shikaku Nara spoke cruelly and realistically. If it were the past, he would not have changed his stance, but after experiencing that matter several months ago, his heart ultimately leaned toward his clan. Shikaku Nara said, "What you say makes sense. But cutting off 40 years of bonds is no small matter. We need to discuss it with the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans." "I have already been to the Akimichi clan," Shikaku Nara said. "They wanted to leave the Hokage line long ago. In that mission several years ago, the Akimichi clan suffered the heaviest losses. Yet the Hokage line only sent people to comfort them without giving any real compensation, so their hearts grew cold long ago. And now, they should have already acted." The 3 elders were shocked, but they were all smart people and quickly understood. "Was it your idea? I only gave a piece of advice." One day later, the Akimichi clan started the attack first. They openly announced a complete cut of relationships with the Hokage line and the Sarutobi clan, including stopping all kinds of business interactions and handing over all power positions. As the side leading the attack, their losses were naturally heavy. In the core power layer, they had almost only 1 Jonin left. The registered numbers in the Chunin and Genin layers were also less than 40 people left. If it were not for the special nature of their clan's secret techniques, they probably would have been kicked out of the ranks of ninja clans long ago. Although the price was big, this painful cut finally let them completely unbind from the Sarutobi clan and the Hokage line. Choza Akimichi also became the new clan head with the support of many clan members and elders. As for whether he had the Jonin title, no one cared anymore. Less than 2 hours after this matter happened, Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately called an emergency meeting and personally promoted Choza Akimichi to Jonin. But for some things, being late meant being late, and doing anything more was completely meaningless. On the night after he finished the announcement, the Nara clan and the Yamanaka clan loosened their bonds one after another, and all cooperation relationships with the Sarutobi clan were stopped. The Nara clan even paid a large amount of medicine compensation money for this, because they had a long-term contract signed before, making them the party breaking the contract. Among the 3 clans, the Yamanaka clan lost the least. Relying on the unique nature of their secret techniques, they were not even stripped of their power over the interrogation department. Overnight, Konoha turned upside down. Hiruzen Sarutobi grew old instantly. He stayed silent in his office for the whole night, smoking his pipe for the whole night. He remembered decades ago, when his father and the ancestors of the Inoshikacho 3 clans founded Konoha together. At that time, they were all energetic young men, swearing to build a peaceful village. 40 years passed, the ancestors had all left this world, and only he was left alive. And now, even the Inoshikacho 3 clans were leaving too. He felt a wave of tiredness that reached deep into his bones. Right at this moment, the 2 elders pushed open the door and walked in. Hiruzen, I heard that the Inoshikacho 3 clans. Yes, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. Their 3 clans ended some cooperation and stepped down from some important positions. Sigh, the Inoshikacho 3 clans are truly something, actually letting these young people take over. I said they would not do well, look at that, they do not care about old feelings at all. Kohara Udatane complained continuously. Hiruzen. Enough, I need to calm down. Fine then, the 2 elders said no more. They looked at each other and walked out of the room. Right at this moment, an Umbu ninja flashed into the room and reported, Report to Hokage-sama, there is a situation in the land of rain. This year's crop production in that country is very high, and Hanzo of the Salamander is preparing to open primary schools in every city, seemingly to perform national medical checks to search for children who can become ninjas. What? Hiruzen Sarutobi opened his eyes in surprise. Actually doing a national check to recruit talent. That Hanzo of the Salamander has such great courage. Hokage-sama, do we need to? No, do nothing, Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand. The Umbu ninja disappeared from the room once again. After that, he looked out the window and muttered to himself, Jiraiya, after you left, everything changed. // The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 190, The Powerless Hiruzen asks Danzo to help him. 1352 words. At the same time, the Konoha torture and interrogation force. Yamanaka Inoichi, the new head of the Yamanaka clan, was sitting together with Marino Iwakatsu, the head of the Marino clan. You want me to help? Marino Iwakatsu asked. Not help but cooperate, Yamanaka Inoichi said. Marino Iwakatsu understood instantly and interrupted, no need to say more, I agree. But there is one condition, if a conflict happens with the Elder Council, we will choose to stay neutral. Understood, Yamanaka Inoichi smiled. The 2 men shook hands and reached an agreement. As the interrogation and intelligence departments completely broke away from his control, Hiruzen Sarutobi's power decreased greatly once again. Now the only force he could fully command was the Umbu, but the total number of Umbu ninjas was less than 100 people. 10 days later, the opening ceremony of the Konoha Primary School took place. As expected, the situation Hiruzen Sarutobi least wanted to see still happened. Almost no genius kids from the ninja clans joined the primary school this semester, all of them were studying at home in their own clan schools. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi still kept a kind smile and gave a long speech that lasted for 2 hours, his heart sank the moment the speech ended. He felt deeply powerless at this moment, feeling that he had almost no people left to use. He had to make a change, and a force had to step up to help him. He could not just watch the Uchiha grow stronger, Hanzo of the Salamander grow stronger, and the various big clans expand constantly in the dark. That night, Konoha Prison. When Hiruzen Sarutobi opened the cell door, Danzo Shimura was sitting cross-legged there, with a bowl of natto rice in front of him. At this moment, his face showed no anger at all, looking like a very calm middle-aged man who was working on his inner peace. Hiruzen, what are you doing here? Danzo Shimura did not turn around. He ate his natto and said, I am in no mood to listen to you complain right now. Danzo, I need your help, Hiruzen Sarutobi said. Danzo, do you know? Hanzo's land of rain has already passed its food crisis, and it is showing great life right now. The ninja spies from different countries are in a mess, making it impossible to check them. That is why I need you. But I will not allow you to leave this place. Danzo Shimura's eyelids moved slightly. Fine. Give the news to my new assistants, Fuyamanaka and Aburame. Let them take my orders back to the Shimura clan, and tell the current deputy head of the Shimura clan to make all ninjas of the clan remove their names and join the root organization. Danzo, you. No need to thank me. They will naturally know what to do next. Spreading fake news and creating trouble, they are very familiar with these regular methods. And your hands will still be clean. Go back, my Hokage-sama. Danzo. Go. Even if you release me right now, I will not go out. I still have to eat my food. A few days later, the Shimura clan completely disappeared from the ninja clans, and almost all of their ninjas working outside quietly vanished. Orochimaru, who was still staying in the root headquarters to do experiments, noticed that the root was almost emptied out. He just licked his lips and laughed softly. Old man, it seems you really have no one left to use. As expected, Danzo is still the most important piece in your hand. Hee hee, the fight for power is truly rotten. The capital of the Land of Rain. Half a month ago, the Land of Rain finally passed its severe food crisis. Food production was very high, and they could even sell it to the outside. Hanzo thought he could finally make a comeback, so he even opened primary schools in every city, with the purpose of finding all the children in the country who had ninja talent. You should know that in the eyes of other countries, this was a shocking first time, and it was also his most courageous decision. During this period, the human labor, materials, money, and time spent were all massive. Food, materials, and money continuously flowed into the small towns across the Land of Rain. However, he did not expect that, before even half a month had passed, a new problem appeared. Some small town lords agreed in public but disobeyed in secret, not following his orders at all. In addition to this, a group of idle young thugs appeared in every city. They did not work, they formed groups, and finally they created underground gangs, which greatly harmed the internal safety of the Land of Rain, and slowed down the country's development. This kind of method looked exactly like the work of an old friend. Even up until now, he still could not catch any proof, because those thugs were indeed local people who refused to work hard. As expected, the first step to stop prosperity comes from those people who were the first to get full. Hanzo of the Salamander looked out the window, and killing intent began to rise in his eyes. Lord Hanzo, a voice came from behind him. Hanzo turned around and saw a young man walking up the city wall. This young man was named Yowatari, the new strategist he had promoted. He was smart and acted quickly. Yowatari, what is the matter? Hanzo asked. My lord, I have made a new plan. Please take a look. Hanzo took the document and said, the Youth Training Swordsman Ninja Policy. You want those thugs to receive military training, and then send them to guard the borders. Yes, my lord. As you know, since the food crisis was past, although the internal situation has improved, new problems have also appeared. Those people who used to struggle for a bite of food are full now, but they are starting to feel unsatisfied. They do not work, they hang around, they gather to cause trouble, and they even form gangs to bully the people. These people are a disease to the country. But if we suppress them directly, it will cause anger among the public. So I think it is better to gather them together, give them military training, and make them work for the country. On one hand, this solves the safety problem, and on the other hand, it can strengthen our border defense forces. We can even select those who can refine chakra from these people, feed them insect medicine, and train them directly into genin. Then what if they run away during the training? Hanzo asked. They cannot run away. I will set up a strict system with collective punishment. If one person runs away, the whole team gets punished. Moreover, the training camps are located at the borders, surrounded by wild lands, so running out means death. Of course, after the training, those who perform excellently can enjoy the treatment of a regular genin. The plan is very detailed. You are truly a worthy second-generation strategist. Since that is the case, let us execute it. My lord praises me too much. I am far behind Lord Shiraki, and I still have many things to learn. However, my lord, the policy of dividing lands among town lords is not a long-term solution. You must take back your power soon. No matter, competition brings motivation. If it were the past, he would have felt worried, but now he understood a truth: as long as his own strength was great enough, he could suppress everything. As the country grew stronger, his confidence never faded. He believed in his own wisdom, and he believed even more in the sword in his hand. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 191, The Akatsuki Organization with a Completely Different Situation. 1410 words. Go ahead, act according to your plan. Whatever resources you need, just ask me directly. Yes, Lord Hanzo. Yowatari bowed and turned to leave. Hanzo of the Salamander looked at his back thoughtfully. This young man was very ambitious and had a lot of methods. Used well, it would be a blessing for the land of rain, but used poorly, it could become a disaster. However, that was a matter for the future. Right now, he needed a capable person to handle these troublesome things. He turned around again, looking at the city below. In the city, people were busy, and life was slowly returning to normal. The land of rain is finally going to rise, he muttered to himself, unable to hide the joy on his face. At the same time, in a city in the southeast of the new land of rain, Daybreak City. This was the city that the Akatsuki organization, founded by the three children Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, had occupied and developed. The children from back then had already grown into teenagers. Although they were still young, they always held on to their original ideal. To build a city where people could understand and accept one another, and where hatred could be wiped away through communication. However, building a city was not as simple as they imagined, and running it was extremely difficult. First was the problem of taxes and money. Although they had strength, they did not understand these things at all, so the management was naturally a complete mess. Luckily, a few older people joined their organization along the way, and one slightly older person was good at managing money. Konan always felt this person was unreliable, so she secretly started learning about it herself. But Yahiko always told her, if you doubt someone, do not use them, if you use them, do not doubt them. We must learn to trust. Then what if he makes fake accounts and steals the city's money and food? Then we catch his mistake, ask him what his difficulty is, understand and communicate with him properly, and give him another chance to correct his ways. Regrettably, although the wish was good, practicing it in reality brought many difficulties. Some people can share hard times together, but it is very difficult for them to share wealth together. When there was no money, everyone could hold the same ideal, but once they had money and power, many bad habits and character flaws began to show. Over these years, the Akatsuki organization grew bigger and bigger, but most members were teenagers slightly older than them, with very few adults. It could be said that it was the three of them who taught these people ninjutsu, letting them become ninjas and gain strength. But after they built the city, cleared fertile fields and laid down a foundation, these people changed and became rich and powerful. They were already completely different from the Akatsuki organization in the original timeline, which ran around everywhere with no foundation. There was a good saying, our past hard work was completely for a better life in the future. Now that we are living a better life, why can't we enjoy it? Yahiko had no words to reply, only feeling that the teammates who used to be easy to talk to and communicate with were now hard to communicate with. In the end, he brought out the most common method in the ninja world, using force. He fought them with ninjutsu to force them to sit down and listen to him talk. After experiencing a few conversations like this, those past teammates indeed became much quieter. But very soon, a new problem appeared, the taxes became a complete mess. Yahiko often heard the citizens under his rule say that the taxes were too heavy. The city lord's mansion collected a share, and Lord Hanzo collected another share to train new forces. Adding the two tax shares together, it took almost half of the total food they grew. Yahiko was kind by nature, so he naturally would not allow his citizens to suffer. In the end, he decided to remove Daybreak City's taxes on the citizens. By doing this, the accounts became clear, and the citizens' complaints became much less, but the city soon ran out of money to operate. Following this were the conflicts between the various big cities. The Land of Rain used a system similar to city-states, where every city was counted as a self-governing small country. The groups stationed there were basically the original gangs or organizations of the Land of Rain. In the early period when seeking development, everyone could stay peaceful, but once they developed to the limit, they would touch each other's boundaries, causing layers of friction and conflict. At this time, Yahiko thought of a new idea, helping to solve the conflicts between the cities, making the big organizations and city lords drop their disputes and reach peace, using this to get some commission or gifts from each city. But in reality, the reason why those big cities were willing to reach peace and stop disputes was that they worried about Hanzo's policies on one hand, and they feared the strength of the three of them on the other hand. So they made peace on the surface, but they still kept doing small tricks in secret. And Yahiko's group of three did not notice anything wrong with their method at all, nor did they realize if they had crossed the rules, still happily running what looked beautiful in their eyes. Even when they learned not long ago that their teacher Jiraiya died at the hands of advisor Shiroki, though they felt sad for a long time, they did not keep hatred in their hearts, still sticking to practicing Jiraiya's wishes. Teacher, do you see this? People truly can understand and accept one another. We will definitely spread your thoughts widely. This surface peace was maintained until the youth training plan was executed. A large number of thugs flowed into Daybreak City to escape. The punishments here were loose, and the management was gentle, making it almost a gathering place for scumbags running from trouble. The city became completely messy almost overnight. Although they showed their strength many times to suppress them, they only suppressed them without heavy punishments, which was completely useless against these shameless thugs. The smart citizens had already taken their families and left this city long ago, even giving up the fertile fields they had cleared. Especially those old farmers who had already seen through it. The so-called rule by children was just like playing a game. Handling political matters completely relied on strong force to smooth things over, and their methods were worse than those of the past landlords. Moreover, the Akatsuki members were not all good people. Some people acted one way on the surface and another way in secret, using cruel methods against the middle and lower-class old farmers. It wasn't that the citizens did not complain, but the leader was merciful and never gave heavy punishments, which caused the people's trust to fade away little by little. The truly hard-working people left quietly, while the idle people who refused to work hard flowed in large numbers. Daybreak City looked like its population was increasing, but in reality, it decayed quickly and became poorer and poorer. Once people fall into hunger, they will do any bad thing without a limit. Yahiko could not control the situation, so he brought out a new plan, giving out porridge to save the people. But it was exactly this plan that completely dragged them down, forcing them to run around everywhere, walking the old path again, taking missions to earn tiny amounts of money and goods. Except for not helping other city lords kill people or remove enemies, they did almost everything. Even though they were only 13 or 14 years old, their bodies were filled with tiredness. This situation continued for several weeks, until the ninjas executing the youth training plan noticed that the number of thugs running around in various places was becoming less and less. In the end, they tracked it down and found out it was the work of the Akatsuki organization. They did not rush to cause trouble because a strict order had been sent from above, and they had no power to manage it, so they immediately reported this matter to Hanzo of the Salamander. Chapter 192, Untamable Thugs Are Everywhere Across the Ninja World. 1,495 words. Half a month later, an Umbu ninja suddenly appeared behind him, kneeling on one knee. Lord Hanzo, there is emergency intelligence. The trio from the Akatsuki organization, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, have recently taken in a large number of local thugs and vagrants in a border city. Hanzo of the Salamander, who was originally planning to open a bottle of good wine to celebrate, frowned after listening. The Akatsuki organization. Jiraiya's 3 disciples. That was right, Hanzo of the Salamander had always known about Yahiko and the others. It was impossible for him not to pay attention when such geniuses appeared on his own territory. He originally valued talent highly and had even thought about taking them as disciples, but most of the people in the Three-Nation Alliance were subordinates of Shimi Aburame, and they knew a lot of classified intelligence. Hearing that he wanted to take them as disciples, Kakuzu told him right away that these 3 were already disciples of Jiraiya long ago. Hearing this, Hanzo of the Salamander instantly dropped the idea of taking them as disciples, but he still valued their talent, which was why he made an exception to give them a city, and let them do as they pleased. But looking at it now, so many years of experience still had not brought them any growth. Could it be that they are still insisting on executing Jiraiya's peace philosophy, claiming that hatred can be wiped away through mutual understanding and care to achieve permanent peace? Yes. To support the rapidly increasing population, they are also voluntarily giving out porridge to the poor citizens. Hanzo of the Salamander fell into silence instantly after listening, for a moment not knowing what was best to say. As expected, he should not have celebrated early. He put the wine to the side and asked casually, "How is the effect?" "Not very good." The Umbu Ninja said, "The vast majority of those people coming to receive porridge are not truly poor people but idle thugs. They wear ragged clothes to pretend to be refugees and line up every day to get porridge. The people who truly need relief are instead pushed aside by them and cannot get food." "Do Yahiko and the others not manage it?" "They managed it, but it was useless," the Umbu Ninja said. "Every time they catch someone cutting the line, they only give them a verbal lecture and let them go. Those thugs are not afraid at all, and they will do the same thing next time." Yahiko even advised them to clear fertile fields and grow their own food, but those people instead said, "If there is food, I will eat. If there is no food, I will just lie down. If you do not give me porridge, I will just starve to death. Farming is too tiring, we are not slaves." Hanzo of the Salamander let out a cold snort, naive. "Prepare a horse, I am going to visit that city personally." Although Shimi Aburame had reminded him before not to easily contact these 3, right now, he could no longer care about that much. Some things had to be corrected. 3 days later, Hanzo of the Salamander arrived at the city where the Akatsuki organization was located. This small border town's population had exploded within a short half-month, becoming extremely crowded and extremely messy. Everywhere on the streets were idle thugs, either crouching or sitting, some gambling, some fighting, and some simply lying by the roadside to sleep. Occasionally, the few people who were truly working instead looked out of place. Hanzo of the Salamander frowned and continued walking forward. Very soon, he came to the center plaza of the city. A crowd of people gathered there, shouting and making noise. He walked closer to look, and in the middle of the crowd, a blue-haired girl was giving out porridge. It was exactly Konan. She wore simple clothes with a gentle smile on her face, scooping porridge one by one for the people in line. But the line was a total mess, with people continuously cutting in line, pushing, and cursing. "Do not push, everyone gets a share," Konan advised softly, but her voice was drowned out by the noise of the crowd. A robust man squeezed to the very front, directly handing his bowl in front of her. "Fill it up for me, make it thick." Konan looked at him. This robust man was physically healthy and had solid muscles, not looking like someone who needed relief at all, but she said nothing and still scooped porridge for him. The robust man was still unsatisfied. "Too thin, scoop the thick parts for me." Konan hesitated for a moment, but still scooped some thicker parts for him. Only then did the robust man leave with satisfaction. Hanzo of the Salamander saw this in his eyes and shook his head. Right then, another thug squeezed over, pushing away an old man in front of him, and stretched his bowl in front of Konan. Konan finally could not hold it in. "Please line up." "Line up for what?" The thug stared with wide eyes. "I am hungry, so I want to eat." But this elderly person came first. "Him. A dying old man, starving to death, is fine." The thug reached out to grab the porridge scoop. Conan's eyes grew cold, and in the next moment, that thug flew backward, crashing heavily onto the ground, unable to crawl up for a long time. The crowd became quiet instantly. Conan withdrew her hand, and looked at the thug on the ground with an expressionless face. I said, please line up. The thug crawled up, gave her a terrified look, and ran off to the end of the line in a grey mood. The other people also became honest and lined up properly. Conan continued giving out porridge, but her expression was no longer gentle, leaving only tiredness and helplessness. The porridge distribution ended and the crowd scattered. Conan watched those people who received porridge leave in twos and threes, some drinking while walking, some pouring it into containers they brought, and some even directly throwing it away. They were not doing this to drink porridge at all, they were just greedy for this free benefit. She let out a soft sigh and prepared to leave. Right at this moment, a voice came from behind her, what you are doing is useless. Conan turned around and saw a man wearing a gas mask standing not far away. He carried a sickle at his waist, and a dangerous aura radiated from his body. Lord Hanzo of the Salamander. Her expression was filled with surprise, almost crying out in shock. Hanzo of the Salamander was the god of the land of rain. She had never thought such a figure would lower his status to come to their small city. Hanzo of the Salamander took off his gas mask, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. Just now, she muttered. I said, what you are doing is useless. Hanzo of the Salamander walked forward, looking at those people who were leaving. If verbal education could teach people to be good, humans would not need criminal laws. He raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Conan looked in the direction he pointed, only to see those few thugs who had cut in line earlier gathering together, talking about something unknown. In the next moment, Hanzo of the Salamander moved. His speed was as fast as teleportation, appearing instantly in front of those few thugs. The sickle flashed, 3 heads flew up, and fresh blood sprayed out. Conan's eyes widened, filled with shock. Hanzo of the Salamander withdrew his sickle, and looked at the corpses on the ground with an expressionless face. For this kind of people, the best method is to send them to the military camps for reform, making them work and train until they are too tired to cause trouble, or let them be consumed on the battlefield, which counts as making some contribution to the country. Conan walked forward, looking at the 3 corpses, her heart filled with mixed feelings. Did she hate these few people? She couldn't say she hated them, she just disliked them. They cut in line and bullied the elderly, causing her a massive headache, but she had never thought about killing them. Yet Hanzo of the Salamander killed them, killing them cleanly, quickly, and lightly, just like killing chickens. How could you? How could I kill them? Hanzo of the Salamander pierced through her thoughts, catching her words and saying, little girl, do you know what it means to govern a country? The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 193, No, I am going to save them. 1,400 words. Conan could not say a word. They had never seriously thought about these things. They were merely groping forward in the dark by relying on instinct, a single ideal, and a heart that wanted to make this place better. Governing a country is not about being a saint, Hanzo of the Salamander explained patiently, like a senior teaching the younger generation. If you want a country to operate and its citizens to survive, keeping these people who do not work, idle around, and bully the kind will only cause more honest people to suffer losses and drive more people to become bad. Hanzo of the Salamander did not rush to deny their ideal completely, but instead changed his way of explaining it. Your teacher, Jiraiya, taught you peace and taught you mutual understanding. But have you ever understood those honest people who were bullied? They work terribly hard to farm, but end up feeding these parasites. Do you think they feel comfortable in their hearts? Conan wanted to argue back, but did not know where to start. Right at this moment, 2 figures rushed over from a distance. Conan. Yahiko ran to her side. What happened? We heard someone was causing trouble. He saw the 3 corpses on the ground and froze instantly. This is... Nagato also ran over. Looking at the corpses, his face did not change much. He had never fully agreed with Teacher Jiraiya's ideal anyway. He was merely chasing a beam of light named the sun, guarding by his side with all his strength, absorbing that tiny bit of warmth. Hanzo of the Salamander looked at the 3 teenagers in front of him. All 3 radiated impressive chakra fluctuations, being at least at the Jonin level, and an appreciative look could not help but flash in his eyes. You are Yahiko, and you are Nagato. Lord Hanzo, why are you here? Yahiko could not quite believe it, and hurriedly bowed in greeting. This is the territory under my rule. Why can't I come? But the real reason is that my strategist brought out the youth training plan, and I wanted to see where all those local thugs had run off to. Learning the other party's reason for coming, Yahiko looked back at those dead people. Lord Hanzo, these people's crimes did not deserve death. Did not deserve death? Yahiko, do you know how many of this kind of people are currently in your city? Hanzo of the Salamander ignored the trio's reactions and continued, at least 500 people, and the number is still increasing every day. They heard there is free porridge to drink here, so they all run over. Have you calculated it? How much porridge do you give out every day? How many people can you feed? How long can your tiny family's wealth last for them to eat? Yahiko had no words to reply. The 3 of you clearly have the strength of Jonin, yet you are doing such foolish things here. You think you are doing good deeds, but in reality, you are creating more trouble. These parasites eat and drink here for free, and they will soon eat you to ruin. When that time comes, what will you do? We can find a way, Yahiko said. We can teach them to farm, teach them to work. Hanzo of the Salamander interrupted him. You have already taught them, right? Was it useful? Yahiko bit his lip, unable to speak. Forget it. I did not come here to argue with you, but to demand people. Those thugs, local bullies, scumbags, and parasites in this city, I am taking all of them away. Yahiko refused, no. Hanzo of the Salamander, Yahiko, what right do you have to say no? These people came from all over the country, so they should have been handled uniformly by me anyway. Furthermore, what are you keeping them here for? To continue eating and drinking for free. We can reform them. I believe I can influence them with our sincerity and care. Hanzo of the Salamander was almost driven to laughter by anger, but he truly valued their talent. Thus he said, fine. The 3 of you attack together. As long as you can take 30 moves from me, I will sit down and listen properly to those grand principles of yours. Yahiko's expression went blank for a moment, then he smiled, fine. Conan pulled at him, Yahiko, do not be impulsive, that is Lord Hanzo. Yahiko said, it is fine, this is our chance to prove ourselves. Nagato, Conan, let us attack together. Nagato nodded, a trace of complexity flashing in his Rinnegan. The 3 of them stood in a row, facing Hanzo of the Salamander. Are you ready? Hanzo of the Salamander stood there, his aura as massive as a mountain. Once the 3 of them nodded, Hanzo of the Salamander drew his sickle, then let us begin. Yahiko rushed up first, forming hand seals with both hands, water style, wild water wave. A stream of water rushed toward Hanzo of the Salamander. Hanzo of the Salamander flashed to the side, at the same time swinging his sickle to slash at Yahiko. Yahiko hurriedly retreated, but his arm was still cut open by the sickle. Conan launched an attack from the side, paper shuriken flying toward Hanzo of the Salamander. Hanzo of the Salamander swung his blade with a backhand, shattering all the paper shuriken. Nagato made his move, universal pull. Hanzo of the Salamander felt a powerful, attractive force pulling him, and his body flew toward Nagato uncontrollably. But he was truly worthy of being a demigod. He forced his posture to adjust in midair, and slashed down at Nagato. Nagato hurriedly used almighty push to bounce him away, but Hanzo's blade was too fast, still leaving a wound on his shoulder. Somewhat interesting, Hanzo of the salamander landed, looking at them. Come again. The battle continued, 10 moves, 20 moves, 25 moves. The three of them cooperated with great chemistry. Yahiko acted as the main attacker, Conan provided cover, and Nagato handled control, managing to barely block wave after wave of Hanzo of the salamander's attacks. But Hanzo of the salamander grew more excited as he fought. His blade became faster and faster, his movement techniques grew more and more bizarre, and the three of them gradually became unable to match him. 30 moves had reached. Yahiko panted heavily as he looked at Hanzo of the salamander, waiting for him to stop. But Hanzo of the salamander did not stop. 31 moves, 32 moves, 33 moves. It was not until the 35-move mark that he withdrew his blade and retreated, looking at the heavily panting trio. Not bad, a bit stronger than I imagined. Yahiko panted for breath. 30 moves have reached. Can you sit down and talk with us properly now? Hanzo of the salamander looked at him and suddenly laughed. 3 minutes later, Hanzo of the salamander stood up. His subordinates had already gathered all 500 local thugs together. Lord Hanzo, you. I only said that if you took 30 moves, I would sit down and listen to you talk, but I never said I must follow your words. Kid, do not be naive. How can there be that many fair things in this world? You think because you took 30 moves, I would listen to you. I sat down to listen to you speak just now, but do you truly know me now? Can you truly understand everyone sitting opposite you? Remember my words. In the future, more and more people who want to gain without working will come to this city of yours. This place will become incomparably messy and poor. Since you hold on to naive thoughts, you must be prepared to continue staying poor. Yahiko stood frozen on the spot, unable to speak for a long time. He could only watch with his own eyes as those people were forced onto carriages and sent off to the training camps at the border. They would receive the strictest training and become the cannon fodder of the land of rain. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 194, Kakuzu created the Ninja World Strength System. 1,436 words. Hanzo of the salamander left without any concerns, and compared to the original timeline, the changes here were very massive. First, when he found out the talent of the three, he did not feel any sense of crisis, but instead wanted to use reality to break through their lies and naivety, pulling them back onto the right path. Because the land of rain truly lacked talent too much right now, and there was also another point. Yahiko had a kind of natural leadership aura. Although he was still young, he also showed a kind of charm that was hard to describe, yet completely natural. He felt that the other party only lacked teaching and had taken the wrong path. If guided slowly, they would definitely have some achievement in the future. As for fearing that their strength would surpass his, the Hanzo of the salamander in the past might have been worried, but the Hanzo of the salamander now definitely would not. Because he had eaten a white medicine pill before. This pill could restore hidden injuries and even help the body clear out toxin waste, keeping his body always stay in its peak state. The only side effect was probably that his body was continuously turning whiter. And the thing used to make this kind of pill was those white zetsu that often popped up to ask him if he wanted to poop. He had captured a few of them over the years and sent all of them to Kakuzu. Only because among this group of people, only Kakuzu mastered the method to make this pill. The reason given was also ridiculous. It was said that only the Earth Grudge Fear could extract the essence inside this. Daybreak City's cleaning up of those local thugs in the district indeed made the environment quite a lot better, but this was only treating the symptoms, and not the root cause. If the basic problem was not solved, failure was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, at Hidden Rain Village, when Hanzo of the salamander was returning, a familiar figure appeared in front of him on the road. The person was grabbing a white human-like creature with one hand, and the black silk threads on his body were slowly withdrawing from underground. I heard someone report that you went to contact those 3 kids, so I came over to take a look. Kakuzu held up the white zetsu in his hand. As expected, these things have appeared again. Actually, you should stay away from them. Hanzo of the salamander let his subordinates take the creature away, and walked elsewhere with Kakuzu, finally asking the question that had puzzled him for a long time. Can you tell me why I cannot get near them? Just because of that pair of eyes? What eyes or no eyes, I do not know. I have never contacted it, do not falsely accuse me. Kakuzu hurriedly waved his hand to deny. Of course, what he said was also the truth. I just followed that guy's reminder not to get near there. Hanzo of the salamander saw that he could not ask for any information, so he did not ask any more. He pointed at the white zetsu and continued, unless those 3 kids have a connection with the person behind controlling this thing. Who knows? He. After laughing a few times, Kakuzu put the thing back into his sealing scroll. In short, be careful. Getting stuck with something that even that guy is wary of probably has no benefits. Kakuzu finished speaking, and was preparing to leave. Right at this moment, Hanzo of the salamander said, after finishing the pills, do not forget to give me half. This thing is getting harder and harder to catch recently. Still eating. Hanzo, have you noticed your body is getting whiter and whiter? Kakuzu turned back and teased. None of your business. The two looked at each other and smiled. Actually, this thing's function was getting smaller and smaller for them. Especially for Hanzo of the salamander, the poison sac inside his body, with this thing's help, had completely merged as one with his body, just like it grew naturally. Besides replenishing body energy, the enhancement and help in other areas were already very tiny. Actually, Kakuzu could still take it for a period of time. After all, his body was relatively mixed, making it quite difficult to merge. But at most, he could only eat a few more before reaching the limit. And for his strength to completely transform, he must completely wipe out the personal consciousness within his heart. This process was very slow, and every loss of a heart was extremely severe. So the best method was still to wait for the cloning technology to mature. At that time, he only needed to clone 5 hearts, and he would not have to go through so much trouble like today. Of course, there was actually another path, which was to switch to practicing 5 elements senjutsu, using 5 kinds of immortal insects as a guide, filling the 5 hearts with senjutsu energy. He just did not have that permission for now, and he also did not know how to bring it up with that person. After all, this was the other party's special householding ability. However, he had a premonition, as long as he refined the 5 hearts, his strength would improve by a level. If he learned 5 kinds of senjutsu after that, his strength would probably improve to Super Kage, right? The so-called Kage level or Super Kage actually had no such grading in the ninja world. This was just a casual sentence Shimi Aburame said before. After Kakuzu heard it, he felt this kind of division made a lot of sense, so he misappropriated it as his own. After going through his detailed refinement, it became his unique creation. He took his former leader's route as the boundary line. As long as the strength surpassed his, they were all Kage level. The ones who could take him down within 100 moves were Kage level low stage, within 50 moves were Kage level middle stage, the ones who instantly crushed him were Kage level peak. He put both himself and Hanzo of the salamander into the Kage level middle stage, and Shursui Aburame, he was divided into the Kage level peak. As for Naruto, he was a little weaker than him, put into the Kage level low stage. The other Kage level experts, for example, the 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki 2 scales, the 3rd Reikage A, the 3rd Mizukage, also the 3rd Kazekage, and the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, some of these people he had contacted, some were not too familiar, but all should be above Kage level. As for whether there were any other ones, everything was just to be determined. After all, they had not fought, and sometimes fame and strength were not equal. For example, the former Konoha Sannin, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru. According to Hanzo of the Salamander's previous description, the strength of these 3 was probably Kage level low stage, but that was all years ago. How it was now was not too clear, final strength to be determined. Also, for example, Chiyo of Hidden Sand Village, and the third Kazakage's disciple Raza, the strength of these two was estimated to have reached the Kage level 2. Also, the AB combination of Hidden Cloud Village and the Jinchuriki groups, they were all counted as high-end combat power stationed in one area, and were all counted as Kage level by Kakuzu. He even especially organized all of these into picture albums, selling them through some business methods, earning a lot of money. He even thought of something like a leaderboard. As for whether it was truly worthy of the name, it did not matter. In the ninja world, who was strong and who was weak was a very hot topic. Hot topics have people discussing, and people discussing means people buying. And these methods were only basic operations for him anyway. Just as Kakuzu returned to the underground palace of the Land of Waterfall to ask Naoto for condensation due to make pills, on the giant insect island side, Shursui Aburame had initially completed his exploration and built the first-level insect nest underground at Gourd Mountain. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 195. The Giant Flower and Giant Moth of Pure Natural Energy. 1517 words. Deep within the giant insect island, Shursui Aburame had already lived in the primitive tribe for more than half a month. In just half a month, he had completely expanded the underground area of Gourd Mountain, digging out a massive underground palace that went as deep as 20 levels. With the help of the emotion insect's mutated ability, he finally understood the language of the natives and also learned the name of the tribe. The chief was called Golu, so the tribesmen referred to themselves as the Golu tribe. The tribe had a total of 132 people, with men, women, the old, and the young depending on each other, surviving by hunting and gathering. Shursui Aburame was quite interested in their primitive and simple lifestyle. After mastering the language, he taught them how to write simple words, and then moved the entire tribe into the underground palace to settle down. During this period of time, he traveled across the entire island to explore, successively discovering more than 50 similar tribes. The small ones had dozens of people, while the large ones had hundreds. The largest scale one actually had a population of 10,000 people, living among the deeply intertwined roots of a giant tree. Those thick roots arched out into natural caves on the ground. The primitive people laid out dry grass and animal skins to live in, and built stone walls outside the caves to resist the attacks of giant insects, already possessing the early form of a basic civilization. Since Shursui Aburame arrived, the human tribes scattered across the island joined the Golu tribe one after another. After another half-month, all the humans of the giant insect island had moved into the Gourd underground palace. He did not just focus on unifying the tribes, but instead invested more energy into studying this land and its life. He found that the humans on the island were naturally unable to refine chakra, completely identical to the vast majority of animals and plants. As for those toxic insects that possessed chakra, their source of power seemed to come from preying on fish in the sea that carried chakra, being added by the energy invasion. However, this deduction could not completely explain everything. Especially those giant insect types whose internal chakra was as vast as the sea, they definitely did not look like the products of natural evolution. Inside the underground laboratory of the insect nest, Shursui Aburame compared various insect genes over and over again, and found to his astonishment that the giant insects with chakra had almost the exact same genetic sequence as regular insects. This meant that there was some other unknown power secretly twisting the body size and strength of the insects on the island. Right at this moment, Dragonfly, who was roaming outside, suddenly flew back, bringing a piece of major news in an urgent tone. Master! Master! I have discovered another plant that can birth natural energy on its own. A plant that can birth natural energy on its own. Shursui Aburame's eyes lit up. Take me to take a look. This was the second such spiritual plant within the ninja world, and its preciousness went without saying. He leaped onto Dragonfly's back, riding rapidly for half an hour, and arrived at an open land. Growing here were several strange flowers, with blossoms as large as basins, and a dense, strange fragrance overflowing from the centers of the flowers. And in the middle of the group of flowers a particularly giant, strange flower stood tall. Shursui Aburame raised his hand to guide the surrounding airflow, and in an instant, he clearly sensed that within that giant flower, faint natural energy was slowly flowing. Master, that flower nectar smells so sweet, I feel like eating it can greatly increase my natural energy. Dragonfly was so greedy on the side that it almost drooled. Shursui Aburame lightly patted its head, slowly landed, and walked to the front of the flower to look closely. These flowers are actually insect-eating plants. He reached out his hand to lightly touch the petal, and a sharp pain suddenly hit his fingertip. Hurriedly withdrawing his hand, he saw that the pad of his finger had been cut open with a small wound, and fresh blood slowly oozed out. Looking closely, the edge of the petal grew a row of fine serrations, sharp as a knife. Even though his physical body had already been repeatedly refined by wind attribute energy, it was still easily cut open, sufficient to prove that this flower was absolutely no ordinary item. He took out a bottle, just wanting to extract some flower nectar, preparing to bring it back for deep study. Right at this moment, an incomparably violent natural energy suddenly swept over. The strength of its fluctuation far surpassed any giant insect he had encountered before, surprisingly reaching the Kage level. The master and insect pair looked up, only to see a giant moth dozens of meters long hovering in midair. It had high, towering double horns, its entire body covered in snow-white fluff, looking from afar like a fluffy ball of animal fur. The moth flapped its wings, emitting a sharp, hissing sound from its mouth, full of warning and hostility. Shursui Aburame looked at that giant moth, without a single bit of fear in his eyes, but instead full of joy. This was the first time he had seen a giant creature that only contained natural energy, yet completely lacked chakra. It was truly worthy of being a mysterious, isolated island left behind by a prehistoric civilization. For a moment, Shursui Aburame looked at it blankly and said uncontrollably, "So beautiful." At this time, Dragonfly's body rapidly grew larger, filled with a repulsive emotion. "Master, it is ugly to death, let me kill it. The natural energy on its body is enough to cultivate a large batch of immortal insects." "Dragonfly, come back," Shursui Aburame gave a light shout, pulling Dragonfly back into the culture dish. Right after, he rode the wind to rise up, floating to the front of the giant moth, and said in a peaceful tone, "No need to be nervous, you and I are not enemies. You are the guardian of this strange flower, right? Are you willing to establish a summoning contract with me?" Hiss, hiss. The giant moth completely ignored his friendly gesture, let out a sharp howl, urged the vast natural energy inside its body, and sprayed out a large mouth of thick, tough white silk, weaving into a giant cocoon web over the flower sea in an instant, trapping Shursui Aburame in the center. But he did not panic, just standing quietly within the silk cocoon, quietly observing. He very quickly saw that although this moth had thick natural energy, it had the same fatal defect as the other giant insects on the island. It possessed power in vain, but did not know how to utilize it. Shursui Aburame waved his hand, and countless wind blades broke through the air, instantly cutting all the wrapping silk cocoons to pieces. The giant moth was enraged, its offense becoming more and more frantic. Shursui Aburame did not counterattack, just riding the wind to move around it. The giant moth spat silk, fanned wild winds, and cast poisonous feathers and scale powder. It was just that these methods were too ordinary, too common. Fighting against ordinary people was fine, but fighting against him was not enough. After seeing clearly the poverty of the opponent's attacks, Shursui Aburame no longer held back, his figure moving at high speed around the giant moth. The moth did not know his intention, still using this method to attack, and very soon, it was tightly bound by the silk it spat out itself. Coupled with the fact that its body size was originally giant, its flight capability was hindered, and it crashed to the ground all at once. Insect style, mud swamp technique. A large number of construction insects suddenly surged from underground, turning into a thick mud pit, completely trapping the giant moth. Shursui Aburame slowly landed, standing upon its forehead. Just as he was preparing to engrave the summoning formula, his gaze froze, suddenly discovering that the insect nest where the giant moth rested actually had dozens of human white bones scattered around. Those were absolutely not the remains of ordinary primitive people. Fragments of metal armor remained on the skeletons, oddly shaped swords and knives were stabbed into the ground beside them, and even faint chakra remained inside the corpses. And the source of the chakra was coming exactly from an unremarkable stone. Jelal stone. A look of surprise and joy appeared on Shursui Aburaim's face. Sure enough, he knew that the giant insects on the island possessing massive chakra could not be without a cause. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 196, Information of the Oversea Forgotten Clans returned. 1,396 words. At this time, after the giant moth's massive body had struggled to no avail in the mud swamp, it finally fell quiet. Shursui Aburaim stood upon its forehead, his palm pressed between the snow-white fluff, his chakra seeping into the giant moth's body like silk threads, sketching the lines of the summoning formula. This process required the other party's cooperation, or rather, at least required the other party not to resist. The giant moth clearly felt some strange power invading its consciousness. It emitted a low, sharp-hissed cry, its body trembling slightly, but because it was bound tightly by its own silk threads, it simply could not move at all. Relax, Shursui Aburaim said softly, a trace of soothing intent in his tone. I will not harm you. It is normal to feel a bit of repulsion to chakra at first. In a moment, I will try to use all natural senjutsu. Shursui Aburaim separated a portion of smelly corrupt insects, letting them cooperate with him to release sex pheromones to carry out soothing hypnosis. Coupled with the fact that the giant moth was very cooperative and really liked the scent of this pheromone, the giant moth's struggling gradually weakened, and that pair of giant compound eyes reflected Shursui Aburaim's figure. The moment the formula was completed, a faint radiance flashed across the giant moth's forehead and vanished. He felt that a certain subtle connection had been established between himself and this giant beast. Thus, he raised his hand and gestured. The giant moth's massive body suddenly shrank, being drawn into a slot in the culture dish. The surrounding flower sea restored its calm, and only that giant flower still radiated faint natural energy. Shursui Aburaim did not rush to leave, but landed back on the ground, beginning to carefully clean up the relics around those skeletons. Although the fragments of metal armor were broken and ruined, the material was extremely excellent, not having completely rusted away despite going through an unknown number of years. He picked up a piece of breastplate fragment, his fingertip lightly brushing over the lines on it. That was no ordinary decoration, but a kind of rune he had never seen before. The styling of the knives and swords was even more peculiar. The cutting edge was wavy, and small grooves were embedded along the spine, as if specially designed for embedding some kind of object. What interested him the most was Jelal stone. The stone was only half the size of a fist, its entire body a light blue color, with a faint halo flowing inside. Shursui Aburaim could clearly perceive that a peculiar energy was contained within it. It was not pure chakra, and was also different from natural energy, or perhaps it was just a type of natural energy, containing a kind of natural life energy inside. Interesting. He packed away all the relics and carefully explored the surroundings once more, yet did not find much else. The soil where the giant flower took root was indeed extraordinary, mixed with a large amount of volcanic ash and some kind of mineral, but it was not the Jelal stone vein he had imagined. It seems these stones were carried by these people during their lifetime. Shursui Aburaim released a large number of scout-type insects around the flower sea, ordering them to lurk here and monitor any abnormal movements. Right after, he gathered a tissue sample of the giant flower and leaped onto Xiaoqing's back. Let us go back. Dragonfly flapped its wings and rose, only this time the return journey clearly carried some emotions. Just when returning above the gourd mountain underground palace, Dragonfly suddenly said, "Master, I have not returned to the Dragonfly sacred land for a long time." I miss my mother a bit. Anyway, Master already has a lot of pet beasts that can fly now. You miss Chome? Shursui Aburame was somewhat surprised, because ever since Dragonfly had followed him, he had rarely returned to the Dragonfly sacred land. He just had not expected the stimulation given to it this time would actually be so massive. He just did not know whether it wanted to seek comfort by going back this time, or wanted to work hard to practice well. You have indeed not gone back for a long time. Since that is the case, then go back. Thank you, Master, instantly performed a summoning technique, turned into a bubble, and returned to the Dragonfly sacred land. In a short period of time, if Shursui Aburame did not perform a summoning technique to directionally summon it, it would have no way to come out again. Actually, with the Dragonfly staying by his side, its function was already not as massive as before. His natural wind energy had already been practiced to full completion. Even without his assistance, he could mobilize the wind style within nature anytime and anywhere. As for mid-air flight ninjutsu, he had also created it long ago. During battle, whether he merged with Dragonfly or not, the effect was about the same. At most, it was just lacking a bit of physical enhancement and the skill of hovering and stalling when turning in mid-air, nothing more. After all, a dragonfly's excellent flight capability was the result of hundreds of millions of years of evolution. Wanting to imitate and surpass it within a short time was still a bit difficult. When Shursui Aburame came back with a giant insect type once again, although many primitive chiefs were already unsurprised, there were still many people who stopped to kneel and worship, muttering all kinds of messy things in their mouths. But when some primitive people saw Shursui Aburame bring back those metal armors and those human skulls, they instantly became excited, shouting and yelling in excitement, even preparing to take out weapons to smash those armors and skulls. Shursui Aburame did not know why they were so excited, so he immediately reached out to stop them and pointed at their chief, letting him come forward to report. That tribe chief came forward, pointed at those armors and said, "Wabai babu, wabai babu, hulu." Following his gestures, Shursui could roughly understand the meaning of what he said: sea, giant monster, devil, capture. The rough meaning was that a giant sea monster came from the sea, and from the sea monster came down many devils. The devils carried weapons on their bodies and captured their tribesmen away. Shursui Aburame roughly understood now. It should be that an overseas lost civilization had come onto the giant island before, capturing a large number of natives to act as slaves. In this way, those giant insects possessing chakra on the giant island could be explained. They must have swallowed those people and undergone an anomaly. As for the moth, it had already become a pure natural energy creature long ago, so it did not have that massive swallowing desire for the Jello stone, and even disliked it, which was why it was left behind. After understanding the truth, Shursui Aburame returned to the underground laboratory and released the giant moth at the first opportunity. A slot in the culture dish flashed with light, and the dozens of meters-long giant moth reappeared in the laboratory. Fortunately, the space on the 20th level was broad enough, so it did not appear crowded. The giant moth did not seem to have reacted yet to what had happened. It shook its head, its giant compound eyes blankly sizing up the surroundings. "Come here." Shursui Aburame waved his hand at it. The giant moth stared at him for a while, and actually really moved its body slowly, taking a few steps closer to him. Shursui Aburame nodded with satisfaction. It seemed this giant insect had already been tamed by its culture dish. Over the next few days, he spent a large amount of time getting along with the giant moth. The result, however, made him a bit disappointed. This giant beast containing vast natural energy inside its body actually had an astonishingly low IQ. Compared to Dragonfly, it was simply unintelligent. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 197, Searching the Island, the Storm Arrives. 1,499 words. During this period, no matter how Shursui Aburame tried to communicate with it, it could only make the most basic responses, being hungry, being thirsty, wanting to sleep, or being unhappy. Communicating with it could only teach it simple commands like sitting, spinning, or expressing thanks. It was completely unable to understand any language more complex than that. Really? Shursui Aburame looked at the moth, which was burying its head to munch on the giant flower petals, and shook his head helplessly. All that massive size for nothing. But he very quickly figured out the reason behind it. Ever since this moth was born, it had lived alone within that flower sea, with no intelligent kin of any kind around it. It had no opportunity to learn, nor did it have any target it needed to communicate with. For it to grow to its current body size was purely on instinct and the nourishment of the natural energy radiated by that giant flower. It was like a blank sheet of paper, with an IQ roughly equivalent to a 5-year-old human child, and because it could not understand language, it required long-term guidance before its intelligence could gradually open. He walked to the front of the giant moth once more. The moth was eating happily, and seeing him come over, it lifted its head with half a petal still dangling from its mouth, its appearance actually looking somewhat cute and naive. Shursui Aburame pointed at that pile of skeletons and armor in the corner of the laboratory, then pointed at the moth, slowing his tone as much as possible as he asked, "When did these people come?" The giant moth tilted its head to look at him, completely motionless. Shursui Aburame repeated the actions once more. The moth still had no reaction. Shursui Aburame sighed, "Forget it." He changed his method, walking over to the skeletons to pick up a piece of jello stone, shaking it toward the moth. "Do you have any more of this thing?" The moth finally had a reaction. It extended its neck, leaning close to sniff the stone, and then sneezed. A massive airflow blew Shursui Aburame's robes, making them rustle loudly. "All right." Shursui Aburame put away the stone, completely giving up on the plan of asking for clues from the moth's mouth anytime soon. "I will ask you again when your intelligence opens up." He carefully cleaned and categorized the skeletons and armor fragments. A few days later, he returned to the moth's nest once more, expanding his search radius around the area. This time, he discovered some footprints. Those footprints were distributed in the mud on the east side of the flower sea, their shape similar to human soles, but their size was a full round larger. The direction the footprints extended toward was a dense forest deeper within the island. After crossing the dense forest was a broken cliff, which should be the place where they landed last time. Shursui Aburame originally wanted to continue exploring toward this direction, but after thinking it over carefully, the island still had many unexplored places, and its treasures had not been completely dug clean, so he decided to stay and continue his exploration. Over the next 15 days, Shursui Aburame did not conduct experiments, but instead invested all his energy into exploring the island, deeply digging underground, and building the underground palace. From the coastline to the depths of the dense forest, and from the mountain cliffs to the caves, thousands of species of animals and plants were sampled, observed, and marked by him, gathering into a thick notebook. In addition to this, any insects with potential or those he had never seen before were given a summoning mark by him, or their genetic samples were recorded into the culture dish. In reality, the supergiant insects possessing chakra on the giant insect island were not as numerous as he had imagined, adding up to only a little over 100 in total. Those with value worthy of cultivation were just the dozens he had captured previously. As for their strength, the majority probably had Jonin-level strength. If trained well, they might be able to rampage wildly across a battlefield, but they were limited to only that. At the beginning, Shursui Aburame still had a bit of interest, but after studying more and seeing more, he also lost interest in the majority of the insects. During these days, the entire island had become covered with his insects. The underground palace had also expanded to more than 500 meters underground, consisting of nearly 50 levels. It was not that he could not continue building downward, but rather due to geographic structures, he was worried that if he went any further down, the island would be unable to withstand the pressure of the ocean waves. All the people of the tribes on the island had also been found by him, and brought into the underground palace together, totaling more than 10,000 people. Shursui Aburame taught them how to plant edible fungi and vines, taught them how to use tools, and taught them how to rationally allocate space within the layered underground palace. The primitive people revered him like a god, bowing and worshipping him every day. However, Shursui Aburam's mind had already drifted far beyond the island. However, the weather at sea changed whenever it wanted to. During these days, the weather suddenly became abnormal, and even the giant insects that had been consistently active on the island began to fall silent. It turned out to be a monsoon shift, and the typhoon season was about to arrive. Even the primitive people living around the underground palace moved underground one after another, reducing their outdoor activities. Shursui Aburam also knew clearly that in this kind of weather, it would be very difficult for him to continue flying outside. Even though he possessed wind-attribute natural energy, at most, he could only drift along with the wind to guarantee himself from being harmed. Sure enough, a few days later, thunder and rain raged across the sky. Before long, wild winds swept over, carrying tens of thousands of meters of thunderclouds and rolling ocean waves. Those short plants growing around the island were instantly swept into the high sky by the wind and waves, and the sandy beaches were swallowed by the seawater, looking as if the very earth was shaking. On that day, everyone retreated into the underground palace, and all the cave openings above the palace were sealed with mud and stones by the construction insects to prevent rainwater from seeping in and flooding the insect nest. Shursui Aburam, however, did not enter the underground palace. He stood upon the peak of Gourd Mountain, letting the rain soak through his entire body, facing this kind of natural disaster directly for the first time. The wild winds howled around him, and it was only because of the wind-attribute natural energy swirling around his body that he was barely able to steady his form amidst the gale. Even so, he still clearly felt that compared to heaven, earth, and nature, humans were actually so small. At the same time, he also realized that a storm could actually be this terrifying. All the wind-style ninjutsu he had ever seen appeared completely insignificant in front of this massive typhoon. Suddenly, he spread his arms, his body seemingly abandoning all resistance as it was swept into the upper sky by the wild winds. He was actually riding the typhoon, soaring across the horizon. Sage Art, Wind Style, the listening wind technique opened automatically at this moment. Shursui Aburam closed his eyes, appearing to be sensing something. Amidst the violent typhoon, tsunami, and raging wild winds, bursts of information actually drifted over. Strangely, that information was not chaotic and disorderly, but rather possessed its own laws. It was the rise and fall of air currents, the ebb and flow of tides, and the natural principles of all things. A long time later, he opened his eyes, watching himself drift further and further away from the island. Suddenly, he comprehended a sage art within the wind, sage art, oceanic monsoon. He no longer formed hand seals, but the wind-attribute radiance radiating around his body slowly shifted from green to a light blue color. Ultimately, he broke through layer after layer of the typhoon barrier, returning above the island. By now, the wind and rain had long since soaked his entire body, and his physical stamina and chakra were also on the verge of exhaustion. He no longer pushed himself, turning back to return to his cave, slipping into the underground palace to quietly wait for this natural storm to conclude. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 198, Minato, who do you think is suitable to be Hokage? 1468 words. While Shursui Aburam was immersed in the wonderful embrace of the natural storm, the internal situation of the ninja world gradually began to fall into chaos. The first to spiral into disorder was Konoha's domestic situation. Due to the shifting power dynamics between the Hokage and the major ninja clans, spies from various nations quietly infiltrated the village. In stark contrast, however, Takigakure was quietly withdrawing. Ryuji Ida was originally an extremely intelligent businessman. Although he had not stayed by Shursui Aburam's side over the past few years, he had relied on his continuous business ventures to accumulate a vast amount of wealth for the land of Waterfall. At the same time, as his horizons continuously broadened, his political mindset and overall worldview also continued to elevate, and his perspective far surpassed even the daimyo of various countries. He quickly and soberly realized one thing: as the number of foreign spies grew, Konoha would only become more and more chaotic. But Konoha was never a soft persimmon. Right now, it was merely internal power struggles scattering their strength. Once external pressure touched their core foundation, they would rapidly unite against the outside world, and those spies would inevitably face a ruthless liquidation. Therefore, if they did not want to be dragged into the mire, the best method was to leave as soon as possible. Not only were their personnel retreating, but the various commodities and foreign investments he had brought along were pulled out simultaneously. His departure immediately caused Konoha's property tax and financial revenue to drop by a full third. Far away in a carriage leaving Konoha, Ryuji Ida still felt a lingering fear. Ichiro Kurosaki was wiping his sword, not understanding what he was afraid of. With his protection, unless a top-tier powerhouse of the ninja world descended in person, they would be bound to be perfectly safe and sound. The only pity was the annual rent they had paid. By completely withdrawing this time, they had given Konoha a bargain for nothing. However, this also allowed them to see from a sideways perspective that a ninja village was still a ninja village. Even though they had remained dormant all these years, and had not transmitted any intelligence at all, simply because they were too wealthy, they would likely have become a target eventually. Sure enough, just a few days after he withdrew, Konoha's root ninjas mobilized once again, launching a large-scale purge across the village. Those foreign merchants with problematic identities and residents who had relocated to Konoha vanished completely overnight. Neighbors living nearby could even smell a faint scent of blood, and some had witnessed the nighttime slaughters with their own eyes. Yet by the next day, everyone tacitly closed their mouths. Konoha remained that Konoha with simple folk customs and positive, upward-striving civilians. As for those spies, they were pulled out by the roots, implicating a large number of people who either disappeared without a trace, or were locked away into the dungeons. The choice of who would handle this kind of work, being responsible for the arrests and executing the dirty, exhausting labor on the bright surface, without a doubt, fell onto the shoulders of the Uchiha clan once again. This also caused the Uchiha's public reputation, which had just slightly improved, to plunge straight down. The civilian voices supporting Fugaku Uchiha to become the fourth Hokage fell completely silent as well. Only at this moment did the Uchiha clan suddenly realize, it turned out that the ones targeting them and refusing to let a Uchiha become Hokage were not just the Hokage faction, but all the ninja clans of Konoha. As expected, those who aren't envied are all mediocre talents. They are simply jealous of the Uchiha clan's talent and strength, afraid that once you become Hokage, the position of Hokage will belong entirely to your Uchiha from then on. After getting drunk with a Uchiha friend, a civilian Jonin uttered these heartfelt words to his companion, who possessed the three-tomo Sharingan. These words came from a civilian's mouth and sounded like a joke, but the Uchiha people took them seriously. He even brought these words back to the clan, and the Uchiha clan, who were already filled with rage, instantly became even more arrogant. That's right, that's exactly how it is. Only those who aren't envied by others are mediocre talents. Their Uchiha clan was originally the favorite of heaven, born noble, and naturally meant to reside in a superior position. Why should they care about the expressions of civilians or the faces of others? Consequently, the military police forces style became increasingly aggressive, doing things without showing a shred of mercy. When going out to eat or drink on normal days, they all adopted a high and mighty posture. Fugaku Uchiha was incomparably distressed by this, returning home exhausted every day with a face full of worry. Right now, there are more and more hawks within the clan. At today's clan meeting, someone even proposed relying on a coup to seize the position of fourth Hokage. Mikoto Uchiha supported her pregnant belly, placing a small plate of fried fish in front of Fugaku Uchiha. Stop thinking about it, eat first. The position of Hokage isn't actually anything great. Do you truly want to be Hokage, or is someone in the clan insisting on fighting for this position? Mikoto Uchiha pointed out the key with a single sentence: they have just been suppressed for too long, and want to fight to salvage their pride. The Uchiha clan might be arrogant or showy, but they were absolutely not greedy for power. Rather than spending time on that, it was better to focus on themselves and elevate their own strength. I also know they just want to salvage their pride, but precisely because it's acting out of spite, it's even harder to deal with. If one truly argued about it, fighting for this pride carried no meaning at all, or perhaps, it only carried meaning to the Uchiha clan. Mikoto Uchiha stepped forward to support Fugaku Uchiha, and Fugaku pressed his ear against her belly, quietly listening to the heartbeat of the fetus. Such a lively heartbeat, it will definitely be a healthy child in the future. After all, it is your child. Mikoto. Fugaku Uchiha grasped her hand, looking up as he said, "It has already been half a year." "All right." Mikoto Uchiha tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing an expression of having no choice but to indulge him, and whispered softly, "But be gentler, don't hurt the child." On the other side, inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi's hair was turning white at the temples, and he was exhausted both in mind and body. Ever since the Ino-Shikacho trio of clans announced they would no longer unconditionally follow the Hokage faction, the other medium and small clans also began to waver. Some leaned toward the Elder Council, some maintained neutrality, and some simply closed their doors and ignored everyone. The power of the Hokage faction had been severely weakened. What was even more fatal was that foreign spies had begun to infiltrate frantically. After the battle at Takigakure, Konoha's strength had been damaged, and loopholes had appeared in their intelligence system, giving the spies of major ninja villages the opportunity to pour in. Kumogakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, spies from various villages operated frequently in Konoha, stealing intelligence and winning over people's hearts. Even though Konoha had launched a large-scale purge, they had merely pushed all the work that offended people onto the Uchiha clan. Now, among the Konoha civilians, the voices calling to push a new fourth Hokage into office were growing higher and higher. Who would serve as the fourth Hokage had even become a topic of casual conversation for the commoners over tea and meals. According to the latest report sent back by the Umbu, there was once a household discussing candidates for the fourth Hokage after dinner. The ones with the highest voices were Orochimaru and Tsunade. No one in the family could convince the others, and in the end, they actually smashed their bowls and chopsticks, resulting in a husband and wife argument and a cold war between the children. Although this matter had elements of exaggeration, it proved from a sideways perspective that he, as the third Hokage, was operating extremely unsuccessfully. Right at this moment, Minato Namikaze pushed open the door and entered. At this time, he was already an Umbu squad leader and had been promoted to Jonin. He had just returned from executing a mission and was reporting the situation to the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, placing the documents Minato handed over to the side, and immediately spoke up to ask. "Minato, who do you think is the most suitable to serve as the fourth Hokage?" Chapter 199, Hanzo's words come to pass. 1404 words. Minato Namikaze's footsteps paused ever so slightly. He then bowed in salute, his expression remaining so calm that not a single ripple of emotion could be seen. After entering the Umbu and executing several classified missions, he was no longer the naive rookie he once was. Though his core personality hadn't changed, there were certain things he no longer viewed with total innocence. He could naturally tell that the third Hokage's seemingly casual question was actually a layered probe, testing both his allegiance and his ambition. On the surface, the current third Hokage seemed to no longer hold the position of Hokage in high regard, acting as though he had already relinquished power and could discuss the matter casually. But in reality, if Minato actually dared to state who he thought was suitable, his goal of marrying Kushina Uzumaki would likely be delayed by years of wasted time, if not completely lost. Minato lowered his gaze, his tone humble and respectful. "Hokage-sama, the position of the fourth Hokage concerns the very foundation of Konoha. It should be held by someone of high prestige, someone capable of stabilizing both internal and external affairs, and bringing peace to the entire village." He paused, then met Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes with a clear, unswerving gaze. "As a junior, my experience is still shallow, and both my strength and worldview are far from sufficient to shoulder such a heavy responsibility. In my heart, my only duty is to be loyal to Konoha, loyal to you, Hokage-sama, and to execute every mission to the best of my ability. He shifted his stance slightly, continuing with measured neutrality. As for candidates, Tsunade-sama possesses unparalleled medical skills and immense prestige, while Orochimaru-sama possesses profound strategic wisdom and formidable power. Both are pillars of Konoha. Any final decision naturally rests upon the grand perspective of yourself and the elders, Hokage-sama. A junior like me does not dare to speak rashly. With this single speech, he praised no one, slighted no one, claimed no credit, and avoided no suspicion. He demonstrated loyalty while maintaining strict neutrality, leaving his words entirely flawless. Looking at the young yet exceptionally composed Jonin before him, Hiruzen Sarutobi broke into a warm, genial smile. "Haha, I must be growing muddled to throw such a question at you. As one ages, hesitation creeps in, and I find myself constantly wavering." He nodded gently. "You have spoken well. Go down and rest." "Yes." Minato Namikaze bowed and withdrew, the door closing quietly behind him. Left alone in his wide chair, Hiruzen Sarutobi lightly tapped his fingers against the desk, murmuring to himself. "Minato Namikaze. I didn't expect you to grow even faster than I imagined. But can you truly take up this heavy burden and perform well as the new Hokage?" At this moment, Hiruzen felt a trace of hesitation. He suddenly realized that Minato might not be as purely innocent and straightforward as he had thought, not just a boy whose heart was constantly filled with sunshine, and the will of fire to illuminate all of Konoha. It appeared he also possessed a smooth, deeply calculating side. Perhaps he still needs some time to be tempered. To become Hokage, his reputation isn't quite enough, and his strength is still a bit lacking. "Sigh, what exactly changed you, Jiraiya? Could it be that because of your death, your disciple has been stained with a trace of darkness?" The city of Akatsuki, land of rain. 3 months passed. Just as Hanzo of the Salamander had predicted, Yahiko's city was becoming increasingly chaotic. After those thugs had been escorted away initially, the city did indeed enjoy a brief period of peace. But before long, a new wave of thugs arrived. Having heard that free porridge was distributed here, those who preferred to loaf around rushed over, impossible to drive them away like a swarm of flies. Yahiko had tried many methods. He ordered people to register the identities of those receiving the porridge, hoping to filter out those who truly needed relief. But those thugs quickly learned how to falsify their identities to claim the food. As for getting them to reclaim wasteland outside the city and farm for survival, there wasn't a chance. Cultivating crops to harvest food could never match the speed of taking it by force. What gave him the biggest headache was that these thugs began to form factions and bands among themselves, splitting into distinct small syndicates. They fought over territory, fought over their places in the porridge line, and even engaged in massive brawls over who got served first. Fighting and rowdy disputes occurred daily, and public security degenerated rapidly. "Yahiko." Konan walked in, her face pale with exhaustion. "Today's porridge isn't enough again." Yahiko looked up. "How can it not be enough? Didn't we increase the supply?" "We did," Konan said. "But even more people came. Furthermore, those thugs take multiple portions per person and turn around to sell them to others. The people who genuinely need relief still can't get any." Yahiko fell into a deep silence. Hanzo's words echoed in his mind. "Your method is useless. In the future, more and more people who wish to gain without laboring will come to your city. This place will become incomparably chaotic and impoverished." Could he have been right? Is our philosophy truly unfeasible? He muttered to himself. Right at this moment, Nagata walked in with heavy, hurried steps, his face etched with fatigue. "Yahiko," another fight broke out. This time, knives were drawn. 3 people are wounded. Yahiko stood up. "Let's go take a look." When they arrived at the city plaza, they saw a crowd gathered around. 3 people lay in the center, drenched in blood. What happened? Yahiko demanded. A bystander replied, it's the East Side Gang and the West Side Gang. They started fighting to claim territory. East Side Gang. West Side Gang. Yahiko frowned deeply. Since when did the city have these gangs? They've been around for a while, the man said. Didn't you know? The city is split into several factions now, the East Side Gang, West Side Gang, North Side Gang, and a few other small crews. Every day they fight over territory, fight over porridge, fight over women, they do whatever they want. Yahiko's expression turned incredibly grim. He walked over to the injured men and knelt to check their wounds. All 3 were severely hurt, one had been stabbed straight through the abdomen and looked to be on the verge of death. Quick, carry them inside. I'll treat them. Yahiko shouted. Several people hauled the wounded men into a nearby building, and Yahiko began administering treatment. Though his medical ninjutsu wasn't as refined as Conan's, it was sufficient to handle general trauma. Pouring every ounce of his effort into the man with the pierced abdomen, he finally managed to preserve his life. Yet right as he was finishing the treatment, loud shouting and swearing erupted outside once more. What is it now? He stepped out, only to find 2 large groups of people facing off against each other. On one side were the members of the East Side Gang, and on the other were the members of the West Side Gang. They held knives and clubs, poised to strike at any second. All of you, stop. Yahiko bellowed. Seeing him appear, the thugs restrained themselves slightly, but they still refused to disperse. Yahiko-sama, don't get involved in this. The West Side Gang stole our territory. Today they must give us an explanation. Bullshit. That ground originally belonged to our West Side Gang, you guys took it first. You're the ones talking bullshit. No, you. The 2 factions began screaming over one another again, the argument growing so fierce that violence was imminent. Enough. Yahiko gave a massive roar. His chakra erupted outward, the force of the pressure rattling the air and causing the surrounding crowd to stumble back repeatedly. The 2 gangs finally fell quiet, but the hostility burning in their eyes had not lessened in the slightest. Looking across their angry, greedy faces, a profound sense of helplessness welled up from deep within Yahiko's heart. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 200, Mutual Understanding is an Illusion, the Lost Civilization finally appears. 1,455 words. He wanted to convince them with reason, but they simply refused to listen. He wanted to influence them with love, but they completely failed to appreciate it. Instead, they tested his bottom line time and time again, and now they actually dared to draw knives right in front of his face. Everyone, please hear me out. From this day forward, no more gangs are permitted within the city. I still hope that you can understand and communicate with each other, and at the same time, you must understand our difficulties. If you do not labor and do not farm to grow crops, we have no way to produce more food to sustain your eating and drinking. Therefore, if you wish to remain here, please work. Yahiko bowed deeply to them, his posture humble to the extreme. The only thing that remained unchanged, perhaps, was the faint, violently fluctuating chakra emanating from his body. The 2 gang factions looked at each other and then simultaneously broke into sneers. Yahiko-sama, you must be joking, a member of the East Side Gang spoke up. People like us don't know how to do anything. Go farm. Farm what land? Exactly, a member of the West Side Gang chimed in. We only know how to fight. For you to make us do manual labor, aren't you making things difficult for us? Looking at them, Yahiko felt a wave of profound sorrow well up in his heart. It wasn't that they couldn't, it was that they didn't want to. They were accustomed to gaining without laboring and used to letting their fists do the talking. Forcing them to do honest work was more difficult than killing them. Conan, halt the porridge distribution starting tomorrow. Conan was startled. Halt the porridge distribution. Then what about the people who genuinely need relief? Yahiko replied, from now on, we will not hand out porridge directly. Let them exchange labor for it. Farming, repairing roads, building houses, however much work they perform, that is how much porridge they can claim. Conan nodded. That is indeed a good method. But those thugs immediately threw a tantrum. Based on what? We've been here for so long eating and drinking for free, based on what do we have to work for now? Exactly. Didn't you say you wanted to help the poor? Why has it changed now? Liars. You guys are just like those powerful officials, you're all liars. The crowd began to riot, and someone picked up a stone and hurled it toward Yahiko. Yahiko did not retaliate, he merely executed water formation wall, protecting the people around him within it. Throw your stones. Once you are finished throwing them, think carefully about whether what I said is right. Seeing that he did not move, those people pushed their limits even further. The disparity in their strengths was far too vast. How could ordinary stones possibly break through a water-style ninjutsu? Yahiko. Conan could not understand why Yahiko constantly chose to endure such humiliation. Perhaps they were truly wrong, and these people were simply incapable of listening to human reason. A long time later, the thugs throwing stones grew panting and exhausted one by one, no longer able to lift any more rocks, and collapsed onto the ground. Right at this moment, Yahiko withdrew the water formation wall. Who could have expected that someone within the crowd would suddenly hurl another stone, striking Yahiko squarely on the forehead? Yet he did not dodge, allowing that stone to crash onto the top of his head. The surrounding thugs were also stunned, looking at Yahiko's blood-drenched face. The stones held in their hands could no longer be thrown. What are you doing?" the person asked with a trembling voice. Looking at him, Yahiko smiled and spread his arms wide. "I am proving that I am not your enemy. I sincerely want to help you. But the prerequisite for helping you is that you must first help yourselves." He wiped a handful of blood from his face and continued, "Have you ever thought about how long you can keep fooling around like this? 1 year? 2 years? 10 years? When you grow old and can no longer fight, what will you do? When you fall ill and no one cares for you, what will you do? I know that many of you did not naturally wish to become thugs. You were forced by life, having no other choice. Now 2 paths are laid out before you. One path is to exchange labor for porridge, labor for money, and labor for a house. In the future, you might even marry a girl from a decent family, wed, and have children. You can still return to the righteous path and live a good life. The other path is to continue wandering and idling like this. Of course, I will not drive you away, but Hanzo of the Salamander-sama does not know when he might return again." Many thugs looked at him, then looked back at the brothers beside them, and some already began to hesitate. Ultimately, a youth who looked not very old extended his hands and walked up to Yahiko. I am willing to try." Yahiko smiled, patting his shoulder. "Good. From this moment on, you are a person who relies on your own labor. I see that your aptitude is not bad. Perhaps in the future, you can learn ninjutsu from me." "Really?" The youth looked as if he had seen hope, his originally fierce eyes gradually lighting up. After that day, the situation within the city gradually turned for the better. Those willing to work began farming, repairing roads, and constructing houses. For those unwilling to work, Yahiko did not forcefully drive them out of the city either. Although there were still a few stubborn elements causing trouble, overall, order was slowly recovering. Standing upon the city wall, Yahiko watched the busy crowd below, a gratified smile surfacing on his face. "Conan, Nagato, look. Our philosophy can still work." Conan stood beside him. "Yahiko, you took too much of a risk that day. What if those people had truly dealt a ruthless blow?" Yahiko shook his head. They wouldn't. They are just lost, not evil. As long as they are given an opportunity, they will change. Nagato stood on the other side, gazing at Yahiko's back, for a moment not knowing what he should say. Yahiko was far too kind to the point of being somewhat naive. He always believed that human nature was inherently good, and he always believed that love could influence everything. But was this world truly that simple? He did not know, but what he could do right now was choose to believe. Meanwhile, in a corner they were unaware of, that youth from before had already changed into a different appearance. He took out a piece of paper, using a brush to sketch a flying eagle upon it. The flying eagle quickly leaped up from the paper, flying off into the distance. What was transmitted upon it was precisely the intelligence he had gathered over these days, and the most important piece among them was Nagato's eyes. Are these the 3 disciples tutored by Jiraiya-sama? They truly are naive, actually allowing me to mingle by their side so easily. Oversea Giant Insect Island. Half a month later, the storm over the sea finally ceased. The primitive people also began to head out toward the seaside one after another to Beachcombe, picking up some good items. However, a few days later, the primitive people who had originally gone out to hunt and gather actually returned to the underground palace entirely before sunset. Their expressions were panicked, uttering terrified cries from their mouths, their hands collectively pointing toward the direction of the ocean surface. Shursui Aburame hastily rode a giant insect to fly into the high sky. Looking down, he saw a steel behemoth of a ship dozens of meters long. A massive smokestack was belching out white steam, a giant sea beast was carved upon the bow, and rows of ballistae were mounted along both sides of the gunnels. Woo! A low, deep sound spread across the sea surface, and the corners of Shursui Aburame's mouth slowly curled up into a smile. Finally. Found it. The ancient lost civilization he had searched for nearly half a year had finally delivered itself right to his doorstep. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.